I think here's the. Oh no, we're back to the different Audi car.
We have the best commenters in the world.
We have pretty good commenters. You got it.
Amazing.
They're good.
George and Zarin have shots of Romain Dumas coming into the pits.
This is Aaron Dube of Speed Sport Life.
Dubé.
Dube?
Dude, why would it have a silent E? Or love. Oh, wait.
Or love.
That's a joke. That's a joke we like to tell about
By the way,
people's
we
names.
should really have 2 rows of guest hosts here, like the back of a Morgan.
You're like...
plus 8 plus 4, like a Morgan plus 4 plus 4.
This is like a Chevy Suburban.
I'm the guys in the Muppet Show up in the balcony.
Peanut gallery. Our commenters are the guys who are in the back of the... They're the ones who are...
What are you doing up there?
I like it.
I mean,
back
up in
here,
the back.
It's more comfortable.
All right.
Do you like the back of my head?
7 minutes 40
Sounds
seconds
wrong.
of how much time was lost because of this.
Wow.
How much?
So far.
Oh, there goes the... Ooh, there's the crash again.
Okay, we're coming up on 2 minutes so far. 2 minutes.
Man, look at that car. Better than last year.
The speed stream has the pit, it says here.
He's getting back in the car.
I can't imagine
Oh, wait.
that he doesn't need pretty significant right suspension work.
Duvall. I think Duvall's in the car now. Duvall's in the car.
So right, Le Mans history lesson. So Audi made their name in the pits back in the day when they showed up with the, whatever it was, R8.
R8, yeah.
And they came into the pits at, I guess it was their first pit in, I don't even remember what year, is that 2000? And they just unbolted the back half of the car. And, you know, everyone else in the pits was just completely flabbergasted. That was banned, but they completely made their name in the pits, so that's something.
So to be clear, they banned the rear of the car being unboltable.
I think so.
By the way, yes, stream.speedtv.com/Corvette has the pit stream of the Audi being rebuilt. It looks like now there's somebody in front of it. They're doing significant front right suspension stuff, but now they've got somebody in front of the camera. That's great. All right, so hub assembly, A-arms. Yeah, that's pretty significant.
Oh, this is...
Okay. Sorry, guys. We're trying to get information across the board right now. Go to Audi.tv to get the feed.
Also, we've been asked to refresh our Audi feed over there.
Yeah, by the way, yeah.
Purposely took it down.
Oh, you took it down.
Yep. I'll tell you why later.
You tell me why later? What you say that?
In 27
Okay.
hours.
Don't tell everybody why.
Probably a licensing issue. Because everyone in the world wants to watch it from one screen to another, rather than just
the preferred-
watching it on their own computer.
That's how kids are these days. You want to watch it on... I'm sure there are people who are holding up their iPad at their computer, which is then watching it on there.
Dr. Go Fast, how are you getting your information about the monocoque damage?
By the way, Go Fast has been with us since...
Yeah.
Since Go Slow died.
Poor Go Slow. He lived so slowly.
I mean, why can't... If Audi could do everything bolt on, bolt off like that, why not just take the existing tires and seat out of the current car and put it in another car? And you could say, well, I mean, you know...
It's, yeah. You used to be able to do that. You used to have, like, backup cars in
George
Formula
has
1.
photos
Is that
of the
true?
damage on the
Yeah, they'd have, like, backup cars and people would jump in.
Is that true?
safety.
Yeah, I believe so. I'm probably not bullshitting, friend.
Okay, we are going to have some photos and images and video coming in from the crashed Romain Dumas R18.
You
Where's
Leo-
the photos?
What?
Leo, could you do
On the
a
FTP.
quick recap of the crash,
Dropbox.
how it happened?
Yes.
So, just to kind of keep everybody up to date with the actual Dumas crash.
Okay, so simply stated, going into a slower corner, Dumas was trying to overtake one of the GT Porsches, I think the Lizard's Pro-Am car, and gave him room, was a little wide, he was tracked right to him, and slid into the marbles, and the car no longer turned. And he slid off track, then through the kitty litter, and into the tire wall. Simply traffic and trying to be a good citizen for all the racers.
And then what did he do while he was there? He literally ripped the front fenders off.
Well, the car went in nose.
Yeah.
The Audi the R18 has basically two fender pieces, not a whole body section. Both pieces got crunched. That center piece is like an F1 nose and a bumper, really. So he got out of the car, ripped off all the bodywork to open up.
Yeah,
the
so
tires.
he can't move more than 10 feet away from the car, or else,
10 meters, I think, yeah.
10. No.
So you can't run away and go get
I don't
parts
think it's
and
that
come back.
far.
Okay.
Yeah, or well, maybe it's 10 meters, but you can't go out and get parts and come back. Right?
Okay,
Exactly.
okay.
So you just got to deal with what's there. He did that, drove into the pits, and now they're rebuilding. Looks like they're rebuilding the front suspension.
Yes.
They're doing some bodywork stuff, and I think they're concerned with cooling, obviously, because all that gear is up there. But we'll see.
Okay.
See what happens in the car.
Got it.
May I add, and I totally agree with the commenters who are saying that the R18 as an open wheel race car
Is cool.
better looking than any Formula One car that's ever been in a track.
Yes.
It is the finest thing I've ever seen.
You got it?
Yeah, just to the car driving by into the.
Okay, we're going to cut to some photos on
If
screen.
you want to,
I'm gonna go
if you want
look
to
up-
to your right, the photos out.
I'm gonna figure
No
out.
audio.
Oh my God!
There's
Look at that.
Oh, that's awesome.
That car does look awesome.
Oh
That is
my
the
God.
the best looking
It's like the world's
car
most
ever.
evil platypus.
You can. Wait, who was driving?
Romain Dumas. These photos are from
And look at me. Only my head is on screen discussing the race car.
these photos are from George and Zarin. George from Fortitude.com, Zarin from SpeedSportLife.com, providing us these photos. That car looks amazing.
By the way, everyone do the mental measurement of how much of the width of the car is rubber on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also interesting to see what's structural and what's not.
It's just business class times 2.
Well, and to that point about what's structural or not, I mean, even though these are fendered sports cars, channeling the air through the car is the same physical plan as the F1 cars. Through the nose, under the nose, through the suspension, down the side of the car, internally.
I'm always amazed to see how much of aero is if you actually, if you go on to something like Scarb's F1 or something else, how much of that, the aero in the wings is not downforce, but is in fact air management.
It's a lot of air management.
It's insane.
But usually it's to manage the air to get to a place where they can create downforce.
Well, yeah, it's like getting it out of some sort of dirty stream so
Right.
it flows to
Right.
the spoiler,
And you're right, all the tricks that they keep regulating out of F1, the little wings and vanes, all those things were there to manage the flow as efficiently as they can. But even when they take those tools away, they're always finding a way to do something new to get it to happen.
George had a very good point. This is an Ultra. Imagine if this happened to an e-tron. That front suspension with the drivetrain would have been a much more difficult thing to fix and change.
Those components.
So the Dunlop core that at the start.
Is it because e-tron componentry is built into the front suspension?
Yeah.
Well, it's front
it's
drive.
Front drive, yeah.
The whole thing. Oh, that's right. The whole thing. Maybe it's wrong.
Cool.
On the other hand, if the shaft didn't, listen to me sounding like an engineer, but if the shaft didn't kick back into the motor and hurt the motor, it would be a tougher repair, but just one more piece, put the shaft in and get that whole thing going. But that's the hard part. When you bang the back of a race car, or where the drive is, if it kind of kicks the forces into the gearbox or the transmission, or in this case the electric motor.
Well, our buddy Declan points out that Audi does have that new carbon fiber gearbox this year.
Yes.
So one smash of that thing, and you know that it'll splinter, and that'll be the end of that, and game over, basically. That's
FYI, the Audi stopped at 1912.51.
Ooh, so close.
And
I'm listening.
one of the commenters says the front left of the Audi is already finished repair.
So, oh man, I forgot I was keeping track of that time.
The front right?
Are they back
Front
out on
left.
track?
Left.
Left front of the car is done.
Clock's up at 1912.
Are they back out on track?
No.
So apparently they did not replace the carbon fiber housing on the Audi tranny.
Yeah.
They didn't. Yeah, I did not the actual gears.
That'll be next
obviously.
year.
That'll be next year, right? But just to they apparently did not have to replace the entire suspension assembly or even significant parts of it. So that
You
got them out of
adjusted
there
that.
earlier.
Are they already back on track?
I can't find out. I don't know.
I don't think that.
Live timing is down.
Live timing is down. So basically, all right. Hey, Josh, we got a troll confusion. Kind of kick him out of there.
Troll?
Yeah, he's just trolling. He's being
Who
a
is
dick.
it?
It's confusion. His English sucks, and he's being a dick. So anyway, I know. I usually don't care, but whatever.
Ruthless on that.
No, you gotta.
He's not a troll. He's asking if we're just where he can watch the race and why we're all just talking.
Well, no, because so you know what? Like, I don't know.
Toyota's in the lead.
Yeah.
And
All right, wait a
as
minute.
one of
Is
the
the live
commenters
stream
pointed
back up?
out,
I think we've
Lolo
overwhelmed
91
ourselves with technology.
Yeah, we've got so much going on right now.
and
That would be a
Leo.
good idea to get one of the streams on
That's what I'm trying to.
the laptop.
Let's cut to. I want to cut to one interview, if we could, very briefly.
Or find a couple of them and double them up.
Well, I want to talk about Boretsky talking about.
Wait,
the new
can we
rules.
talk about the Toyota Pass right now?
Let Michael do that.
Okay, all right.
Leo, Lolo 91 commenter just says Toyota will never do four-wheel drive because accidents like this will take you out of the race.
Okay, live timing is back up, and
Let's look at the sick. I mean, there's a sick battle for the lead right now.
Did anyone see the pass? Do we know what happened?
Commenters.
Or were they through pit stops?
still says Audi's in front.
And it was just a crash a second ago. As a Toyota stopped.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing that too.
It is,
We have a full course yellow at this point.
yeah,
I think-
accident, Toyota, and something else.
Try to just stuff
Here it
yourself.
is.
Here it is on the Mulsanne straight.
Oh, Ferrari.
Oh! Oh, and it went over.
Oh my
the car
God.
went over.
Oh my God.
Wait a minute.
Guys, if you're watching, this is a bad wreck.
Ungodly. Can you pull back the?
We apologize, we've been on a delay, so we are
So-
reacting a little bit late.
The same place that last year Rockefeller had his crash, the end of the Mulsanne straight, the kink leading to the Mulsanne
Wow.
corner. A Ferrari moved over, consciously or not, and the Toyota got caught in it.
God damn Ferraris, man.
Now that's okay. The problem is that the Toyota, even with the fin, went airborne and flipped over,
Here it is, here it is.
Oh, here we go.
landed on its tires. But that is not
See,
supposed to happen.
Wait, no, the flip issue
really
is
not
very
supposed to
serious.
happen.
Once they go off matrix, right? Once they go offline, the all aerodynamic bets are off, and that's when you start seeing that lift.
And the only reason I'm disagreeing is the fin and the curved underbody was supposed to prevent
It
that.
was supposed
Yeah.
to prevent that. No, and they've been trying to fix this for a bunch of
But
years.
to your point, you go that far off axis.
Yes, that you can't go that far off axis without.
Can we find out what number Toyota that
8.
was?
It was
Number 8.
eight.
Number 7 is in the lead. Number 8 was in third. We're going to have George calling in from the track very shortly to give us an update as to what's going on. Josh, stand by for the audio.
There it is.
There it is.
George! George, do you hear us?
The Ferrari is on its roof, by the way.
George, you there? Can't get you, George.
Does anyone have any news on the Ferrari
All
driver?
right.
Apparently they're both out,
Okay.
both out of the cars.
George, if you could, please call back. That was an incredible accident. If you're able to watch on the feed, he landed right side up, which is good, but they're both hard into the barriers. As at Mulsanne, correct?
Yes.
Mulsanne corner. Safety crews.
Wait a minute, Mulsanne. But you said Rockefeller was at wasn't
Same
it?
place.
I thought
Wasn't it
was
the
in
same place?
Indianapolis. Wasn't Rockefeller in Indianapolis?
Justin,
I'm sorry. I
I
made me
can't
wrong.
remember. Let me see. maybe I'm wrong.
George,
Hey.
how
what's up?
are you?
This is crazy. They were just showing there was a big battle between the other Toyota and the lead Audi. They changed the lead like twice within a lap, and then they switched to this thing. It's Anthony Davidson's Toyota. I'm not sure which number it is, and it looks like a Ferrari hit him. Trying to figure out which corner. A Ferrari hit him, and the Toyota flipped. Literally flipped. Landed on its wheels hard into the barrier. Driver's not out of the car yet. The Ferrari also backed into the barrier very hard and is sitting on its roof.
Yeah, the Ferrari, I think the driver of the Ferrari is out, but the driver of the Toyota is not. Is that correct, George?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. Can you repeat that?
The Toyota driver, he's still in the car?
Yeah, I think Davidson's still in the car. I haven't seen him get out yet.
All right, it was Davidson. I think the Ferrari driver is out.
Yeah, he's walking around.
They're kind of cutting back and forth with on monitors here in the media center, so I'm not...
Yeah, the global
Seeing a
feed
lot.
isn't showing too much as well.
Who was, which Ferrari?
Do you know which Ferrari that was?
81.
81, sorry.
Ferrari driver's out of the car right here.
Yep.
Davidson.
Stand by, George.
81 is another
Yeah.
Pro-Am car.
And let me guess, it was the AM. It was Pero Giuseppe.
Yeah.
So it's a full course yellow, right?
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Matter of fact, they're under the safety car right now.
Although
And we do have Toyota P1, Audi P2.
It almost looks like the course is blocked. Sorry, I'm limited by what I can see here on my screen.
We're getting one feed. No, they're way off on Mulsanne. They can get through.
They're going through the accident.
Have you guys seen footage of this yet?
Yeah, we're
JF, where was
yes,
it?
we've seen
Look at
footage
the-
of it.
yes.
We just did.
Where was Rockefeller
By the way,
last year? Was it the end of
if
Mulsanne?
you haven't checked it
Yeah,
out, go
Rockefeller
to
was
the
after the second
Speed
stream.
TV
So-
stream.
Guys, I'm not hearing much of what you're saying. It's cutting out a lot.
Sorry, George, what was that?
You're cutting out a lot. I'm not hearing much of what you're saying.
We
so
can, we
I'll
can
do
hear
my
you
best to
clearly.
answer.
Sorry, it's our end because we're away from the speaker. We apologize. Just hold on, George. Looks like the Ferrari turned in on him.
It's identical. I mean, and he's got to turn for that kink to get to the Mulsanne because that's not part of the braking zone.
Yeah.
But it's identical to what happened last year with Rockefeller. These
Yeah.
guys, they just don't respect that there's more than one car on the track.
Yeah. George, I don't want to keep you on the phone much longer if you've got to go run, but thank you.
No, I mean, it's all right. If you need me, I can stay on. I don't know what I can offer at this point. I'm probably watching the same feed you are. But,
Yeah.
Could you ask George?
Yeah, 1 second, George.
Ask George how the Toyota got to P1.
Yeah, George, do you know how did the Toyota get to P1? The number 8.
I'm sorry? Once more?
The Toyota, how did it get to P1? Did you see what happened?
Yeah, well, they were going back and forth. The Audi just barely made it out of the pits ahead of the Toyota, so he was on cold tires. And as they were going around with that out lap, the Toyota went around. It looked like, I didn't see the footage, but the commentators around here were saying he made the pass on the grass. He must have put maybe 2 wheels on the grass.
Really?
And then, I think this may have been almost on. As they came into, guessing as they get down around the Arnage, Benoit got around him again. And then they hit the straight, I think, going up toward Porsche, and the Toyota just had more legs on the straight, so it pulled ahead of Benoit again. So it changed a couple of times there, and everybody was focused on that. And that's when the incident with Davidson's Toyota happened.
Got it.
Hey, George, have you been around the Audi pits?
Have I been around the Audi pit?
Yeah.
Not in about 2 hours.
So I'm curious, maybe like a little bit of a homework assignment. Audi made a big deal about last year how they noticed that Peugeot flinched and Audi did not waver. I'm just kind of curious how Audi's starting to react to the fact that the Toyota is not going away, that is competitive as hell. I'm just curious if there's a different mindset and feeling in each of those pits.
Leo, I mean, you broke up a lot, and I didn't really get much of that. If you guys want to text that to me.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah, we will. Sorry about the connect.
Yeah. Thank you, George. We'll talk to you later, all right?
Okay, yeah, I'll do my best to get whatever he's looking for.
No,
Thanks.
George, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool,
All
thanks.
right, bye.
Bye.
George from Fortitude.com providing an update on the recent accident. I think it's a number 7 Toyota. Right? Number 7?
Number 8.
Sorry, number 8 Toyota Hybrid, which just went in hard from a accident down the Mulsanne straight into Mulsanne corner. Contact with was it a Pro or Am Ferrari GT?
Number 81 Pro-Am FS Corsa Pro-Am car.
Now, Leo,
Don't know who was in that car.
just a moment ago you were saying this is similar to the accident from last year with Rockefeller.
Yeah, I thought, and correct me,
Can you
guys.
explain that accent first?
Well, wait. So first of all, tell me if I'm wrong. It's okay if I am. I thought that when Rockefeller in the Audi crashed at night, being hit by a Ferrari, it was at the end of the Mulsanne straight in this same Mulsanne kick.
Not quite. It was not quite to the corner. They weren't turning into the corner.
Okay, but was it that same part of the track?
Yes.
It was in the same kind of sector of the track, but there was no turn-in happening. It was I believe the Rockefeller was just going to make a move around the Ferrari.
See, and I'm going to argue that if you look at it, they were both lining up for the same kink. Now, if they hit sooner than at the apex where these guys hit, I thought it was the same place.
I think they were just on the straight
Well,
when that accident.
in this case, I mean, this to me looks like very clearly like they were entering the turn, and
Yeah.
that accident looks like they were about to enter the turn. Regardless,
That's the way I felt
okay,
too.
the relationship between the cars looks very similar, and in both cases, I mean, I'm putting the onus of responsibility on the Ferrari in this case. It seems pretty clear.
So, to answer your question, the Rockefeller crash was a faster P1 car overtaking a GT Ferrari at night in last year's race. You're at the end of the Mulsanne straightaway, even with the chicanes. That's probably one of the faster places on the track. There's a kink leading to the Mulsanne braking zone. So you're going as fast as you can. You've got to negotiate this kink, probably still under gas, and then get lined up for a braking to the slowest Mulsanne corner.
Right.
The GT car last year was holding its line. That was their claim, and there was no room for the faster P1 car to go. The rule, the ethic, is that the overtaking car has the responsibility of making a safe pass. But the argument becomes, at what point in time does the slower car have to respect the laws of physics and give some respectful room for what's happening around them with faster cars? Alex, to your point, and I'm sure it can be open to debate, it looked like clearly on this one, the Ferrari turned into the kink with no awareness of the faster Toyota coming up on them and took the entire part of the track, leaving the Toyota nowhere to go but to connect and hit. And I would argue that Kaufman last year in the Ferrari did the equivalent of the same thing. However, he had the defense of it was night. I know there are headlights. He had the defense that he wasn't in the corner lining up, and he had the defense that Rockefeller had the option to go two sides of him anyway. The similarity feels like here we go again, where I would wonder if this traditional kink somehow gets manufactured out of the next racetrack configuration, because we've now gone 2 for 2 with the same event, but lucky enough that no one got really hurt.
Well, we're
Although,
waiting to
is
hear
he
from
still in the car?
Davidson.
Is Davison still in the car?
Yeah, we're waiting to hear what's going on.
Do we know anything about both the Ferrari drivers, if either one of them are both, if either they were both amateurs or if they were both pros?
Last year was an Am, and I don't know who was in the car in the 81 this
Okay.
year.
Perugia, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, they don't tell me which one's the amateur and which one's the pro.
I'll look it up.
Perazini was in the car?
Is it First name starts with a P and it's a long one.
Yeah.
So if you're just joining us on the drive 25 hours of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, currently under full course caution with safety car. Contact at the end of the Mulsanne straight and into the Mulsanne corner between a Toyota Hybrid and the 81 Corsa.
Yes.
The 81 Corsa Ferrari. Hard hit. Toyota went up in the air. Hard impact into the Armco tire barrier. Waiting to hear on the status of one of the drivers, Davidson.
The Toyota landed on its tires, but
Yeah.
the dangerous part and the scary part is it went into the barriers pretty much sideways.
That's, as we've seen, that's
And the lateral Gs.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as you've got Hans and protection and everything, it's
yeah. There's no crumple zones there. Nothing to really disperse the energy. At this point, we're waiting to get more information from the track, from our guys on the ground, but we also have, of course, the Le Mans feeds at live.lemans-tv.com. Live timing is there as well. And of course, Twitter.
I do know a little bit about.
Number 3 Audi's
just left the pit.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
What time is it?
I just want to say we do know a little bit about the driver, Pier Giuseppe Petrazzini.
That you put the accent on it.
Petrazzini. I can't. It's funny. That's the kind of word you can't say actually in English. But anyway, he's 56 years old. From Florence, been in 70 races with 9 wins. Was in LMGTE at Le Mans last year. Second in Italian GT Championship in 2009. Winner of the 6 Hours of Vallelunga in 2006. Second in Italian GT Championship GT1 in 2005. So not a complete amateur by any means. Italian GT champion 2004 and 2003. So.
Wow.
He's not very ham.
So he's not as as one might think.
Yeah, the term amateur is very loose in these parts. I think everyone will know that these guys actually have racing experience.
It sounds like they just threw me.
Well,
in the
no, it's
car.
a big,
That's not the case.
fairly large spread of people in those cars right now. So I mean, yeah, I mean you could say that there are some drivers out there less experienced than him.
I think there's a caliber of driving that get filtered into the Le Mans thing. I think that the experience you just described, though, doesn't have a lot of experience with different classes of cars racing.
Right.
The Audi number 3 is definitely back, joined the field.
Let's do the time calculation.
Well,
We missed it because of the accident.
Well, it was
No,
out
you
of
missed it because I was reading the comments.
And guys, no
Is it
offense,
213?
no offense, the challenge is to find some information on Davidson, whether he's in the car, whether he's okay, what we got going on.
One of the comments points out how lucky it was that the safety car came out while they were doing the repair.
Very true.
It's true, though. I mean, the
so-
race hasn't stopped. We know that, but honestly, anytime there's an accident, and if a driver is still in a car after this much time, we just want to know if he's okay.
So wait, let's just be clear. The Audi is ready. That took 18 minutes, 46 seconds. Sorry, 18 minutes, 46 seconds.
LeMansRace.com is tweeting Davidson is now under care of the race medical team. He did get out of the car, but he is now getting treatment. He did get out of
He
the
got
car.
out of his
Okay,
own power?
yeah. Well,
Okay.
we don't know how. Well, did
It
he?
just says he did get out of the car, but he is now getting treatment.
The operative word is get. I mean, did he get himself out of the car? I mean, that's what it implies, but
Okay.
hopefully that's what it implies.
Just let me says one more
What was
time.
it, 1840?
1846.
Okay, I see 1832. It's only 18 I see so far.
You got to say though, I mean, we were talking 19 minutes, 17 minutes. That is very, very impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Davidson is in the ambulance. Snake is in my pants. Says. I mean, it's all cool to have a name like that as your YouTube name, but in serious moments.
Well, you don't have to say it out loud in
Well, I
serious
just want
moments. See, so you're just as bad as he is.
But he's on a
you
stretcher.
went right for it.
He's on a stretcher.
No, well, again.
Yeah, I mean, it's
details will
not.
kill us.
Oh, well, I mean,
They,
Let me just say this since the camera's on the couch. This is the 25 hours of Le Mans here at Drive headquarters in New York City. I'm Alex Roy. We have Rafael Orlove of Jalopnik, who I've never met before in person, maybe once for 2 seconds, who I love as a writer. And of course, the original man of Jalopnik, Mike Spinelli, my old friend, original editor. And then the incredible Leo Burning Man incarnated as a human being, Parenti, who does our race coverage and the most knowledgeable man in the room. Josh Vitza behind the desk running things.
Hey, Josh.
Who's a combination of Lewis Hamilton and Chris Harris and Real Manhood, which, a little dollop on top. And JF Usual, who sadly has chosen to feed us his personal diet, which is basically popcorn, Starburst, and orange juice, and regular Coke.
Yeah.
Which is why I look so bad and I'm hiding
Sugar-
behind this girth.
sugar and carbohydrates.
Computer. Back to the action.
I go off camera to get an orange juice and have something to eat.
We have orange juice.
No, this is mine. You're not having it.
are we still full course yellow?
Yes, we are.
Are we ordering pizza?
We got to
By all
order
means.
something.
Yeah, we need to order some food.
Falafel.
Suggestions from the commenters, please. What do you recommend we eat that can be delivered
Why
in
does
New York
my
City
internet keep dropping
now?
off?
It might-
Falafel.
Yours too?
It's not the internet. It's the live.
Why don't we go down to
It's the
Bros?
live timing. Timing's having the issue.
Yeah, where's our intern? Was she supposed to be here at like noon?
No.
We had an intern?
Yeah.
Okay, two things, so, by the way, regarding Davidson's condition.
Yep.
It's being reported here that he got out of the car under his own power, then collapsed, but was taken away on a stretcher lucidly. We've been told here that we should eat Chinese or burritos or street meat. And
It's like a.
why is Leo the only one who dresses up? Everyone else looks like a slob.
Yeah, I just
Talk about
asked that
Pro-Am
guy, what
coverage.
team-
Oh,
what's he
slob.
wearing?
You know,
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to see what
JF just whispered something that was interesting. When we what?
Go ahead.
Now, also, Leo, this is a question for you.
What's up?
Here, apparently, AMs are classified by different categories, and then there's silver and bronze categories. And the bronze category is a gentleman driver holding an international B license without a significant record of achievements in motorsport. And a gold member, a silver member, is one who's distinguished himself in a national or international series, satisfying the criteria of platinum driver, but aged over 60. This guy's 54. Is that right?
56.
56.
Yeah.
The Audi #1 and Toyota #7 are both being held in pit lane for stop and go penalty for pitting during the safety car. Just got that from our good friend.
Was that just a cost of doing business thing, or are they?
I think Toyota takes it if they don't break down.
So who's now P1?
Toyota. It's got to be.
Or they just
Yeah,
pick-
Toyota's in Brazil.
Toyota.
So
#7.
So you went to stop and go? They're gonna.
just to add to the
I don't know
Davidson
about
story, though, Davidson called for help when he was trying to get out of the car himself and couldn't make it, and then he called for help. So maybe, something. I don't know. For some reason, he felt he couldn't finish the job of getting
Well,
out.
help us out, kind of monitor that situation with Anthony Davison, and obviously we all wish the best. Not good.
We were referencing something that happened at Sebring test days.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can tell the story.
So we were at the Audi test, and just as we were leaving, we heard a loud, thunderous crash that turned out to be flying tires as the left front suspension, if I recall,
Yeah, left front.
of the R18 that was driven by
Timo Bernhard. Yeah.
separated from the car, and the car slid sideways at high speed. It was the end of the Sebring back straightaway.
17.
Turn 17 is that sweeping turn back onto the front, fastest part of the track, fastest corner. When he lost the tire and the suspension, he lost the braking and went in sideways. And he, as is now being described with Anthony Davison, kind of got himself out of the car, but then collapsed. And the issue was the side impact. Although the car was safe, it was protected, he survived. Back injury?
Yep.
Was that the situation?
Yeah. So again, this was at the Sebring test days. This was not televised. A few of us were down there for the Audi test days, and it was a pretty horrific accident. Timo got out of the car under his own power.
And he's
but
not
luckily,
recovered.
Yeah, he's recovered. So it's really true testament to the quality of the safety design. But that was a heavy impact.
But he's not racing here.
I don't know. I saw him.
I think Timo Bernard? I think not. I think Marc
Romain.
Genet replaced him.
No. Check Romain Dumas' car. I thought it was in there. I don't.
That's okay. There's Genet. I think the ex-Peugeot guy got
it.
See it?
Yeah, this is right.
You're
It's amazing how much that car is just
Absolutely normal looking.
I don't want to negate the Davison thing, but it sounds like he's on his way. How does this change everyone's thinking about Toyota and their chances here?
They just dropped by 50%.
I knew,
Well,
I knew the obvious line was going to come out, but you're right.
Yeah, I think I originally said third.
Yep.
I'm actually going to push them up to second. That's what I'm going to do.
So you're giving them now motivation points.
I'm going to give them motivation points, and I think tactically it doesn't really change a lot. but I think it's motivation points. I think it's kind of like when they're gonna push a little harder. I think they're going to have Audi's already shown a little bit of weakness here. People have said, and I've heard it both from the feed and from a couple of commenters talking about traction control with Audi, possibly getting in their way a little bit. But
wait a minute, do these cars have traction control?
well, no. What I mean is not. I mean the traction differential between the hybrid and the drivetrain.
Oh,
Yeah.
so they're thinking it's not balanced?
I know, and by differential, I don't actually mean the differential. I mean the interplay between the electric motor and the diesel. What just happened? All right, who's 31?
31 just went off. I see that. It's the Lola, the Lotus Lola.
Driven by Danny Bahar.
Really?
I'm kidding.
Danny Bahar.
He was removed for conduct issues from the car.
Danny Bahar, if you don't know, is the former CEO of Lotus Cars, recently let go for inappropriate conduct.
No, that's not why.
Efforts to
Yeah, inappropriate financial conduct.
Well, inappropriate.
simplificate and add lightness to the business side of things.
Yeah.
He just added lightness to his resume. So the Lola keeps going,
Lola's back.
because I'm not going to call it a Lotus.
Looks like they're almost cleaned up from that accident.
Yeah, so wait a minute, he slid off in the yellow?
Yeah.
There you go, catching up the field, I guess.
Yeah. Trying to push too hard.
So we're coming up. Again, people are thinking that we have there's a tension between us.
No, it's
Between
all
you
we're
What do I have
guys?
to do? Yeah.
good buddies.
No, the tension's all JF's fault.
Well, JF just sort of, you're a large presence here. That's all I'm going to say.
I tried to, by the way, I tried to go to Radio
I'm
Le Mans
nobody.
and ended up on a Sim Raceway ad. How do I get to Radio Le Mans?
RadioLeMans.com?
That's what I tried. Don't do it. There it is. Now I'm on the Michelin site to get there. Oh, there's Keiko Ihara.
Really enjoying the 60 frame, actually 200 frames per second shots coming from the global feed if you're watching right now online.
Ooh. Yeah, those are really, really great.
Really good shots, right?
Really cool.
Flames out of
Cool
it.
seeing the Delta Wing flames. Yeah, it's some cool stuff going on.
That's a turbo 4-cylinder, 1.what liter? Is that
1.6 Nissan
1.6?
Interesting.
And I got to ask, is
Let's
that
have
the
a
Nissan
Duke,
motor
right?
now, or are they still running the global racing engine, calling it a?
I missed it. What were you guys talking about?
Your mama knows.
Oh, what up?
The Nissan.
Where'd you get those?
Yeah.
Was there a 7-day waiting period for those glasses? What happened?
Oh, that's cute.
No, I see. I didn't use that.
No, actually, these
Right here.
glasses cannot be worn within 50 feet of a school. I can go, no problem.
That is inappropriate. And
That's the most inappropriate thing I've ever heard.
Zanta's inappropriate.
this is outrageous.
Still safety car, guys. If you're just tuning in, there was
Oh,
an
lovely.
accident. Toyota versus Ferrari accident on the back of the Mulsanne straight into Mulsanne corner. The number 8 Toyota Hybrid versus the number 81 AF Corsa Ferrari at 458 Italia. Trying to get more information on Davidson's condition. Ferrari driver looked okay out of the car under his own power. Still cleaning up the scene from the accident. Hard hit into the tire barrier. Looks like they're going to have to replace the arm coat. This is going to be at least another half-hour safety car period. They have to replace the arm coat behind the tire barrier. That's how hard a hit it was.
This is a good one. Birth control glasses.
Yes.
Sorry, were you talking about something? No,
There's no tension between us. None whatsoever.
By the way, Jack Swatman, I love coconut water. Love it.
You and Rihanna.
And Saab, the answer to who was asking? The answer is Saab Vegan. And and by the way, Squirrel from Grad Life, can I close my jacket? Yes, I can. I'm not that fat. Here, see, look. amazing.
And she goes,
What happened to the girth blocker?
oh. Okay,
Or
so
love the cinema. That's the trouble with the Jag. Here
there we go. Awesome.
Okay.
Unless I'm mistaken, the last time we saw an open-wheeled car racing at Le Mans was in 1953 with one of the old Talbot Lejeaus from before the war. Oh, it's a juke, as Dr. Gofast says, it's a juke motor inside the Delta
It's the
Link?
1.6.
Yeah.
It's a version of the 1.6 liter. Yeah,
I'm sure they just pulled it
Good
directly
call.
out of the juke. And
yeah. Yeah,
call.
it's, you know.
Dr. Gofast
I'd
and
like
Cloud
to.
Power.
I'd like to see that motor. Well, I mean, if the Juke Nismo ever became like something really serious instead of the one they're actually building, I'd love to see like a 250 horsepower, 9,000 RPM version of that engine.
Well, you drove the GTR.
The Juke R.
Yes, I did.
He
and-
loved it so much he had it stenciled on the side of his iPhone case. Show him all up the camera.
No, I can't. I just got because I was testing this iPhone case out because it's made out of it's painted with the same paint that's supposed to heal itself when you get scratches in it that
we
Nissan
key it?
uses.
Can you
I
show
keyed
us-
it and it didn't heal itself.
Can you
so I
show
don't
us
know.
where it says Juke R on the side?
It doesn't actually say.
says
Oh, it
Nissan.
does. It says Nissan Juke.
And what's your phone number again?
It's
That's why if you insult someone, you should always ask them if they're juking.
Are you
Sorry.
Anyway, but the Nissan Juke R has nothing to do with that motor. Alex Roy, I'm going to get this time.
We have similar hair.
Are you record? Is the audio working? That was really awkward.
Damn it! We'll try one more time.
All right, it's getting weird. Please return the camera back to the table where the adults are talking. And JF.
I have a question. I have a question for the readers. What do you think is the most
Sorry, go ahead.
What do you think is the most tragic story of a manufacturer trying to win Le Mans and not succeeding? And I have my own answer, and I wonder what everyone else is thinking.
Pagani 2003.
Ooh, that's a good one actually, because they ran.
Wow.
They ran. That's not. I was going to go for Toyota because they tried really hard, and they what happened to their car? Like broke down in one race.
But before you arrived, I was saying that there's there's nothing sadder than a supercar manufacturer showing up in a supercar race
And not making it.
Yeah, and that's why Lamborghini doesn't run any outside of spec series.
No, they
And-
run in. They ran it. They were running in GT1 not that long ago, and I don't know if they still are.
I don't know.
All right, hey. Here's a good comment. Please stop with the lame jokes about your lack of masculinity. No sane person wants to hear this, spelled H-E-R-E. Please get back on topic. WTF?
Okay.
WTF?
As the only straight man in the room, Leo, I will continue talking about my opinion. Orlove. With a name like that, you should have a lot to say about manufacturers that can't win races.
I don't know what that means.
Neither do I. So, let's hear your example. Toyota?
Yeah.
Leo, what's your example? Manufacturers, the saddest story manufacturer couldn't win a race.
Tried real hard, couldn't do it. I can think of another one that you would like. Cunningham.
I'll let you go ahead.
Cunningham?
Cunningham. 1950s, way back in the day, Briggs Cunningham came with a bunch of Chrysler-powered cars. Got up to fourth in I think it was like 51 or 53, and they were going to be the great American story of Americans winning Le Mans, and it just didn't happen. He even brought a Cadillac out, which he put a streamlined body on, which they called the Monster because it was the ugliest thing anyone had ever seen in their entire lives.
Look it up now.
You should look it up now because there aren't that many great pictures of it. Ultimate Car Page has a few good ones. Thing is hideous, looks like a whale. They really should have won, and they didn't. And so that would be my answer for Leo if he was going to give one.
Thank you.
Well, the commenters are saying that Lamborghini and GT3.
Yeah.
The 787B, the Mazda, wrecking, then not being allowed back in. I don't remember that.
Well, they won. Then
Is this after they won? Is this like 92?
1999 Toyota,
Yeah.
getting a flat after hitting a curb 3 laps from the finish.
Right.
That was tragic.
And Carlos Rogers, you wish we knew as much as Jay Leno. It's too bad we don't. Well, too bad.
As Jay Leno?
Yeah, Jay Leno does race coverage. That's interesting. He
I don't know where he's getting his information about Jay
Okay,
Leno.
DeLorean never did Le Mans, but someone here seems to think they did.
What, is anyone saying Nissan? Because they tried really hard.
No, I don't see it. Mini Marcos.
Me, Mark.
Really? I wasn't aware of that. I looked that up.
They
Mercedes with all their backflips and aero problems.
Yeah, but they've already won. They'd already won.
Yeah.
Was your question someone that never won?
Spiker.
Yeah.
Spiker.
Spiker
was tragic.
Spiker was rough.
Rough.
GT, yeah. They weren't that quick. They
Awesome
got-
cars.
You guys like them.
I like
They
the
look awesome.
looks.
You guys like them.
And then
This
they
Spikers
bought
look
an,
great.
an F1 team. It was I felt like it was sad. You know, they were trying really hard, and it just was not happening for
Isn't
them.
that still Russian money?
E-Phrase is saying that the Lizards are now replacing the rear shocks on the number, I guess, the 80 car.
Which is the pro car.
Yeah. It's interesting. Whoa! How many hours do we have?
Let's see. By the way, here, C. Caselli is saying Peugeot came back with 4 cars in
Let the
2010.
kids play for a bit. We'll find.
Leo.
Yes, sorry.
Educate me in case I'm wrong here. I'm reading off C. Caselli's comment. Peugeot came back in 2010 with 4 cars after winning it all in 2009. And 3 of the cars had connecting rod failures and 1 damaged tub. Is that what happened in 2010?
Yeah, that was. They had a.
That's a pretty monstrous fail.
That was a mega fail.
Yeah.
The fail to the comment is they had won before and
Yeah,
when they were
so
white
it's okay.
cars. But you're right. That was a bad flame up.
Okay, I have a question for you, Leo.
Yeah.
By the way, Audi's back up front. Just wanted to make that clear. I guess do a
Thank you.
pit stop. Gap is, well, of course, more in their safety car, 4 seconds.
Now
Means nothing.
they still have to do stop and go penalties.
No, I think.
They did it under the.
Oh,
yellow-
I'm not too sure about that.
Me
That's a
neither
very
am
good.
I.
That's a very good point. I wish we had a regulations book in front of us, but
Or a French guy.
the one Toyota left and I think the number 1 Audi both have to do a stop and go penalty. They may have already done it because they stopped under the safety car before. Yeah.
You had a question?
Yes. So you two were both there with the Boretsky interview, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So in that he said he had an interesting line, which I've heard a lot of people say is bullshit.
Why do you do that?
You know,
Why do you
BS.
do that?
It was
Is that
BS.
reported?
out.
What did he say?
Don't worry about it. But go on with the. Hey, spin here.
Oh, thanks.
So Boretsky said that Peugeot pulled out for reasons that should not be discussed, wasn't related to money. It was more personal, and that's why Peugeot came out. They had the ability to race again, and they left for personal reasons and not financial reasons.
Now hold your thought.
Political reasons.
Yeah, hold your
Political
thought.
reasons.
2 things. One, the Peugeot team was set up and ready to test at Sebring when they got the call that the program had ended. Okay? So that's
Okay.
how committed they were to it. And number
Okay.
2, it's not personal. It was political reasons.
Okay.
So let's be accurate. Now
All
go
right.
ahead, please.
No, this is my question. So do you think they were right in saying that it was something political rather than something financial, which pretty much everyone but
I'm sure
that's the only place I've heard.
I'm sure for the financial work was part of the equation. I never think money is never part of the equation.
Yeah, so
Could have been political and them saying that money is better used in this department or whatever.
Or it could have been personal.
Because I've also heard that they wanted to pump up their books before they got tied in with GM for whatever financial business that
Oh,
was.
come on, don't be ridiculous.
Let's stay away from this subject.
Why? Do you know something you don't want to admit to us, Leo?
No, I don't know anything. But and that's just it. We're just conjecturing. I would say this.
Okay.
Okay, I don't think Boretsky's the type of guy that is manipulating the message a ton. And the story was that there was a boardroom decision that ended the program. And I would assume that boardroom decisions have to do with the financial health of a company.
Right.
Now, they were losing money before.
Right.
They had this, you're talking about this GM Technical Alliance merger.
Yeah,
which
something
I'm
like
not even sure,
platforms.
which I'm not even sure how much money was involved or whether it was sweat equity or trading technologies or whatever. But at the end of the day, what Boretsky was suggesting is that one person on the board thought it would be a better move for the company to not spend the money racing. And because he had a political reason versus the other members or member of the board, that's how the decision and vote ended up coming to the table. And then ultimately, a board made a decision to stop racing. So I'm not sure whether it was personal. I'm not sure whether it was bullshit. I'm not sure whether it was driven by financial. I would have a feeling that financial and politics of running a company versus running a race team influenced the decision. Did I answer your question? Not really.
Sort of.
Yeah.
As much as I think we can possibly can.
But that's the point. Until we become TMZ, I don't know what to tell you.
Right, right.
Why don't we become DMZ?
Something about my license again?
If we're DMZ, then we can conjecture all we want.
Well, if you want. I mean, honestly, if you guys want to conjecture, knock yourself out. I ain't in.
Okay.
All right.
So let's go through a little rundown of what's happening at
Yes.
this very moment. Currently, we're under safety car period.
Because, to your point, they're repairing the track.
Yeah, the track is still being repaired after I guess it was about 20 some odd minutes ago. Toyota, one of the Toyota number 8 hybrid was involved in an accident down the Mulsanne Straight into Mulsanne Corner with the number 81 Ferrari AF Corsa 458 Italia. Accident flung the hybrid Toyota up into the air, hard impact into the tire wall, which actually took out some of the Armco behind it. So right now the 2 cars are off track, but we have to wait for the Armco to be repaired. Last year, if you don't remember, the Rockefeller crash was a 2-hour, 3-hour safety car period to replace over a quarter-mile of Armco. I was there. There was 3 trucks of Armco that had to be hauled out of there. So at this point, all the networks are just cutting to footage of crowds.
Yeah.
And
by the way, Anthony Davidson was the driver of the Toyota.
yeah, good point. Yeah.
Made it out on his own. Apparently, they're saying he's not going to be transferred to a hospital, so that's good news for him. The medical facilities at Le Mans can handle whatever happened to him, so that's good. That's excellent.
And the amateur driver, the car landed on his roof, but he got out. Perezzini.
Yeah, Perezzini.
And we saw him
in the Corsa.
Yes,
Pierre
in the
Giuseppe
Ferrari.
Perezzini.
So that car, the Toyota hit the tire wall sideways, but on its tires, right side up. The Ferrari hit and tumbled over and landed up on its roof, but both drivers apparently now got out.
The other thing we need to reference and talk about is that it is sunset over the circuit at Le Cerf. So you're going to start having issues with sun glare at this point if you're a driver. And of course, we're going to go into the night. According to the latest weather reports, no rain for the night with a chance of rain in the morning during dawn.
And someone had mentioned, so far we've been lucky with no rain during the race. There was maybe a little sprinkle in the first hour, but nothing to go to full wets, nothing substantial, and it's been dry ever since.
Okay, so on to the topic of lunch.
Yeah, actually, so what we're going to do now, let's prepare a cutaway. We're going to cut to Alan McNish. Actually, we had a great, fantastic interview. No, the Flying Wizards are not having a good day, it looks like.
That's the Pro-Am car.
Oh, the Pro-Am, okay. At this point, we're going to cut to a uncut drive episode with Leo Parente and Alan McNish.
Oh, that interview, yeah.
About driving technique. And this is an interview we were able to get you with Sim Raceway up at Infineon.
Sears Point.
Sears
Infineon's
Point.
gone.
All right, Sears Point.
Alan, here we are again. But I owe you an apology. Well, I don't know whether you saw it, but on one of the earlier shakedowns, I told everyone that Alan McNish hated me because I was asking tough questions when we were talking about the debut of the Audi R18 hybrid before.
Yeah.
And I suggested...
I remember the questions.
Yeah, okay. And I suggested that you gave a great answer. You were complimentary to my tough questions, but you called me a prick. And then I typed and told everyone that you didn't do that. It was all in my head, so I apologize.
I would never do anything like that. I called you Rick. I thought your name was Rick. That was what it was.
See, it's the ears. It's that ear thing. Number 2...
But you do ask difficult questions.
Isn't that my job?
Yeah, I suppose it is. I suppose it is,
And your job is to give the great answers that you did. Okay. Second thing is you're kind of indoctrinating yourself into the Drive family. I know you, somewhere it's going to show up on camera with your experience with Alex Roy, kind of lapping with him. And this is maybe our third time chatting.
Yeah, I think it's probably third or fourth anyway, that's for
Okay,
sure.
so I got a host of things to ask you about. Obviously, Sebring's coming up.
Yeah.
And we're running 3 Audis. Is that true?
Yep, that's
okay.
true. Yep.
Okay, and but there's no Toyota,
Nope.
no hybrid right now. That's going to debut at Spa.
Yes, correct.
So, and there's ALMS competition, and I don't
Yep.
mean to besmirch all that. The HPD cars are going to show
Yep.
up. But what's the strategy going into Audi? Because it feels like 3 is kind of...
I think that, Lee, you've got to go back, that when the planning was done for this year, it started kind of a year ago.
Yes.
And so from that point of view, the planning with regard to the build-up to try to look at 4 cars, to have 2 hybrid ideally, which, you know, e-tron Quattro, and then 2 Ultras, as in non-hybrid. And then that would leak down to 3 in Sebring, because basically Sebring is a preparation for us for Le Mans, and so is Spa. And so we're actually going with 3 cars to Sebring, and we are going with 4 cars to Spa, and then, you know, we've got Le Mans coming up as well with the 4. And so from that point of view, it was all about that. Peugeot's decision to stop had, obviously, it has effects on different things, but it didn't affect our preparation for Le Mans, and so therefore that's why we're staying with that.
And correct me, it's not just running the cars, it's actually getting the team up to speed in terms of how they do their jobs.
No, it's not just necessarily about the technology of the car. Is it reliable? What's it like in race trim? Can we develop this, that, or the next? Because we do a lot of endurance testing as well. Part of it is the fact that I think of it in, football analogy. If you've got a guy that sits on the side, on the bench, as we call it in Europe, all the time, and then suddenly comes out for the Super Bowl at the appropriate moment, he's going to be rusty. He's not going to be game fit. And that's the thing, is getting everybody up to speed. And that's the engineers, getting the drivers all communicating in the one way, getting all the mechanics working, so that you've actually got 4 groups that are perfectly in tune with themselves, but also with each other by the time you get to Le Mans. Because we saw the competition was so strong last year, and with Toyota coming in, and they're a manufacturer that I know extremely well,
right.
But also we know that Le Mans is a big prize for them that they haven't won. And so there's a lot of effort goes into that program that, we can't rest on our laurels. And we've got to keep on fighting and try to develop for what is going to come, not just necessarily what is here today.
Last question for Sebring. Let's presume that Audi is in a good position during the race.
I hope so.
Of course. Will your strategy change in terms of moving from just winning to testing and developing or trying things during the race, or is that a locked-in game plan?
No, I think you can get into situations of trying and things during a race once you're into it, because just think of it like this, if you're in the car that suddenly gets nominated to try and develop something in a race, then basically, first of all, you've got the wrong stuff on the car, and second of all, then it's going to disrupt the harmony. And if you think back to some of the races that we've had, they've been absolute flat-out sprints, and that's whether that's against other manufacturers or teams, or whether it's even individuals. I remember, there's a list of some of the great Sebring races, and a lot of them are inter-team Audi rivalries.
Yes.
Never mind with anyone else. And that's the thing that comes from Dr. Ulrich. It's like, boys, get out there, race, best man wins, but don't crash into each other. That's his one lasting comment that always rings in your mind. Don't crash into each other. And so on that side of things. But you mentioned about HPD. I keep coming back that they finished second last year. First time out of the box, they had a week of testing, as in literally race week. They rolled it out, did the race week, and then they finished second, 13, 15 or whatever it was, seconds behind the winning Peugeot. So I think in that side of things, we can't discount them. The 2 teams that are running them, one has won Le Mans in LMP2, and the other one has won the FIA GT1 World Championship. So in that side of things, they're not, new teams to the game of motorsport. They're good old teams. So I think with that, it does create the opportunity for a bit of an upset. But bluntly, they'll have to be good to win.
So let's talk technology. Describe some of the things, without giving secrets, describe some of the things you're feeling with the new R18 Ultra. versus last year's car?
Well, with the Ultra to the R18
Yes.
in 2011 spec, which we'll race at Sebring in a slightly, I would say, new regulations format, because we have to run with about 7 or 8% less horsepower
Yes.
because of the regulations, less fuel.
On a diesel
cell.
side, 7%
Yep.
less.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And then also we've got 15 kilograms of extra weight as well. And so in that side of things, it's, you know, we're running the spec of car that we ran, say, at Petit Le Mans, but with the new regulations.
And I didn't realize you're running, no offense, the carryover car for Sebring.
Yep.
But you'll run the new 2012 R8 Ultra at Spa?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
okay.
Everything starts from Spa.
But you've tested the new one.
But we did that last year. We ran the R15 Plus in Sebring and then went to the R18. Yeah, we've been out testing, you know, from
So
really November last year. Okay, so coming back to your point, the differences between them. Obviously, it's been slightly moved towards the new regulations for the horsepower. And so on that side of things, efficiency, straight line speed efficiency for Le Mans is still key. And there's been quite a lot of work there. From a driving point of view, I've got to say that the front end of the car is nice. It is more responsive, better feedback, better consistency. And we've been able to work there, and that's something that helps us as drivers to, I would say, be more consistent through the course of a race.
Do you think that happened mechanically, aerodynamically? Don't say all combination.
It's a bit of both, but I would say more mechanically than aero.
Okay. You talk about the driving. I want to get into this. Our fans seem to love the Shakedown University talking about the technique.
Yeah.
And I'd rather they learn from people that really know what they're doing. So let's cover it this way.
So is Dindo coming on?
No, we're talking to McNish. So let's do it this way. To me, there are various inputs that a driver needs to take advantage of. And they're kind of physical. It goes from head, your hands, how you use your feet, your ass in terms of feeling, your eyes.
Yeah.
And so how do we talk about those? And how do you use each one? Let's start with the head. How do you approach a race?
I think approaching a race for me is about preparation, and that's not the physical preparation of the car. There is a little bit of physical preparation of the driver's side, as in making sure you've got your boots, your gloves, your overalls, your helmet, the correct visors, all of these things. But I think the most important thing of getting that prepared as a driver means that you're getting your mind prepared, that you're leaving home, and you're going to a circuit to do a job and focus in on what's coming up. For me, I do quite a lot of visualization and think about the circuit that I'm coming to, think about, you know, we're here at Infineon. Think about, for example, what it's like coming up to turn one, the compression as you go through there underneath the bridge, the fact when you press the pedal, you can't hit it hard because the car's loaded up and still turning. So you've got to then feed it off over the crest of the rise. You can't accelerate, laws of physics, until you're after the crest of the rise. And get that going in my head. So then when I arrive at the track, there's a lot of that relearning process that's already taken place, subconsciously. But the other thing is that mentally, I'm in the zone to say, right, I'm here to do that job.
So let's take that example when you talked about on track. You're coming up the hill here at Infineon. How are you thinking? Are you thinking like a pool player, a move ahead? Or are you thinking just in that moment?
I think when you're really feeling the car, when you're in it, when you are at one, you're actually one step ahead of the car. Because you're telling the car what to do, not it telling you what to do. The worst thing I feel in a car is when I'm not sure what the car is going to do. When I get into the middle of a corner and it's nervous or something's happening, or that you are waiting for it to snap. When you're ahead of the car, then you're saying, hey, I'm in control, I'm doing what it's got to do, and I'm telling you how I want you to run through the corner. That is partly driver, but it's also partly setup.
Yes.
It's partly making sure you get the car to what you need.
Well, and I don't want to drift from where we are, but you're absolutely right. That communication, probably coming from the head with your team, allows you to give you the car.
Well, it's two things. You communicate as a driver. I communicate with the car. That is my real close communication. And then I take those feelings, those senses. You said about the hands, the loading on the steering as you go through the corner, the G on your body, that your backside sensor, you know, that's telling you whether it's actually going to oversteer or understeer or whatever it's going to do, the pressure on the pedal. I'm taking all of those senses and those thoughts and trying to put them into a language my engineer understands. But he understands a different language because he hasn't felt those. He understands the numbers. He understands tyre pressures. He understands spring rates and things like that, which are pure numbers. And between us, we've got to have that conversion language. And I think that communication aspect of it is critical between you and the car, which is a feeling, and you and the engineer, which is I would say, a communication battle sometimes.
I understand. So another one of our shakedowner comments, notice that we both talk with our hands.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the hands.
Yes.
Okay, we're doing that corner up there.
Yeah.
Talk to me about how you use your hands in terms of being ahead of the car, controlling. What goes through?
I think the first thing is to relax in the car and relax in your driving position. The driving position is key, because if you're in the wrong driving position, there'll be a point where you'll start to think about that and not think about what you're meant to be doing. So you've got to be in the, you've got to have a comfortable seat. You've not got to be rolling around. If you put padding in at the back of you, and to be honest, I've done it before, and you will as well, because
totally.
Because we're not the tallest people in the world. So sometimes you get into something and you're not ideally sitting, and you're stretched maybe too much, and then you get this movement with the foam, and that disconnects that communication with the car.
Yeah.
So therefore there's like a damper in between you and the car's senses. And so, make sure you get in, make sure you're comfortable, make sure you're solidly set into the car, so when the car moves, you move, 1-to-1 ratio. Then the next thing for me is always have your hands in the one position. Never change your hand place, ever. Because then if you do get a snap oversteer, when the rear kicks out, if your hands are over here and you've moved them around, you don't know where straight is. So you don't know how much to pull back. And that's why, if you see in rally drivers, where they have got sometimes a lot of lock to put on, they've got a little bit of tape, so they know that is dead centre top. And we don't have that because we don't have a top and a steering wheel. So therefore, but you've got to relax on the wheel. If you tense up, again, you then have not got that fluid motion that you can put into the car.
I'm going to take it a step further. Where do you feel the wheel? Is it your fingertips, your palm? Where are you feeling the wheel?
Actually, across there.
Got
Because
it.
what I tend to do is I put my hands on like that and then round this way. And through a corner, I find, like, for example, Sebring is hard on the hands. Because you've got that long turn 17, you've got a lot of bumps in the middle of it, and there's the kickback. And so the steering's always kicking. Even though we've got power steering, we've got big, fat Michelins.
Fronts, yeah.
And they sort of put a lot of load back in, and as it kicks, and after the race, this part of my hand here can actually get a little bit numb. And so, for a couple of days, those two fingers are not ideal. You'd feel a little bit of pins and needles just purely because of the pressure and the kickback that's on the hand. And so I'd have said that area there, and then the pressure to feed it, never on the grip, never to the point where your forearms are tensing, because that just tires you out.
Yeah.
That is pure tiring out. And, sorry, the last thing is maybe a bit of a thing for you guys if you're out there and you're finding that everything's getting a bit tense, just do that in the straight. Stretch it all out, let the blood flow, breathe, and that helps. It also can help your mind as well.
Yeah, just to relax, to let it go.
Just to relax, because you've got to be in there relaxed, and then you can be one step ahead. If you're tense, you'll be maybe one step behind.
I want to get to the feet, but you just brought up a point. Do you ever let the car go and run where it is? Like, sometimes you feel like you're forcing the car to do something it wants to do, and you can let it free up. Do you do that?
Yeah. Look, you tell the car what you want it to do. But ultimately, I suppose, if anyone's ridden a horse, it's a bit like riding a horse. It has got its natural feel and way of doing things. Everybody's got their natural sort of rhythm, and you've got to go with that. And if you change the setup in a car, or if we go from, for example, the R18 Ultra to the R18 e-tron Quattro, because of the systems, we've got to drive the car slightly differently. We've got to let it use its natural feel and then dictate it from there. And that's the thing, is if you feel it scrubbing coming out of a corner, why?
Right.
Straighten up the wheel, let the car float, let it run. And sometimes when you're ahead of the car, you can think about these things. If you're behind the car, you've got no brain capacity to think about that. You've got to get in that position where you're relaxed, you're feeling you're in one-to-one communication with the car as it's doing things, held in the seat, and then you'll start to think, I can actually release the wheel here and let the car float.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about feet. Is it that same mentality of being light? I know there's a lot of force to go with a downforce car putting on the brakes, but how do you feel the modulation that you need to put in there?
Well, with downforce, basically, you've got more grip at higher speed. So
How
when
many
you're
G's are you doing?
a lot now, I'll tell you what.
Really?
It's a lot of G. Not from purely like in a Formula 1 car, if you lift off, it feels like you're hitting an ABS in a street car because of the drag, because we don't have a lot of drag because of the efficiency for our straight line speed. And now with quite low levels of horsepower as well, it's even more critical if we take it relative to maybe a few years ago.
And I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no. But with downforce, you basically have to hit that brake pedal as hard as you can at the beginning, because that's when you've got the least chance of locking up the wheels. And that's when you've got the highest deceleration. But then after that, you're in a constant battle and balance between releasing the pressure off the brake, or I should put it a different way, maybe keeping the pressure on the brake pedal to the point where you're just about locking up.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you lock up one of the wheels, you lose 25% of your braking efficiency. Yeah. So that's when you see suddenly the apex sliding past here and you come out the corner with a flat spot like this. And so you've got to just try to sort of feather the brake pack. And the laws of physics haven't changed. They're going to be the same. You know, you can't quite put the load into the tyre by braking and turning in. It doesn't work that way. You take load off the inside, you can lock that up. So as you start to turn in, you've got to be nearly off the brake pedal. And that's where you've got the aggressive first hit, but then you've got that very gentle release and finesse as you start to get towards the turn into apex.
It may be my imagination, but I always felt like watching a race and watching a real good person do it, it's almost like that tire is slowing, rotating just a little slower than the pace of the car, and actually race drivers were the first ABS.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what you're doing.
Well, we are, because when we do lock up, then immediately we're starting to cadence brake, so it's effectively like an ABS system. The thing is that even in racing, an automated system can do it not necessarily better on one occasion, but more consistently.
Yeah.
And it's like anything, then once you've got it, which sadly we don't, but you know, with traction control is another example. Coming out the corner, if we'll take it coming out the corner, with traction control, you would think you just nail the throttle and let the systems do the work, but that's not necessarily the best, because that can sometimes put too much load into the rear tyre, make the rear tyre work too much, and then it builds too much heat, and then the tyre doesn't work as well over the... So you've got to have a bit of thought process and finesse coming out the corner as well, even with the systems.
Do you think about how you want the car to be
Pitch
working?
control.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you do. You think about that a lot, because ultimately, as I said, if you lock a wheel, you lose 25%. So if you brake too hard, and this is a big thing I would have said on track days, you know, people charging up to a corner, braking really hard, and then, you know, first of all, they put so much energy into their discs and pads that they wear them out like that.
Right.
Second thing is that the rear is up in the air, and it's because effectively they've taken the whole weight of the car, stuck it onto the front wheels, and it's like being on the tiptoes of the car. The rears are up in the air and it's dancing around, and it's unstable. And if you turn into a corner when you're on your tiptoes, or if you try to move standing on your tiptoes, you'll fall over.
Yeah.
Car's the same.
Yeah.
So you've got to try to balance all of that out. And we do that naturally by the feel, but also you do it by the thought and process of the setup of the car. So, for example, for me, if I've got a car that when I brake and it turns in and it moves around and it's too soft, I'll come back and say I need it stiffer, because I need to have that constant feedback, that understanding, no delays in information. And we stiffen the car up with either be the roll bars or the springs or the dampers or geometry or whatever it may be.
I'm going to ask a question of you. We were playing with the Palatov yesterday, and
I noticed.
Yes. We're going to talk about it. No, we're not going to talk about that. But part of that was they were running the car very soft.
Yeah.
And there was a philosophy of being afraid of stiffening the car for amateur drivers. Maybe me. And I'm not in agreement with that. I don't think people should fear a stiff car.
No.
Okay, so finish that thought a little bit for me.
I think that there's a compromise. You can be too soft or you can be too stiff.
Mm-hmm.
Stiff is going to make the car react harsher over bumps and curbs and things like that, but it's also going to maybe break grip more and slide more. But it's going to give you a direct information.
Right.
So if you think a very quick and simple way, go up and drive a kart. It's got no suspension, it's got quite high steering caster angles and things like that. The ratio from what you turn on the steering wheel to the tyre is relatively 1-to-1. And so therefore it's instant action all the time. And then it's quite hard to drive, physically and also mentally, because, you know, it is all the time teetering on the edge. But then if you get a very soft car that's lazy and rolls around and things like that, that's quite hard to drive as well.
And it's slower in terms of that feedback.
It's definitely a lot slower, because when you're going into a corner and you're depressing all the suspension and it's coming up, there's a time for all that to happen. And then eventually it gets to the end point where you stop loading it, and then the car will start to turn around the corner.
I know.
So, sorry, just to finish up, I think that the philosophy of being soft or stiff is all relative.
Okay.
And there is that point where you go over the edge on both sides.
I know you've got a lot to do, and that's all I was going to say. We got two more pieces. Eyes. Where do you look at the track? Are you connecting the dots, focused on the brake zone, then the turn-in, or are you looking farther ahead with that anticipation, that ahead of the car mindset? How do you look? Where do you look?
It's funny, I think if you are talking about a qualifying lap,
Go ahead.
then it's different to when you're talking about, say, a race lap, especially a race lap in a sports car like, you know, start at Sebring. If we take a qualifying lap, I think I would be even surprised how often I'm looking at different other things apart from the road.
Yeah.
Which, Mum, if you're listening, no,
It's all
honestly, I
safe.
know what I'm doing. We've got little time displays on the steering wheel, Delta Time, which basically gives us an update every 100 yards or so to the fastest lap. So you're always looking at that not to see if you're going faster and faster, which is the natural adrenaline, but also there's an element of, if it's the last corner and you're 7/10ths up, do you try that last bit to gain an extra 100th, or do you take the risk away and keep your 7/10ths? Do you bank it? And so there's a bit of a game going on there. But in pure driving terms, I'm very much one of where you are through, all the way through it, but looking far through the corner. Yeah. Not looking at where you are all of the time and then a little bit. You know, you basically, before you turn the steering wheel, you're looking at the apex. When you're going towards the apex, you're looking at the exit point. You want to look where you're going to go, not where you are today. It's like doing a budget. You don't do a budget for tomorrow, you do a budget for a year's time or 2 years' time and plan. And that's the same as driving.
And tell me if I'm connecting the dot properly. When you visualize the track, that allows you to look ahead because you kind of have that sense of where we're going anyway.
There's an oddity about this sort of thing that I think you just prepare the brain for something. And it's a preparation of the brain of doing things in a certain way. And, you know, I was never fantastic at school, and I was never very good at, you know, listening to the teacher and then, you know, writing it down once and remembering it. I used to have to go home and write it out and out and out and out and get it bomb, bomb, bomb into my brain. And once it was in, it was in. My report card sometimes suggested it wasn't there, but it was there somewhere.
Been there.
Just filed in a different department, I think. But in that side of it, I think for me, and I'm sure it's for a lot of people, that you do have to work at it, and just running over it in your mind helps with that whole sort of process. But just
go.
You said about the eyes. When you're in racing, then your eyes are darting around so much more because you've got other things, you've got other cars coming around and you're trying to anticipate them. You're trying to look, which driver is it? The number on the side, the helmet, where are you going to overtake him? Prepare. Right, I'm going to get him out of that corner. That's roughly the judgment distance. Then when you've got a line of cars, looking through 2 or 3 of them, because the guy in front, the likelihood of him having an accident and you hitting him is reasonably small. The guy in front of him going off and you not seeing it and plowing into it, that's the higher part. And so it's all about this, trying to look ahead and prepare as far ahead as possible.
You mentioned earlier us, and you talked about being plugged into the car so you're one with the car. And finish that thought where it's really important to have that direct sensation.
I think it's key. It's Chinese whispers otherwise. You know, if you're not at one with the car and it tells you something and you've got a little bit of sort of damping in between, whether it be the seat or whatever, it's uncomfortable or not the right position, and you're not getting constant information, feet, backside, chest, arms, and it's not all in a linear way, then you don't get the right message. And then you can't make the right judgments from there on in. If you're cramped, you know, it's very difficult to put the right pressure on the brake pedal if you're in the wrong angles with, you know, this angle here. And for me, the basic is you should be in that sort of position with your hands sitting relaxed, so your elbow just drops down. You should be sitting with your feet in a nice, comfortable place, and you should not have too much lateral movement in the seat, so your shoulders should be held into place. And that's the sort of thing. If you can have your body relaxed but held, then you will have much, much better chance of understanding what the car's doing and then being one step ahead of it.
On the sim raceway, on a simulator, you don't have that sensation of feeling the car moving with the gas, but you're doing the input visually.
And through some senses, through your hands and your feet as well, but you don't have the G aspect to it, that's correct.
So my question is, if you're using your head and hands properly, even on the sim, and you're getting the additional input visually, does that help you to understand movement of the car and how to drive it fast when it translates to the real car experience?
Well, if you can get, like on Sims here, all of those other areas, then you're 90% of the way there. And if you can tune yourself into that, prepare that, you've done 90% of the job. And then if you get an extra bit of information, then it can only help. And so in that side of things, you know, the information and I would say the graphic detail plus the feedback information the drivers get now of sims like we have, then they're at the point where you can do so much of your groundwork, so much of your learning a new circuit, getting an idea of the distances, where you should brake, where you shouldn't brake, and the scanning of them is so good, of the tracks, I mean, and also the cars, that it's silly little things as well for me. It's like if you change the spring rate or the ratio, gear ratio, what it does. And learning that if you do something, it has a reaction, and there, can you gain here, can you gain there, and it gets your brain thinking as well.
It doesn't change the line, but it changes your approach to the lap, yes?
It changes your approach to what you do as well, because then suddenly you don't just realise, or I'd say, you realise that there's a heck of a lot more to driving than just steering, throttle and brake.
So the last one on the input list is the Alan McNish balls. How do you use that sense of...
That's the last part, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I think the difference between, I'll put it a different way, the difference between first and second on the grid is confidence. And confidence is brought up by the knowledge that you're ready, you're prepared, the car's good, you've got a good feeling, a good feedback, a good overall ambience with the situation. And that if you go into that high speed, the carousel, and it rear snaps, you're going to catch it. Yeah. You're going to be able to get it. If you go in with the thought, oh, I'm not sure if it's going to do that, you're going to be reserved, and then you're not going to get pulled. Yeah. And that is the confidence. Some people call it big balls. Some people call it bravado, but I would actually call it confidence.
Yes, yes. So, thank you for your time. I hope we have some footage of you demonstrating some of these things on the Sim Raceway Sim.
I hope so.
And my absolute last question, will the e-tron Quattro be faster than the Ultra?
Different regulations.
Yeah, I know.
It's tricky. We've got slightly different regulations. I think right now there's two sides. We're very early in the process of developing the e-tron Quattro. It's quite exciting, I've got to say, it is quite exciting. But there is the knowledge of what you already have and the ability to maximize it all of the time, and then you've got the knowledge of the potential of new technology and how you can max it in the time period. Because, you know, we're in March.
Yes.
Le Mans not far away.
June.
It really is not far away. If I look at the time schedules of tests and the point where we have cut-offs to make our decisions on what we want to do so that they can prepare enough of it for Le Mans, it's now.
No offense to your sister brand Porsche and their hybrid.
Who?
Yeah, right. But I have a feeling that while some customers and people and fans of cars look at green as Prius, if Audi and e-tron Quattro do their job, it'll change the perception of that, just the way you did with diesel.
That's what I was going to say, is that
Sorry.
It's funny, I was on a flight across here, and there was a program on in-flight entertainment, and it was asking questions to general public, you know, can a hybrid be fast? And I can tell you it can be, without doubt.
Did you raise your hand in the airplane?
Excuse me, sir. But it can be, and you know, the Porsche ran at Petit Le Mans a couple of years ago in the GT, and that was it was quite cool to see, and it was also quite cool to race against. And now I understand quite a lot about why certain things happened, the way they raced and the way they did things. But you know, without doubt, Audi changed the mentality of people when they brought in Quattro. They did it again with diesel, especially in North America, and I'm pretty sure that the e-tron Quattro will be the next stage.
Well, we watched you at Daytona, but we really want to watch you at Sebring and Le Mans. So thank you again for all your time.
Pleasure, thank you.
Thank you. Ciao.
So anyway, as you may or may not know, right now we're under a full course yellow because of a Toyota and Ferrari accident down the Mulsanne Straight. Ferrari turned into the Toyota Hybrid, the number 8 Toyota Hybrid. So it was the AF Corsa number 81 that was involved in the accident as well. Took out some Armco guardrail. They are replacing that. Hopefully we will be going green very shortly. If you want to watch along with us, Audi.tv has a live feed from inside their cars, as well as live.lemans-tv.com, where you can also find live timing. Right now we're in the chat room looking at what you guys have to say. We also have Twitter @Drive. You can send us messages. We're going to be going all the way through the night.
Yes, so for those of you just joining us, we're not broadcasting the race. We're broadcasting our conversation and translation of what's going on in the action.
And we have people on the ground, George and Zarin, who will be sending us updates later this hour, including video interviews. Charles Morgan will be joining us in 25 minutes right here. Charles Morgan, of course, running the 2 LMP2 Judds, right? Or
yes.
Judds, which will be, which are actually leading the class, LMP2.
1-2 in the P2 class. And when we say on the ground, they're thankfully on the ground in Le Mans. So they've been providing some video before the race and doing so during the race and giving us some commentary from the track to get kind of that vibe.
Yeah.
JF mentioned interviews that we'll be doing, and we've got a ton of videos to show you.
And we did get our food for all those that are asking. We just have yet to eat, so you'll be seeing us eat this hour.
Is that the big issue right now?
Just people asking questions.
And I'm sorry, if you didn't mention, maybe you did, Anthony Davison is okay.
Okay, good.
Out of the car from the Toyota. The Ferrari driver, Perezzini, is okay. And you just mentioned that he's okay enough to blame the Toyota for not expecting him to pass. At the end of one of the fast straightaways,
Yeah.
under power, leading toward the Mulsanne hairpin, a braking zone.
Bad.
So I hope that wasn't really what he said or was thinking, but they're both out of the race. They're both okay, but we had another incident where fast car meets slow car.
Goes
then-
back to our road testament episodes.
Funny I said it, huh?
Fast car, slow car, fast.
Best
Fast car,
slow
slow.
cars to drive fast, not a Ferrari 458.
Mulsanne straight.
Mulsanne, yeah.
Right now, full course yellow, of course, and if you're tuning in, Speed has come back to their broadcast here in the U.S. Of course, you've got the ACO feed online, and of course Eurosport, and we'll be bringing up the Audi TV feed.
And timing
very
and
shortly.
scoring we had. So I think where we are under the yellow, and everyone correct me if I am wrong, we've got the Audi still in P1.
Yep.
The remaining Toyota, though, has not gone away. It's been quick. It is in P2, followed by the remaining Audis behind them. One Audi came in with a front suspension crash, and they replaced that in about 18 minutes and change. Earned someone a T-shirt,
Yep.
and they're back in the race. In GT, the well-fought GT, I think the Corvette is in the lead now.
Let's quickly check that.
Please,
And yes, Corvette number 74 is back in the,
fly. As they, yeah, fly.
just really hitting. Westbrook is behind the wheel, and we got the Ferrari 458 Italia V, of course, and the number 51 right behind it, and then the number 77 with Wolf Henzer Porsche RSR in third.
So through the pit stops or something, the Aston Martin, Pro Aston Martin, has dropped off the pace.
Yeah.
And not in the, he was fighting for the lead, one or two going back and forth with Corvette. Ferrari showed up, and there's been enough action on the track. The car-to-car contact between the Toyota and the Ferrari was really the only event in that way. However, a lot of cars have gone off,
Yeah.
hit the kitty litter. There's been spins. There's been contact, one-car contact.
Yep.
And there's been DNFs already. The Pescarolo team has been in and out of the garage. The Delta Wing has been in and out of the garage with a gearbox or transaxle issue, but it is still running.
Yep.
And it's still running times per the target in that 340, 350 range, just where they intended it to go. So it's still proving its mettle, so to speak.
Not sure where we're going to go with this one at this very moment. Alex Roy is clapping his hands in love for the fact that he's setting up his Forza rig. Oh, that wasn't a clap. He stepped on bubble wrap. Great.
Power cable, though. Missing a power cable.
So you've got,
Sorry,
Oh.
go ahead.
well, we may have the driving part, which was one part of what we're doing here. You've got the opportunity to chat.
Alex, which kind of cable is it?
AC power cable. Any AC power cable. I think
Check that Pelican right there.
I'm looking at the pizza box here. There's one.
Okay, there, I think there is a AC power cable on my Pelican. Anyway, Josh is behind the camera right now, and of course you can now see.
Josh has been saving the technology day from time to time.
And everyone loves our friend Alex Roy, who is. There he is. Alex, how's that pizza
Oh, man.
Well, there's room for it in my shirt and my jacket's on, so no one will know how much I ate.
No one will know, Alex.
Not a single person will know.
And I got my girth pillow on the couch waiting for me to live.
That was great, Josh. The girth pillow.
Oh, great. You switch. I was at an itch, and then you switch.
had
to
an
the-
itch.
That's great.
Pizza. Everyone is. Dick Cheese 663 says pizza. Yep, that's pizza.
This is bona fide New York pizza. This is $1 pizza.
Raph, could you bring a slice down here this way?
No. I can bring as many as you like.
Yeah, I would love a slice. Can you get like a?
How about you just bring the whole box over here?
Where are we gonna put this box?
I don't want to get it like pizza all over
Think
stuff.
about this.
No, but I mean, I know I can eat a slice. I'm not worried about myself.
Let me take a slice.
Because I'm a New Yorker. I can eat a
Thank you.
friggin' slice
Awesome.
without getting everything all over everything.
I need this. Oh, it's hot. Thank you, Kat.
All right, I just
thank
want to
you.
point
Yeah.
out that this is not strictly, even though this is New York and this is pizza, this is not strictly New York pizza. This is dollar pizza, which means the
There's a war-
crust
yeah, there's
is
a war going on.
extremely thick. Yeah, right. JF points out rightfully that there's a war going on in the pizza world in New York. The crust is too thick, but And the cheese is kind of.
Hey, you know
I
what?
got a
Not
little.
bad, but what about the pizza?
The pizza itself is delicious because cheese on dough is awesome. So there you go. And the sauce is pretty good.
So are you guys eating pizza, slices of pizza as an homage to Delta Wing?
Oh, wow.
I like
Delta Wing.
Mike is actually
It'd be
5 years
more- it'd be
old.
more appropriate
I just
for
turned
the
5 years old.
Jumbo jet pops or optical.
This set is already pretty much a mess.
No, it's not.
Hey, Josh, we're still built though to show video, right? We don't crash ourselves if we do that.
I don't know what's gonna happen anymore, but I'll give it a shot.
No, there's no rush yet. I'm just checking. Just checking. We're still under yellow. I think we probably got about 10 more minutes of yellow before they go full course. There are cars sliding off track during the full course yellow. I have no idea what's going on. Maybe they're trying to catch the field. Maybe
It's
they're
cool
coming
seeing
out.
the Delta Wing, and as the sun sets, it's the lights. It's very, very cool pictures we've got right now.
When did the speed broadcast resume?
About top of the hour.
Oh, okay.
Leo, do you know when marbles started becoming an issue at Le Mans? They've been an issue for Formula One for some time, but that's where it's very specific where you've got online and offline. But Le Mans, when you've got traffic is such a huge thing to deal with, do you know when it started becoming more of an issue that you're getting a lot of offline lack of traction?
I am completely guessing, but I think ever since the tire technology has been similar to F1, you have marbles. I mean, go to an ALMS race.
Sure.
It's the same thing. So it's been prevalent for a while. Now they get cleaned off because they're running maybe a couple of lanes here from time to time, but in the corners, I think it's the same issue, and it becomes a bigger problem. Alan Ignition.
Well, we saw it become a huge problem. With,
What's that?
We saw it become a huge problem practically twice today. First with the Audi car going off, and second with two cars going through the same line.
And I'm struggling with a huge problem. I mean, none of that was a surprise to these guys.
Okay.
And I'm not minimizing it. I'm just saying that this wasn't a new phenomenon.
Right.
The guy actually, when they showed the replay of the Audi and the Lizard,
Yeah.
I think what really happened is the Audi misinterpreted the brake check that the Porsche took to go to that corner. I think he didn't expect the Porsche to slow down that much for that corner.
Huh.
We have
And
to pay close attention to safety car.
Safety
Maybe
car's in this lap.
coming in this lap. Let's watch the lights on the safety car. See what's going to happen. Thank you, Dr. Go Fast, for that heads up.
Seems like we're at quarter race distance.
Josh, we'll cut to a break at 3:30 and call Morgan up.
Sure.
Just letting you know.
Sorry about the popping, guys. I think I fixed it.
All right. Well, what do you guys think of the race so far? Compared to, let's just say compared to last year, which was a
Pizza's
very
good.
different race.
Better pizza here. than
Better
Vermont.
pizza than Alex's place?
Someone's calling you.
What strikes me is the competition in the GT class has been fantastic this year.
Well, that's always the case, isn't it? That's what everyone says.
No, but this, well,
Oh, beautiful shots.
this year it's really a serious three-way race though.
Between.
It's been a four-way race. It's been Aston, Corvette, Ferrari. What?
Nothing. All right, good point.
Oh, you got an issue with that?
I mean, I'm laughing at my
No,
own
it's that's what strikes me about this race. Aside from the the various spills and chills that we've seen, is how exciting the GT front four have been. Front five, I would even
Are we
say.
green?
We're going green shortly.
Yep, we're
Actually,
green.
no, we are green. Okay.
We're green.
Green flag. And already action up front with the number one. A lot are stuck in traffic, just got passed by his teammate.
Wow.
Hey, Orlova.
Look at these guys coming through
Yeah.
traffic.
A bunch of people are asking who you are. Let's give yourself a shout.
Now?
Look at that
Wow.
shot.
We just had a pass for the lead.
Okay, so hi, you've never seen me on Drive before. I write for jalopnik.com. I know these schmoes.
What's your name again?
I'm Raphael Orlov. You can look me up on Jalopnik. My byline is there.
Oh, Delta Wing just got hit into the
Oh.
wall.
Ah,
Oh, come on.
Oh, Delta.
That's bad.
Delta Wing.
Watch that happen. Delta Wing was just forced off track
which type of
by
car?
the Ferrari, I think.
Another Ferrari.
Another Ferrari?
Yeah, it looked like the Ferrari. There was an R18 mixed up in there as well. Just got pushed into the grass and
The Toyota was involved as well.
he couldn't
Really?
turn. Yep, Toyota's into
But it's
the
a,
pits.
it's a,
Does anyone ever hit Ferraris?
I don't know.
That
But
may
it's a,
start happening.
by the way, it's a
Let's
local.
watch this happen. Actually, it was the Toyota.
Oh,
it was
Toyota,
the Toyota.
wasn't the Ferrari.
Oh, that was a hard hit. That's
I'll
going to
tell you
bad
why
hit.
that happened.
Bad hit.
Unintended acceleration.
No, I'll tell you why it happened.
Did you just make that joke?
I've already figured out the entire accident. Right here, I use my pizza as an aiming reticle for the evidence. Now,
Now, as everyone knows, you have
a wealth of racing experience and accident investigation
no, a
experience.
statistically higher
Oh yes,
likelihood.
I have statistically higher likelihood than the average person to see the pieces of mystery fall away before my eyes into a pattern which can be then defined as an explanation that is sufficient for people at the time,
look at
even
this.
in the face of later evidence. Now here's what it is. The Delta Wing's front section is 1/3 the width of any other race car because of the nature of what's called a Delta Wing. And as a result, the Toyota driver in his rearview mirror, instead of seeing the front left corner fender of another car, sees empty space, and he sees just the rear left corner. You see, there's a much less car to see.
Yeah.
See, I used my mind. And
It's a start.
They've got lights back there. They've got lights on the back wheels.
it doesn't matter. The mind is, it's a muscle, and we're trained to see what we expect to see. And there's one thing no driver expects to see. There's a Delta Wing next to him with any
Watch when
chance
they
of
take the ring off.
passing.
So the
that is an unexpected
Toyota's getting a
sight.
new rear end, a rear wing, sorry, rather.
It had a
They're,
flat. It had a flat right rear, and
yeah.
I don't know whether there's any suspension damage. Watch when they take the rear section off. See that vertical end plate that's
Comes
the
with
beginning of the wing? No, it doesn't, because the rules say your wing has to be only that square.
Oh, really?
So that vertical piece is part of the, quote, bodywork.
Oh.
And by the way,
That's
do you, see,
clever.
do you see how it turns out to channel air into the wing area?
I'm having some trouble getting it off. This is the one remaining Toyota in the race. It's the number 7.
If it was anyone else that hit the Toyota, I'd say they were paid by Audi, but the Delta Wing's got too much mojo. Oh, come on, guys. Oh,
I'm giving the Toyota crew, these guys are a new team, but they're buttoned up.
can we agree that Toyota is the story of 2012?
I'm impressed by how these guys are acting together and how they're working together as a team to get this car out.
Enough of this, though.
Don't agree?
Alex, we need a fake history of the Delta Wing from you.
Oh,
They're
very
smooth,
true.
they're collective, they're
That was like almost like a real history.
working together. No
Well,
one's
everybody
freaking out.
can tell you that. What's that?
That's the Delta Wing. Trying to see if there's any damage
How
on the
bad is
front.
it?
Driver's still on the cockpit.
That was a weird hit in the wall, given that headlight.
Yeah, it bounced just.
It bounced in a
laterally.
very strange way.
I think he's going to try to go under his own power. They kept him in the car, and the marshals are backing up.
Well, to your point, he bounced because there was no car in the front to hit the wall. So
Yeah.
he went in at an angle.
Yeah, no, it just looked bizarre.
Oh, that's so much for that.
Did you get timing and scoring?
Well, it's very obvious that the Delta Wing is a derivation of the X-29 fighter plane.
I don't think the Delta Wing is necessarily finished. Whoever's comment was that. Oh, that was a chat comment.
I mean, finished in the race?
Yeah, I think
I would agree.
I think he still can get out there.
You meant finished like design-wise?
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going, actually. I was like, oh, wow, I can pile on here now.
What's great about the Delta Wing is that, well, actually, what sucks about it is that it's not really open wheel. An open wheel Delta Wing will allow twice as many cars into the same space, allowing for an interlocking, almost an interlocking like jigsaw puzzle of cars to be massed together in what would be a highly dangerous and most entertaining form of motorsport of all
He's on the
time.
back in front of me.
It's true.
Voltron.
It's basically
Yeah.
Voltron on a track.
E-tron is back up front with.
Well, what I
See,
found,
instead of e-tron, they should have called it Voltron.
Can you imagine e-tron versus Voltron in Le Mans in like 2020?
you mean Chevy's going racing?
They'll have the F-tron.
Transformers, but
E-tron versus Voltron.
No, I mean Chevy Voltron.
Chevy Voltron.
Replace the Corvette.
Sure, replace the.
Is that where you guys were going?
That's kind of where I was going.
Okay.
Yeah, replace the Corvette with.
So here's the accident again. They're showing on replay.
man.
And
That's
what
an annoying hit.
What I well, yeah, what, you know what I find fascinating about this is how many hours into the race are we here?
9,
9 hours?
No.
7.
7.
All right, yeah.
Okay. And these guys are racing for position tooth and nail. They were in traffic, but you had the Toyota and the 2 Audis, 1, 2, 3, and they weren't waiting for anything. They were going for the pass right now. Now they either feel like they need to have that track position, or they really bought into the reality that the technology will do it, so this is a sprint race. You got to go.
I mean,
And unfortunately, the Delta was the unfortunate victim to that, but
And whose fault was that accident then? I mean,
you know, you said, whoever said it, I mean, it could truly have been a situation. You look in the mirror and there's half a car and you think there's space.
so you're not going to give me credit for
I
showing
just
wisdom?
did. I just did.
Whoever said it, my name's whoever.
Yeah, you're right.
It is half a car. I mean, it's just nothing there. In fact, why don't they should have painted it bright yellow
And they
and
painted
put
it black.
strobe
Yeah,
lights
they
on
should
it.
And they painted it black.
Yeah.
On my.
Damn you, Nissan.
Alex, we should get ready for the Morgan interview.
We?
What, you want to get on the phone?
You
with
should
him?
talk.
I'm not. No,
No, you should talk with Charles.
I don't even know what he's doing.
Oh, please.
Alex is one of his good friends, and he doesn't know what he's doing.
No. Listen. It's probably best that I not get involved in that conversation because
No, that would be ridiculous.
I'm
For you-
in complex parallel negotiations regarding my 3-wheeler. Secondly, you're the racing guy who's spoken to him. Thirdly,
Hey, you owe him money?
Yeah.
For 3-wheeler?
Is that the bottom line? That's the bottom line.
I have to send the
always-
balance. I just have to wire him the balance of the money. I haven't done that yet.
Oh,
Maybe you
I
should do that.
understand.
Okay,
So
but let me.
are
be
we not
clear
going to
here.
mention you're here?
No, let's be really clear here. No,
Is
he
the
knows
code
him. I
word-
spoke to him.
Is the code word tango?
Yeah. I love Morgan, but if a Morgan's going to be at Le Mans, win or lose doesn't matter. I mean, I'd be delighted if they win, but what a tragedy it would be for them to win their class in a car that doesn't look like a Morgan. You know what I mean? And 2005 or 4, they had an Aero 8 GTN edition car.
GT3.
GT3. And I drove the street version of that, and that car was fantastic. And it looked, I mean, it's
BMW V8?
it was fantastic. And that was, my love of Morgan began there.
Really?
And, yeah, and I absolutely, positively could not wait to
What are we
own
doing?
it.
You want to switch seats so you can talk to Morgan?
So we're going to call Morgan in all of 7 minutes.
No, we'll switch.
Yeah, we have 7 minutes, so he's expecting our call in 7 minutes. Relax, gentlemen. I mean, of all the cars that, you know, at a distance, you know, if you watch the race at a distance, you don't know cars, you can kind of make out a 911.
Yeah.
You can make out a Ferrari, maybe. You can make out a Corvette, and nothing else looks like what is streetable.
Yeah.
And then Morgan
We'll work
showed
on
up in
classic
05.
design.
And you're like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
It makes it even more nuts to see a street version of that. And so Morgan's back this year because it's the 60th anniversary of Morgan's victory in
They're jeans.
Le Mans. And they're-
60 years ago. In what class? 60
I don't
years
know.
ago.
Was it plus? What was it? What?
Like
Look
a
it
plus-
up.
The plus
It
size.
It was something crazy. But Le Mans has a crazy racing history and had a lot of victories back in the day. So, and by the way, you know, screw Lotus. I mean, Morgan invented low-weight, high-power cars. He did, way before Lotus. Leo, if anyone here could prove me
19
wrong,
The 1962 class win of the Morgan Le Mans 62.
there you go.
TOK 258.
I don't even know what that is, but all I know is I love Morgan and how great it is to see a small volume manufacturer, but a real manufacturer, enter the game. I'm just, I'd rather see it in a Morgan body.
So let's see. I mean, let me pull this up. You can get a picture of it.
But they deserve all the press that they get. Absolutely. Bias, yes.
Lots.
Objectivity, go somewhere else. And that Morgan car, if you ever get a chance to go to the factory, they have their Morgan Le Mans car in the museum at the factory, and it's still...
The Aero 8, you mean?
Yeah, it's just bonkers to see it.
We want to go to a Fian interview before we go to Morgan? So
Yeah, if we can.
Yeah, see that on
Sharks,
there,
ready
it's
9,
sexy.
if you can.
Is that the 35-hour one?
Yeah.
Or Love, how do you feel about Morgans?
I love them.
Good, 'cause I spot a three-wheeler.
So yeah, who was I talking to though? It was like I was saying,
Get ready to call his.
oh, I was talking to Peter Araj, who
I didn't know I was
the
doing the
Hungarian Jalopnik rider, who was a really
You
cool
gotta call
dude.
international.
Here, you're
And
doing that international.
no, I was telling him,
Okay.
you know, Alex Roy
Trust me,
is
this is
sort
not
of
my this is not my
related to. I'm sort of. There's a chance that I
Like on
could
that
be near a three-wheeler.
You want it on
And
this?
perhaps
Yeah.
they wouldn't really notice if I was sort of in the
I would be
three-wheeler
thrilled to let you drive it.
or somehow out of state driving it, but no one
It's
was
the best car ever made. And this is coming from a guy who owns a Citroen SM and an
Don't.
886.
You know, your Citroen SM.
303 thinks we're all a bunch of idiots.
Your Citroen SM has
Well,
just
you know,
broken down out of jealousy.
And see what Frankiti's
It
saying.
is, it is.
The headphones,
'Cause now
and see what Frankiti's saying about the Delta
One
one.
conversation at a time, remember, we're going to a mixer.
At least mine's entertaining.
Yeah.
What's the name of this driver?
Frankie.
Marino Franchitti. Driving the
He
Delta.
looks like me on a diet plus illness.
He does look like.
All
a
right,
sick-
so we're going to jump away to a interview with Doug Fien of Corvette Racing, and then when we come back, we'll cut to a live interview with Charles Morgan if we can get him on the phone.
In 4 minutes.
Yeah. So this Fien interview is. Number 9, Josh, just so you know.
You know, having been accused of being a Mercedes hater, it's not true at all. I'm a Ferrari hater.
And unfortunately, we're not going to be talking to Doug live as his Corvette goes up against the 59 luxury Ferrari for P1, I believe.
Yep, that's for P1.
Wow.
You know, one thing you would never see is a Ferrari team called the Modesty team, like Car 59, Modesty Ferrari. No.
So with Corvette challenging for P1, let's cut to an interview with Doug Fien, the head of Corvette Racing, and his thoughts on Le Mans.
You know, we talk about this as a 24-hour race, but think about this. On Wednesday night, we're on track for 6 hours. The boys get home in bed by 2 a.m. They're up at 6, back at the track, preparing for the next day qualifying. That again, starts at 6, ends at midnight, they're home about 2 a.m. Now that's 4 hours sleep. That brings us to Friday, where they're up early, they work all day, they try and get home by 10 o'clock, maybe by midnight they're up at 5 a.m. on race day. Their day begins at 5 a.m. for a 9 a.m. warm-up, and then that 3 p.m. race. That 24-hour race quickly turns into about a 35-hour race on 5 hours of sleep the 3 previous nights. The mechanical part of it we have down. The manpower part of it is what wins races. And I think we've demonstrated by our 7 victories here that we've got that part figured out as well.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Cut. That was Doug Fien of Corvette Racing, talking about the 35 hours of Le Mans, as he calls it. Oh, Charles Morgan is calling on my phone right now. We gotta. Want to take that?
Yeah. Right here?
Yes.
Charles, this is Leo Parente. How are you? And he can't hear me.
Let's call him back on the landline. We need to.
Can you call him back on the landline? Sorry.
No, it's
I'm
all right. No, it's cool.
Let's cut away. So hold on before we. Okay, there we go. Oh.
Now he's calling you back.
Charles, we're going to call you back on our speakerphone, okay?
Welcome to the O2 line.
Calling you right back. Thank you.
Can we quickly cut to our intro? Because I don't want to have the dial tone give that number
Is that a
away.
different number?
That's not. Don't read. Guess who we have on the phone line?
Finally, huh? Charles Morgan, CEO of Morgan Cars.
Hi, Leo.
How are you?
Speaking to you gotta speak loud.
Hi.
Hi, Charles.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Charles, we've got great news. Your cars are still sitting 1-2 in P2?
Leo, it's a bad line. I'm only getting a little bit of what you're saying, but I'm here at Le Mans, and I'd love to tell you what's happening. There's 17 hours to go.
Please give us an update from your side and Morgan Cars.
Well, an update. Well, there was a huge accident, and luckily Anthony Davidson escaped. I think he's okay, I hope. We don't know exactly what happened, but sorry, whether he's okay, but we know what happened, of course. A Ferrari cut across and hit Anthony Davidson in the Toyota and sent him flying in the air. The most spectacular, better actually, more spectacular than last year's Alan McNeish accident. He slipped over 3 or 4 times. I think he's okay because he got out of the car, and so there's been the safety car now for the last hour and a half, and they've just restarted the race.
Now, in your P2 class, you've been going up against Nissan and Honda, but we find you at the front of the P2 grid. Tell me a little bit about your Morgan car performance for the race so far.
Well, subsequent to the safety car coming out, I mean, we were in extremely good position before, obviously, the accident delayed the race and stopped the race for about 2 hours. We were lying, in fact, in the first 2 positions, first and second in P2, and I believe we still are. We're actually 8th overall, and first in LMP2. 8th overall for an LMP2 car is pretty extraordinary. It's largely the result of Olivier Pla. We have this marvellous driver who's an absolute ace at Le Mans, and he's put the Morgan Judd into pole position with a considerable lead over everybody else in the 8th position overall, which is pretty impressive when you think the P2 cars are 200 horsepower down on the Class A cars. So we're also in 10th position with our Belgian team, and they have a very talented American, David Heinemeier Hansen, who's an amateur, but he's almost as fast as the pros. So, he's a great guy to have on board.
So I've been, in particular, very harsh about Lotus sponsorship, and I'm not asking you to comment on that, but I would like you to tell us a little bit about what Morgan is doing with this association with Oak and racing. It's more than just putting your badge on a race car. There's something more happening, yes?
I didn't really get your full question, but if the question is, what's Morgan doing at Le Mans, we are collaborating with Oak, and it's obviously a carbon fiber prototype. But the fact is that I think it offers the same thing as every Morgan, which is a smile on your face when you drive it. And I hope David Heinemeier Hansen feels that, because he's put a lot of money into his drive here at Le Mans. But no, we have the Morgan three-wheeler here, which is coming into the States, and I've just crossed the States in one, actually, from New York to Los Angeles to try and show people it's quite a reliable car. But no, I mean, we build cars in Malvern, and also we collaborate with people like BMW to make sure that drivers and customers can have a real experience of fun behind the wheel. And I think probably that's what our drivers are doing here at Le Mans.
You told me a little bit at Sebring that there's some work on materials to develop that expertise that could apply to the road car too?
Leo, I'm not really getting your questions, I'm afraid. There's a big breakup problem here with the phone line. But I think what you're referring to is Sebring, and obviously that was a great sort of build-up to Le Mans, 12-hour race. But unfortunately, Morgan didn't score there. But no, I think we're proving now that sort of preparation provides a very good format to prepare yourself for Le Mans itself. But to be honest, there's 17 hours to go, so it's early days yet. Phone me a bit later on, and I might not be quite so optimistic.
Well, and I understand that. And confirm the BMW engines that run in your Morgan, that is the basis of the Judd motor that's running in your race cars, yes?
Yes and no. I mean, the trouble is that a race engine now is built specialist. It's built by a specialist operation. And although they use the block, there's an awful lot of parts that go into the engine. And of course, we're moving into a new age now. Don't forget the front-running cars here. Some of them are hybrids. So, the Le Mans is actually a great test bed. It's a great test bed for new technology. And what we hope to do in the end is to demonstrate that, you can actually also use motor racing to really prove the new technology out. And, I hope that's the future for Morgan and for Oak, as well as for Audi and for Toyota. But the fact is that I have got a bit of news. The Delta Wing did actually go off just recently.
Yes.
But it's a great idea, and it's proven that it can meet its lap times. Whether it's the answer, I'm not sure, but certainly new technology is the way forward.
There's a little bit of a connection with Morgan and Le Mans, more than just running these cars this year, yes?
Oh, very definitely. I mean, we had GT2 cars in the race in 2002 and 2004. And to be honest, I suppose our home really is the GT cars. But the problem is, though, that the GT cars now, the Porsches, the Ferraris, the Astons, the Chevrolet Corvettes, it has become a sort of, a GT formula where the car is closed. It's a specific sort of, and they're not as fast as the prototypes. And to be honest, I mean, I suppose what Morgan is about the open air. It's about, communicating with nature and having fun behind the wheel. And, in a closed cockpit, that's not always the case. So I think the point that we would make is that let's have more open cockpit cars, but not obviously open wheelers. Let's have more open cockpit cars that go really fast and give the driver a real sense of, traveling through the air.
And I'm stealing the line from you, but you pointed out that these P cars have fenders that are kind of like wings, very much like the fenders on your Morgan separated from the body, so I guess it all works.
Well, it does. I mean, having said that, of course, if you close in the cockpit, you do get perhaps a little bit more straight line speed. Aerodynamically, the car's a little more slippery. But of course, the drivers and the mechanics can't stand them because, they're difficult to work on. They're extremely difficult to get in and out of. I don't know whether you've seen the doors of the Audi and the Toyota, but it's a window, basically, that the driver has to climb in and out of. The driver feels very claustrophobic. If it rains, of course, there's all those problems with misting up and the fact that the windscreen wipers might not work at 200 miles an hour. And then, of course, you've got the added problem of the fact that, you've got to run an air conditioning unit because, law dictates that the cockpit mustn't get over a certain temperature. And that takes power from the engine. So let's go open. Come on, open cockpit. That's the answer.
And last question, remind everyone there's a Morgan running in American Le Mans Series as well. Is that true?
Absolutely true. I mean, please follow the Morgan with, as I say, this incredibly talented amateur, David Heinemeier Hansen. He's a fantastic guy. I mean, he's a .com millionaire. He's putting all his money into motor racing, and to be honest, he's a seriously competitive driver. He's within less than 2 seconds of the professionals here at Le Mans. So this is the guy to watch, and he's in a Morgan.
And have you already put an order form for a road car in front of him, or is that something for later?
You can buy these Morgan LMP2 cars. I mean, Oak will build you one. They're not expensive. They're only about $450,000. So, I think lots of people ought to buy them.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you seriously, thank you for your time. Best of fortune in the rest of the race, and we'll catch up with you.
Okay, if you want something, Leo, a little more affordable, then get the Morgan three-wheeler, because that's about $45,000. A tenth of the price.
Why am I having a flashback to my my automotive days? But thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Okay, ciao. Good to talk to you.
You too. Ciao. Thanks
a lot.
Thank you, Charles.
Good to talk to you. And I'll give you an update a bit later if you like.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Thank you, Charles.
17 hours to go.
We have the same hours too, so thanks.
I mean,
hang up on him.
Not only is he exactly as charming as you hope the president of Morgan Motor Cars would be, but that was the most lucid defense of open cockpit racing I've ever heard. I mean,
I was impressed with the fact that he didn't understand a single goddamn question and still made it work.
That was impressive.
Good for him. Good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morgan.
That was a fantastic interview.
Yeah. That was great.
He's a really good guy. We met him down at Sebring. Alex, future episode of Live and Let Drive is from his factory in.
Factory visit.
Yeah.
Some testing of some Morgan models.
Fantastic location. Awesome experience and great guy. Really
Yes.
down to earth guy.
Are there still old dudes like
Yes.
pulling wood? And
Yes.
Oh yeah, there are
I've
workshops.
seen some of those
Guys,
spots.
too. Like half the staff is probably under 30.
That's
Yeah.
And all the designers are 25 years old, 26 years old.
So, Toyota.
Oh yeah, sorry, we gotta get an update on what's going on at Toyota. Toyota, the number 7 car went into the pits, went up on the jack stands in the garage. Looks like they took the undercarriage down and are working underneath the car. No idea as to what exactly is going on. I hope someone can fill us in because we were on that interview trying to get information.
The shocking thing is they're working on the front of the car, and the hit was in the back.
Is there a replay of the hit? No, see, they're not. Speed doesn't have it streaming yet. Let's see what we got here.
Guys, if you can fill us in the chat as to what you may have heard while we were on the phone with Morgan, be good. Thank you. People are calling you Martin Brundle.
I don't know whether that's good or bad. Radio Le Mans is basically talking that they've got some maintenance problems with the car from the fact that this thing's never run, this thing being the Toyota, has never run long hours. You know, they had their testing crash that set them back. They built this new chassis. They've done simulations, but I don't think they've run it in anger for as many hours this way, this intense. So,
In anger, you are Martin Brundle.
really?
You got the e-tron and an Ultra in pit lane right now. The number 1 and the number 4.
Now, this sounds like a manufactured comment, but I really was led to believe from Dr. Ulrich that they let these teams race.
Yeah.
That there's intramural competition. You know, it's the classic, let's not do anything stupid, but they let them race. And there's, by nature of it racing, each team has a lot of pride in their performance. And I believe that it's too early for these
Did you
teams
see that?
to start falling in line. No, I missed it.
On the back of the e-tron, they hook up a ground wire on it. I just noticed.
To ground the
To
car.
ground the car, yeah.
Wow.
Because, you know, the similar KERS system would. Actually, no. You know what?
No, that's
I was
true.
thinking, no, yeah.
No, KERS has an electric, like the ground thing on the pit lane ground.
Yes.
So when they roll over it, it
No,
contacts.
but they plug something.
This one they plug in.
Yeah.
I would like to see how Toyota does it because they have a similar system to what Sauber did. And remember, they were getting some electrocution.
shocks,
Not
yeah.
electrocutions,
Yeah.
but electric shock.
Williams?
Was it Williams?
Williams had the flywheel.
Williams had the flywheel. I'm talking
you're
about
talking about
Toyota. Hey, come on! I'm talking about Toyota. I'm talking
Toyota's
about Sauber.
down to 4th
Sauber had
at
the,
this point.
Yeah.
The 3, the number 1, the number 2, and the number 4 Audis are up front. 2 e-trons, 1 Ultra. Capello is in the number 2 car. Gonna check in on GT. GT Pro, Corvette.
Yeah.
In GT Pro, we've got the 74 Corvette up front, followed by the 51 Ferrari 458 Italia.
The 51.
51. AF Corsa.
Well, are you sure it wasn't the Jack air hose, by the way?
No,
Says,
no.
one AF channel.
No, it was certainly ground wire.
Okay, just making sure.
So between the 51 Ferrari and the 59 luxury racing Ferrari teams are starting to gang up on the Corvette. We also need a kind of insight on what happened to the Aston Martin. Where did we lose that in the front of this GT battle?
Down in running 33rd overall, 6th.
Yeah.
If anyone in chat room
In
can
class.
frankly update me on what happened to Aston Martin.
In GT Am, we've got the number 50 Corvette up front, followed by the number 67 RSR, and then third, the AF Corsa Waltrip Racing 61 car.
And just to give you the cringe-worthy comment, no Michael Waltrip behind the wheel, but Robert Kaufman is.
Oh.
Driving around looking for a Rockefeller? Is that too hard? Is that too cruel?
That's bad.
Yeah.
The Delta Wing, currently in 49th.
Is it running?
It's running.
It's good.
Delta Wing is back out.
Yeah, buddy.
Knight is over the track.
Oh, look at that. I'm actually looking at our live stream on my little PC here.
How's everyone doing?
I'm doing fine. I think I need another beer at some point.
More beer.
Oh, Cat. Yeah, we can do a.
Alex, you need a wire for that Forza setup?
Yes.
I've got some in the Pelican case. I've got AC adapters.
Are you sure?
I
don't seem to be able to reach it.
Yeah, the couple of comments on the Toyota from the chat now that I'm starting to read it.
Yeah.
They're working on the front of the car. I'm not sure it's cooling. It looked like they were working on the under tray, but it could be either one. And someone said, is this it for Toyota? Well, it's obviously going to make the challenge a lot harder because they're dropping laps, right?
Yeah.
And now we're 4 against 1, or how many? All the Audis are still in the field. Right?
Yeah, Toyotas have a uphill battle. Looks like. Jared.
Give me 1 second.
Like anything interesting
Wow, look at that.
from the peanut gallery?
Um,
In the commenters?
Will this work?
well, right now the commenters are. I think we need to start. I think we need to start drinking Jack Daniels. First of all, you guys look sleepy. That's absolutely true. We need to start
Too early for
deleting.
sleepy.
We got to start deleting some trolls.
Really?
Yeah, a couple trolls.
Can you just ignore them?
Well, they're taking up a lot of space now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I got to now I got to scroll down through all the. Apparently, I look high as hell. Well, that's because I've just been kind of zoned out trying to find some information. So it looks like I've been in a weird, high zone area. If you know what I'm saying. I've been celebrating 420. Oh, thanks. Oh, I thought you were going to go down and get more. I didn't realize there were more. Now the party is starting. All right. It's cool. All right. Thanks, Kat. No. I'll go up and get that. But thanks for that. We'll go on a run later.
So here's the other thing to note.
All right, Leo, some actual racing stuff from
Oh my
Leo.
God, yeah. So as I start to translate what I think's going on here, in GT we've got 2 cars on the lead lap. Everyone else is already at least 1 lap behind. The Felbamar Porsche, which is in 3rd, is a lap back. So it's right now down to the Corvette and the Ferrari. And I know that sounds stupid as we're not even halfway, but already a lap gap. When I jump up to P1,
The Corvette is up a pit stop, though.
is coming in for a pit,
No, it has one more pit stop than the Ferrari.
and it's still on the same lap.
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually pretty damn impressive.
That's pretty impressive. So where's Aston? So Aston's dropped to
5th or 6th.
You know,
Their lap times are still competitive, but I have no idea. But here comes the entertaining factor. So
they got an extra pit.
in P1, they pitted 1 extra time
7 to 6
for Aston Martin.
Yeah, absolutely.
In P1, you've got Audi 1, 2, 3. But guess what? You've got Toyota in 4th and 5th. Not the hybrid, it's the Rebellion Toyotas, the gas cars.
Right.
Look at this Corvette Ferrari.
Back to the Corvette and Ferrari.
Corvette.
fight for
So it's
position.
Ferrari, Corvette right now.
No, that Corvette
it's
is
a lap
lap down.
yeah.
Yep, sorry.
But it's still an element to
So
the story.
73 Magnuson is trying to make up a lap for what that's worth. And I was just about to check, is he 1 or 2 laps back?
So Gavin.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this could be entertaining, as that Corvette right there is going to try to unlap himself.
So the first Corvette is Gavin, right?
I think that is true.
Okay, and
And Garcia is in the Corvette that is in P4, but one lap back.
Reports of the number 88 having problems with the floor. Thank you, NFSP.
With the floor?
The floor, I guess. I'm assuming he means the bottom tray.
Yeah, that's okay. 88 is a what? Where am I?
It's a Porsche. I think it's an AM car.
Yeah, it's the Felbermeyer Porsche amateur car. I'm assuming all of you are obviously noticing that the GT cars run yellow headlights, P cars run white, and just to make it tougher for the Corvettes and Ferrari, here comes an R18 Ultra.
Giving him crap. The Waltrip 61 Ferrari's in there. Let's see what this Ultra does with 74.
And onto the Mulsanne straight.
Jan Magnussen is in the 73, currently 5th in class. 1 lap down in front of, right behind the sister car, the 74.
Do I need to refresh this?
On the Mulsanne straight. See what Jan does with his teammate. Because Jan seems to be a little bit faster here. Had a better exit onto Mulsanne. He'll not do anything here.
by the way, what was the penalty that the Delta wing got? Did we establish this?
Oh, I didn't know they got a penalty.
I didn't know.
They were in for 2 minutes, wasn't it?
Well, I didn't even know they got a penalty. What penalty?
Did you?
I don't know why. No.
Okay.
And by the way, as we're watching these two Audi, behind is the gas is the gas Toyota Rebellion. So if they get a long shot, it'd be interesting to watch the speed differential between the gas P1 and the diesels.
Let's see.
Looks like there may be a steering wheel wiring problem.
JF Mutual, the only man with a telepathic OBD port.
Great conversation that was. All right.
Do we even listen?
I was listening to Alex, but I just was not sure by what he meant by that comment. All right.
This is where you just hope they're not spending too much time on the crotch belt.
So to answer some people's questions about what we're doing right here, we cannot show the race footage because of legal reasons, licensing fees, and the ACO's reluctance to actually let drive be on the ground. But that said, we do have two guys on the ground providing us information and footage. You'll be getting more footage from them probably in about 10-15 minutes. We're approaching the top of the hour. We're going to go for a break shortly. About 60 seconds to get back on track.
When we break, we run a video or something?
Yeah, we're just going to run the intro video and reset the Wirecast.
Leo, before we go to break, can you speak real quickly on the effect of drafting in Le Mans on the straights?
They run low drag, so it's real.
So yeah.
When you're running those straightaways, if you can get in behind one of the cars, even if you're a GT car and the speeds are close enough, and you can grab a little bit of that clean miles per hour.
Yeah.
I was going to say suck, but I knew the jokes would just kind
Clean
of pour
suck.
on. Right.
I think
There is a draft, so it works, and it'll help not only with making up distance on the track, but it'll help you with your fuel mileage.
Yeah. Both of those are important. The second one being more important at this point.
So
I think. But.
Okay, everyone. Josh, we ready? Okay, everyone, you're watching the 25 hours of the 24 Hours of Le Mans on Drive. We're going to take a 60-second break. We'll be right back at the top of the hour. It is 4 p.m. in New York, 10 p.m. in Paris, Le Mans, France. Well, Paris and Le Mans, France. I kind of screwed that one up. You're watching the 25 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans right here on Drive. The front page, I'm just screwing this one up. The front page of YouTube, as well as youtube.com/drive. If you want to get a hold of us, you can use Twitter or on the chat on our channel page, youtube.com/drive. Joined with Leo Parente at this desk. We'll be here for another
Don't even mention it.
14 hours or something.
There's a race to run. Be here to the end.
Alex Roy, Mike Spinelli, and of course Orlov is here, sitting in. Spinelli is taking a break. Alex is getting ready for Forza to race anyone who wants to race him. He'll be setting something up. We'll fill you on that. Let's do well, first off, what we're going to be having this hour, we're going to have more updates from the track. From Zarin and George. We had Charles Morgan from Morgan Motor Company on last hour. How's the race going?
So the race, I hope you're following it, because a lot is starting to develop. Basically, the Toyota threat to Audi is in question right now. Toyota had an unfortunate crash contact with a slower GT car at the end of the Mulsanne Straight that took Anthony Davidson, took him into the air. He landed tires first, but ended up in the tire wall, a pretty hard hit. He is okay, shaken up a little as you would be with a hard impact. And that took one of the two Toyota hybrids out of the Audi race. The second one is, I think, still in the garage with some type of mechanical maintenance issue that they're trying to resolve, which leaves us with Audis running 1, 2, and 3. The two e-tron Quattros have defied any doubt about the new technology and has stayed at the front of the grid, and followed closely by one of the R18 Ultras. One of the e-trons was in the pits to clean out some tire clag that came up from the track and locked up the rear suspension, and that put them back, but they've come back into one of the top two positions. And one of the Ultras had a similar situation, so it's a little farther down. We still have Toyota in the race and in the battle, and there is a Toyota P4 and 5. It, however, is the normally aspirated gas, petrol-powered Rebellion Toyotas. In GT, it's the battle everyone expected.
Corvette is leading. Number 74 is up top with the AF Corsa number 51. Pretty much right there, 4-second gap.
Yeah.
4 seconds in between P1 and P2 in the GT Pro category, with the number 77 Porsche 911 in third, only about a lap, 1 lap behind that. I think, yes.
Yes, you're right.
Yep. In GTM, we have the Corvette C601 run by the number 50. Who is that? It's not Corvette Racing.
Labra
competition with the number 61 AF Corsa Waltrip Racing 458 Ferrari Italia. Yeah, so we're going into the night. It's getting dark there. There's only 7 hours of darkness in Le Mans, France this time of year. The sun will rise at approximately midnight New York time.
And one more class, the P2 class.
Oh, sorry, P2.
That's okay. Where we have the two Morgans. We just talked to Charles Morgan, so he's pretty proud of the fact his two Morgan chassis cars are in P1 and 2, and actually they've split the difference. One is Judd powered in P1, and the Nissan is powering the P2 car. Behind that is Nissan, Honda, Nissan, 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 Honda, Nissan. You get a sense of what that class is all about.
Hey, Nissan? Okay.
Yeah, did I mention Nissan?
It's going to be a long night. 7 hours before we see the cars again. It's getting dark out there. You see the 73 chasing down the 74, the sister car Corvettes. Stands.
You were there at night last year.
I never left the track. Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't leave the track. I didn't have a ride.
So, and I've been again, details that I really have no care. I've been to races in the night before, Petit Le Mans, but this is the
Nürburgring. You're at Nürburgring.
The real Le Mans. Yeah, that was a whole different experience. Mm-hmm. But so here's what I was going to ask. It looks like with these cars and these speeds and the lighting they've got, whether it's the tail lights of the Audi that look kind of unique and the lighting of the numbers on the side, describe as a visual person the ambiance of what this race is like at night with these cars.
You got to keep in mind these are on public roads. This is not a racetrack. The Mulsanne Straight in the middle of the night, it's pitch black. There is no light.
Nothing.
The only light.
So that is like Nürburgring.
Well, no, the Nürburgring, you had fires, you had fans, you
The campers, yeah.
you had spotlights, you have discos, you had everything pretty much lining the track. If you think about it as a driver, of course, we haven't raced the Nürburgring 24, but if you race, I assume you can actually see where the track is going through the lights in the trees. Actually, we could see it as spectators. You can actually see where the track is going based off the fence line with all the lights and all the fans. Mulsanne Straight, it's actually very difficult to get close to during the race. The only people there are either press, journalists, and the corner workers. So there are no fans with any lights. It's pitch black through a forest. And you know what? You run off the corner, you're in the grass, and then the Armco is very close.
The photography of the cars at night always show them kind of glowing, and they've got the reflective pieces. Do you feel and see that when they go by you?
Yeah, most certainly. But there's a video we'll run later on, just sitting on the sideline at Mulsanne, just the gush of air, more so than anything else. And you hear the cars go for miles, it feels like. Checking back in with Toyota, looks like no idea who that is.
Nakajima is getting back in the car.
Yeah, the Japanese driver, one of the Japanese drivers, is getting back in the car. So Toyota's preparing themselves to go back out on track. They're down in, I think, 5th position.
If you get there before me, that's good.
5th position.
No, that's not it.
Sorry.
They've dropped deeper.
7th, yeah.
And they are 98 laps, what'd you say? Sorry.
4 laps down, yes. 4 laps down, 10 pit stops so far. I wouldn't count them out of the race at this point. There's plenty to go, but the chances of an Audi finishing ahead of them is higher because all 4 Audis are still in the game, and there's only 1 Toyota left after the horrific accident we saw about 2 hours ago, which we'll recap right now.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so we had about an hour-long safety car period because of an accident with the number 8 Toyota hybrid, which run aground with a Ferrari 458 out of the Mulsanne Straight into the Mulsanne corner, lifted both cars into the air, flipped the Ferrari onto its back, and the Toyota hit the Armco with the Ferrari at high speed, taking out part of the track Armco. Both drivers seem to be okay, luckily.
Yeah, Michael Spinelli was mentioning it. The fin on the car, the underside of the tub itself is curved to try to reduce that type of getting air and flipping the way Mark Webber did when those Mercedes went into the woods. But at some point in time, the slip angle becomes so extreme off vertical that it's just going to catch air and go, and that's exactly what happened with the Toyota. Now, it happened at the kink again, which is this...
Well, it was last year, the Rockefeller was right before the kink.
Yep.
Same part of the track.
Yep. Well, they're both aiming for that same target to get through that kink is my point. And I do hope that they don't overreact and change the configuration of the track. But here was a situation where both cars were trying to find track space at a high-speed place. I know the Ferrari person could probably argue that once I've committed, even at my high speed, there's not much I can do. But after a long Mulsanne Straight, before the kink, coming out of that last chicane, how do you not check your mirrors and know that there's a fast P1 car coming up on you?
You should know at that point. And especially the flaggers in that location are going to tell you. I think that's something you can't.
Now, and I don't want to sound naive. I mean, I know they're going at a high rate of speed. I know there's a lot going on in the cockpit. I know it's not always easy to see out of the cars. But that's the job you've chosen. So what else can I say?
Yeah. Yes, I'm sucking the fun out of the room, as everyone is saying in the chat.
You are? How did you do that?
I don't know. Don't know.
I thought I was...
Thank you, Alex. I don't know what Alex is currently doing. Oh, we should turn the camera around so everyone can see.
Not until I get my credit card.
So I have a quick side chat question. The Rebellion Toyotas are in P4 and 5. Close enough, right?
Yes, P4 5.
And we've got a Toyota liveried Lola in P2. None of those cars have anything Lotus on them. They're Lola chassis, as I mentioned. The 2 P1 cars are Toyota motors, and the Lola in LMP2 is, they call it a Lotus branded engine, but it's the same Judd BMW that is running in the Morgan. So my question to the boys and girls are, really, does that do anything to help Lotus's credibility, or are you laughing out loud with me?
Well, presumably they are getting.
Here we go.
They could get experience. This could be just the beginning of a larger program.
Who's they?
They are.
So presumably
Who's
Lotus would be, getting ready for a larger program into Le Mans.
What if I told you there are no Lotus people involved in any of those teams?
I would not be surprised in the absolute least. I think everyone knows that that's total branding BS.
And I wish I had the ability to put the picture up, but there was a press announcement, I think yesterday, that the P2 team is going to build their own P2 chassis. And they showed a rendering of it in Lotus livery. And then they described, unlike Danny Bahar, who had interviewed with us and had mentioned that they had the ex-Peugeot designer doing a P2 car.
He interviewed with us, or he lied to us?
I was going to go the nicer route. But let me finish the thought that way by saying that the P2 chassis they announced yesterday was not Lotus designed, is going to be a German engineering firm. And again, the only thing Lotus related to it is the black and gold paint.
I love, wait, hold on. Speed's lower third right now says, quote, high speeds cause tires to blister.
Welcome to NASCAR.
Thank you. All right. Great information tidbit right there. Speed.
Driving also causes tires to wear down.
Either way. All right. Alex, how's the Forza setup going over there?
Coming along.
All right. In a few minutes, Alex will be joining Xbox Live, and you guys will have the opportunity to race him. If you have a Forza setup, we'll give you more information on that. Zarin just sent me a message in about 10-15 minutes, Josh. Zarin will be calling in.
Cool.
And so, yeah.
So at least thank you for one of you people commenting on the Lotus thing. Yes, Lotus has been up to some silly shit. Stuff.
Silly stuff.
I want to see a Maybach back at Le Mans. Okay.
People are asking for, Husky asked for a Koenigsegg Uncut. Well, that Driven episode pretty much used up all the footage.
That was so good, but it was uncut.
All right.
By the way, is the Audi cockpit stream available to put back up on TV? Look, I look like I'm in the morning after backstage at like the Motley Crue show in 1985.
What are you talking
What the
about?
hell happened over here? We got to clean up. Come on, can we clean up?
Well, you're the one who's been over there like it's a bad
No, I
dorm
just
room.
got back.
Disgusting human beings.
I mean, come on, Raph.
How do you look now? You like that better?
Hey,
No,
Alex,
it's
I hear a lot of
it's
heavy-duty
junk.
wrench
It's too much
work
junk
over there.
in
You okay?
Me?
Yeah.
Good guy.
Look, it's my M6.
So you wait a minute. That's the Takuma Sato play seat.
Girth blocker.
Girth blocker.
Girth blocker. Girth blocker.
What are you going to drive, Alex?
I'm going to just do a free lap to practice.
Are you running the Le Mans course?
Yeah, of course.
I just want to make sure. Look at that.
It's a cool setup.
You know, you do realize I'm going to end up over there sooner or later. When you're all asleep and not watching. I brought my driving glasses.
You're driving glasses?
Yeah. What happens when you have bifocals?
Oh, yeah.
Hi, boys. Wow, they've got the R18.
Bam.
Yep. And Porsche's now in Forza. They got the license.
Yeah.
Need for Speed had the license for quite some time, and then about a month ago, Porsche resold the license, or someone paid a very hefty fine.
I was going to say, do you know any details? Because honestly, from a business side, I'm trying to find out.
No, I'm not quite sure, but yeah, Porsche's in Forza 4. I don't know how it happened.
I just downloaded it.
So the argument, the story I heard was that you were buying the license from EA to get it extended.
That's what I heard.
But I don't know whether it expired or what. We'll have to find out.
Yep.
For business purposes.
Who's you were buying?
Who's what?
You said you were buying?
Yeah, I bought the license. No.
You meant Porsche?
Yes.
Who? No, it would be Microsoft.
Microsoft, yeah.
Turn 10.
Not EA.
Turn 10. Turn 10 would have bought it from EA.
Question.
Yes.
No ABS, correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. EA, yeah.
Yes. What?
I have no ABS in LMP cars.
Right?
I'm asking.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to.
No, they definitely don't have ABS.
I don't think so. And Alex, you had a question?
No
So-
traction, correct?
So people are asking when the next Driven episode will be. Had a great opportunity to do an episode we filmed yesterday with Mizuno-san, the lead engineer and grandfather of the GTR. So that will be coming soon. Yes. Spend an afternoon with him.
Is there traction control in this question?
Is there traction control in the cars?
Guys, help me out. Is there traction control?
I think there's traction control and no
Actually,
ABS.
It's there. I was gonna
There is
say,
absolutely
there's
ABS.
ABS and no traction.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, there is ABS. I know that much.
ABS but no traction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for your answers on the chat on EA. Thank you for that. TC on LMP. Yep. I think it's TC and no ABS.
Maybe it's the other way around?
I think it's the other way around.
I can tell you.
Oh, just remember who said it first, by the way, if that's right.
Mike Spinelli.
And then
No.
then forget who said it
man
if
boobs.
it's wrong.
Yeah,
right,
no,
exactly.
I'm going to go with traction control, yes, ABS, no.
ABS, no. I think that's why I agree with you.
All right.
Well, I know the GTs have traction control.
LMP2 cars and GT2 cars do not have ABS.
Where are you seeing this?
Right. How about traction control?
Yeah, do they have TC?
I can't believe I don't remember this.
I can't believe you don't.
We've asked ourselves this question.
No, because
I know,
we look
and
it
I
up
have the
every
worst
single
headache ever
time,
right
and we
now.
end up
Ugh.
with the opposite
Yeah.
answers. Like half of us remembers one thing and half of us remembers the
If
other.
I touch this computer, I'm going to lose the connection. So, you know what, guys? Help us out.
I mean, seriously, I'm almost positive it's TC but no ABS in LMP1. But if I'm wrong, you know, whatever. I will.
Well, people, it seems like, well, on GT Academy or GTPlanet.net, the discussion seems to point to adjustable traction control, and that there is traction control in these cars, although it's minimal.
Alex, what's your username on there?
I'm not telling you yet.
Okay, we're going to hold up on telling you before Alex can figure out his Forza user ID.
And of course, I printed out half the GT rules, the ACO specs, so I'm not going to be helping myself here on these technical.
Everyone's saying they have traction control, no ABS.
Is that where we're
That's
going?
what I've always remembered. That's, you know, now you guys make me doubt myself, but I'm pretty sure that's what I remember it being. So if it is, I'm awesome. If not, nah, I suck. What are you gonna do?
If you're right, you're Mike Spinelli. If you're wrong, you're man boobs.
If I'm wrong,
There's a
I'm
lot of
man
comments
boobs.
that say, ask Leo, surely Leo knows.
And unfortunately, surely
In
Leo
this
doesn't.
case, not so much. But hey, look, you do know, and I know, and we're just doubting ourselves. That's what it is.
I'm just a study freak. Before I open my mouth, usually I go find the fact, and I haven't been able to do that. And I'm embarrassed I don't know.
I've managed to find the 2011 regulations, which do
So,
have traction
by the way,
control allowed on
By
the
the
engine.
right. But by the way, there are exactly the same amount of opposite opinions on both of those things
Bless
in
you.
the comments.
Yeah, seriously, everybody's like,
We're all over the
no
board.
ABS, ABS, no TCS.
ABS was
TCS,
banned
no
last
ABS.
year, I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
No ABS whatsoever.
Good aids, bad aids.
Number 99 Aston Martin is out,
Oh, really?
That's the amateur.
and we have an Audi. The Toyota 7 looks like it could be coming back out shortly.
That's funny you called it Toyota 7.
Why?
That used to be the old Can-Am version car that they first built. Twin
That
turbos?
car was awesome.
Was I alive then?
No. No, you were not, goddamn.
Sorry.
All right. Can we get the Audi stream on the TV? Because people keep yelling at me now.
Okay.
And they're yelling at me, not the guy who actually can do that, make it happen. But I'll yell at me and I'll yell at the people who can make it happen. We'll be like a, there you go. Thanks, JF. Look at that.
Well,
Wait a minute, JF. Yeah, you.
I know,
you
I'm
can't
doing-
see the.
just type in FIA rules 2012, and we should be able to find it. Literally, when I open too many windows here, I'm falling off the grid.
Do you want FIA or ACS?
Either one.
Because
because they're actually combined now.
So Alex Royce getting himself into the R18 as
FIA
we
will
speak.
probably get you it.
My God, the visibility of this car is terrible.
Just keep looking forward.
Alex, so what's your username?
Oh, I'm not telling you yet.
Okay. I've tried, guys. Up the 97, almost heading off there. All right.
Man boobs. I'm just gonna keep doing that. Oh, that was the.
Yeah.
These are. Is this a montage of Alex? What are you doing over there?
The pedals are not working. I need to
Oh.
throttle. Yeah, I can go into the pits.
Do you need a? You need a crew?
Massive understeer. That's what that is.
And the chicane.
Yeah.
And there's the lizard crash. By the way, we're quiet because we're watching a montage of the crashes of this year's.
Interesting comment question from the chat. What are the bottles next to the Audi driver's head?
Stella?
No, actually, what? You want me to?
If you know, go.
Yeah, so it's the water bottles and the water bottles and what?
One is the drink water. One is the windshield washer fluid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know which.
Catheter?
Did someone say catheter?
I don't know if it goes up
Right.
and down.
So they're actually tin cans that they click in.
Yeah.
So no more of the the water core slug-ins. They're just tin cans they pop in. I guess it's
And they're
easy.
color coded, blue and red.
Yeah.
You hope they're size coded because I'd hate to be drinking windshield washer fluid, right?
That would not be good.
Wait, but here's the thing though. Blue you always associate with water, but isn't windshield fluid also blue?
Blue, yeah.
So what's the logic behind that?
You make the bigger one the windshield washer fluid so it can't fit into the.
That's what you hope.
Yeah. I hope that answers your
But
question.
that's what the two bottles are.
Yeah.
And that's why they keep replacing them for
Yeah.
both reasons.
Yeah. 24 hours of Le Mans boobs.
I love that. By the way, I was just going to mention that.
Le Mans boobs.
25 hours of Le Mans boobs.
Dindo Campello in the number 2 Audi e-tron is running in second place. As you can see, Knight over Lasarth, 110 laps in.
Yo, I could crank some push-ups right now.
Do we want to have a push-up
You
competition?
really want to start with that?
I'm not doing that. I'm not.
No, I look fat, but that's on camera. I'm all stacked. You know what? Stacked? No, all right. It's partly fat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. What are you gonna do? I mean, you can't be everywhere. You can't be at, you know. I hit it hard, baby.
What are you looking up?
I don't know what I'm doing right now.
So wait a minute. Right now, as some commenters have noted, that they don't want to watch us just sit here and Google stuff.
I agree.
So why don't we actually cover the race?
Well, a few people are asking about the Viper. Okay. And if it's coming to Le Mans. And as we know at the New York Auto Show this year,
Go ahead.
they released the Viper.
Mm-hmm.
It was a show car, but it's the design. We actually had a few people on camera talk about the Viper.
Mm-hmm.
We'll eventually jump to that, Josh, if we could. Yeah. Oh, we have some interviews. Patrick Long had made reference to the Viper. I know you have a lot to say about the GT2, GT3.
By all this movement?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Leo, take it away on the Viper.
So the GT rules right now say that the maximum engine capacity is 5.5 liters.
Yeah.
And the Viper is running an 8-liter, 8.3 liter V10. And the car that's been approved to race in American Le Mans is going to be an 8-liter V10. Now, Corvette went all ballistic because they reduced the size of their engine to the 5.5 liter size. And everyone's wondering how Viper is going to race internationally when they're running an 8-liter race motor. So what no one's really talked about is are they building the car to GT specs, ACO-FIA, or are they building to GT3 spec, which is more production-based, which would allow the V10 8-liter motor to be legal and to race. And all of this is leading to the point where the ALMS can make exemptions to allow the car in the grid.
Yeah.
But what happens as the rules go forward? Can the GT3 spec become more predominant? And there was a Le Mans series that just agreed to run GT3 spec in their series. And if that happens, then Viper is not beating the rules. They're just ahead of the compliance and where it's going to go.
Which series was that? Oh, here the canisters are coming out. They look exactly the same size. I'm now confused. It's either windshield wiper fluid or water.
What if they found that like Gatorade is good for the windshield and it doesn't matter? No, I'm kidding.
I'm really obsessed with that canister system. That's simple things like that are improving in the technology that you wouldn't think about. But still in ALMS, they have the coolers you buy at Walmart that get plugged in. Audi takes it to a whole new level and designs a cup just for it, or a can for it. Sorry.
Yep. So did I confuse you about the Viper thing?
No, you didn't confuse me. I'm just I don't know. Patrick Long had some interesting words to say about it. Let's cut to number 24, Josh. Let's see what Patrick Long from Flying Wizard Motorsports had to say about the Viper.
And didn't we have Fian with a comment about it as well?
I think so. Let's cut to Patrick.
Yeah, I was at the New York Auto Show when Chrysler announced they were going to come into the American Le Mans Series, and I think I was one of the most excited people on the floor. Some of my colleagues were asking me why I was so excited about something that Dodge was doing when I worked for Porsche. And bottom line is, the more competition, the more factory involvement, the healthier our sport is, and that's what we need. It keeps us alive, and we want as much competition as possible. There's been times in ALMS where it's only 2 manufacturers, and you're sort of just driving around racing one other manufacturer, and we love the depth of where ALMS is at right now, and I think it's only going forward.
So basically, more competition is good, according to Pat Long.
So we're back. And now we're back. Cool. That was interesting. Sorry. I was interesting comments from Patrick about the Viper returning, or rather not returning. Actually, yeah, returning.
Of course it's returning.
The Viper returning the new chassis. We'll see what happens with GT3, GT2. I don't know.
Everyone likes the Viper Corvette battles. When Orica ran them in Le Mans, they won.
Yeah.
No reason they shouldn't come back.
Yeah.
And why not? V10s in F1 were very small displacement.
Yeah.
So if they really had to build a V10 race motor, just stay true to Viper, but comply with rules, they could do it.
Yeah.
Go a bazillion RPM.
Well, what's the homologation?
5.5.
So they would have to build. Well, they could put a.
They would have to build 2,500 engines.
So they'd have to do like a
one-off series.
Some sort of Viper. What's an old Mopar name they could drag up and?
Oh no, you just do a special edition.
Special edition.
Well, yeah, but that's lame. Just calling it special edition. You gotta. Don't you have to?
I'm not naming it. This is not a marketing
No,
meeting.
you could do a special edition. Yes.
So
yes,
for example, Corvette. Help me out with this, guys.
Sure.
Help me out with this, chatters. I don't think that Corvette is running direct injection still, but they're going to run before the C7 comes out. They're going to build a limited edition car with the motor to get direct injection for next year. I'm pretty sure that that's what I was told.
Okay. That would
be the same scenario.
It would be the same.
Build a few of them, get it homologated.
2,500, a little 2,500 run of.
For Corvette, that's now 2 years of production.
This is Zarin. This is what I was waiting for.
Okay.
Sorry, that was why I was all screwed up. Well, you have to get better at it.
That's fine.
I'll shut up.
You were doing great.
Hello, Domino's.
Hey guys.
How's it going, Zarin?
Good. Actually, just got back in from a couple hours of shooting, so I'm actually calling to get some updates from you guys since I just got settled back in.
What would you like to know? So from our end, Alex Roy is about to play Forza. The Toyota is still in the garage, about to come out. And we're curious about the bottles that go into the R18 for the windshield washer fluid and the water. Silence is the best form of flattery. Anybody have any questions for Zarin?
Yeah, Delta Wing. What's up with the Delta Wing?
Zarin, you there? And I lost.
And because I'm
Sorry,
watching the
Josh.
I'm watching live.
There we go. Okay.
All right.
Come on.
Zarin.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. The connection here is a little bit sketchy.
That's okay. How is it now that we're going tonight at the circuit?
So night was, I was out shooting the dust shots. It's absolutely gorgeous out there right now. Track looks really fast. We were under yellow forever out there, and I know you talked to George about when the accident happened, but being in the media center when that happened, I mean, it was amazing. Everybody's, we just kind of held our breaths when we saw that, and our hearts go out to Anthony Davidson. I hear he's kind of in shock, but he's walking around under his own power, so that's always a good sign. But the safety car was out for quite a while, and needed to be, and we're underway. But I saw that the Delta Wing went off on a replay, but I didn't exactly see what happened. Did you guys see what happened?
Yeah, the number 7 Toyota actually had hit it in the front. It's actually back out on track as far as we know.
Excellent. I think everybody kind of has their little opinions about that car, but I think everybody wants to see it finished. So that's great news.
That's good. Yeah. How's the sentiment around the Audi tent with the top 4 cars beating actually the top 3 cars in the lead?
George actually just went down to the garage, so we should have an update for you on the Audi stuff here shortly when he returns. He's down in the pits right now, I believe. So, but you had mentioned something with the Viper.
Oh yeah, we were talking about the Viper. We pulled up the Patrick Long interview and about how a lot of people were asking about the Viper coming to Le Mans and how it actually may be GT3 specifications. So, asking questions about that.
I'm going to try to chase down the person in charge of that a little bit later and try to get an answer for you guys. But, you saw the interviews. Everybody here, the GT guys, Patrick Long, and the Corvette guys, everybody here is just absolutely excited about the Viper program, welcoming the competition. And with the Corvette and the Viper history that's around here, I think everybody's excited to see the Viper return to Le Mans.
Yeah, I think we tend to agree with you on that. Zarin, have fun for the next hour. Well, you want to chat at like 5:30 New York time? Sorry, 11:30 your time. Is that good with you, Zarin?
Sounds good.
All right, man. Be good. Be safe.
Thanks, guys.
Bye. I apologize to everyone. We seem to broke someone's speakers on that phone call. I apologize. Okay, back to the Audi TV. If you don't know what this is Audi TV. Just go to www.audi.tv. Live feed from inside the car with telemetry. This is the number 3 Ultra. Pretty cool footage. Get speed and RPM. And we just killed a fly.
Gunshots are going off.
Oh no! Someone has bubble wrap. Bring the bubble wrap over.
Stop leaving bubble wrap on the ground.
You can't just start using bubble wrap over there and then not bring any over here. Man. So wait a minute, JF, can you explain a little bit what the charts on the left?
Sure.
Yeah, what's going on here?
This telemetry is coming off the car. Top line is speed through corners. Bottom line is RPM. These dashes indicate the mid-corner section. So going through the 4 chicanes right there towards the start-finish line, and that's what that is. You get the gear selection, speed, start-finish right there, and also G-loads at the top. Very cool interface by Audi TV. They've done a great job.
It's amazing how backward the coverage of this is. I mean, we talk about how we're sort of doing this and everybody's sort of hanging out and we're just kind of live streaming this as we're hanging out and watching it. But, there's so much room for broadcasters and software programmers to get together and do this for all the cars.
Yeah.
Do a big online thing. Like, I don't understand. Like, is it really licensing that's stopping this stuff?
I have
from
no
going
idea.
through?
Think of a web interface where you can see every. I know the Le Mans website actually has some in-car streams.
Right.
But think of having all the streams and all the data all together in one package. That'd be a fantastic viewing experience.
I'm thinking of it, but why can't it happen? Is it really just that there's so many organizations that need to sign off?
Think about
Oh, you
map.
got it. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, which has a weather overlay and icons for the cars in real time moving around the map with a weather overlay.
How cool would that be?
I've played Call of Duty.
Yeah.
And I know this is possible.
You have?
Now I shall return to my meal.
Were you on a microphone right there? Did people actually hear Alex?
I was leaning in.
Oh,
so
good. Wait a minute, Alex plays Call of Duty?
Yeah, he just plays more games than it.
All right, here he comes.
There we go.
He's back.
All right.
Why isn't there a game called like Endurance Racing Manager? Which is like Civilization of endurance racing. You have X dollars for the year, X number of races, number of staff to hire, events, weather, tire budgets. I mean, there was a game called Railroad Tycoon
of Duty
15 years ago.
I played that. Awesome game.
It was a great game. And I promise you, the niche for Railroad Tycoon fans is a lot smaller than racing.
I don't know what you're talking about. Railroad Tycoon enthusiasts are very, they're a hard one bunch.
But okay, and I mean, I want to go back to my meal, but I just thought of another example.
What?
There's a game called
Sim Tower.
The Sims. Okay, and it's a game where you have a budget in a household. Now, I haven't, unlike you, played The Sims, but I know that there's a great racing thing called The Racing Sims, where literally you manage the pit and you have to make the people run around to teach them.
I mean,
it'd be awesome.
It would be awesome. I think all of this stuff needs a Kickstarter project. By the way.
think people are suggesting that, and I think people are
suggesting it.
loving your conversation right now. So if you want to continue,
The Racing Sims?
I
who would have loved that
everyone
game?
on fire the whole time.
the Racing Sims.
The
Okay.
Racing Sims. I mean, what a great idea.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean, the only thing, yeah, I'm gonna go back to my meal because I just thought another game that only I want to play because I like to eat, which would be the Cooking Sims.
Update from Toyota: the number 7 had to change an alternator, and they checked on other pieces of the car while the car was in the garage. Thank you, Alex, for giving your ideas to the world.
Dick Cheese says it would be boring, though. I think Dick Cheese would not enjoy such a game. No, but no, Dick Cheese. I don't want to diss Dick Cheese. I mean, his wife is pissed off that he's watching this instead of doing the laundry or something. But
we all love Dick Cheese.
We love Dick Cheese.
What's going on?
I mean, we love Dick Cheese with a big D,
Who's
not
pouring,
the small D.
Someone's pouring water over there, and it sounds like someone's peeing in the bathroom.
I think someone's peeing and they left their microphone on.
Well, it's not Leo.
Oh, the mics are off.
Leo took his mic off, so I don't.
I'm here, so the other person it would be is me.
I think
Alex
his
peed
lob
off the
was
terrace.
next to someone pouring a drink, so that was not.
No, but he went to the next door neighbor's terrace and peed off.
Alex, everyone's going to take your idea and you're going to complain about not making money off that. Yeah.
Great. That's my tip to the fans. What do you give them?
What do I give them?
Someone took a wee with the mic on. Honestly, like someone's peeing. I don't know who it is. Who else? Who's not here right now?
Josh doesn't. Only Leo took off his. I don't know what's going on.
Oh yeah.
Leo, is your mic on? What? Running mic?
So, was your mic on? Yes, and it happened. What hour is this? Who had? Wait a minute. Who had 8 hours and 36 minutes?
I'm back.
The good news is that's what happened.
The good news is that's what happened. Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen.
God damn it. Did I talk?
I thought you took your mic off.
You were mumbling. It sounded like you were mumbling. It sounded like Popeye on Popeye. Like mumbling while you were.
My wife loves that movie, Naked Gun. I just didn't need to live it. Sorry.
No one knows who you're talking
Sorry, everyone.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, it was fantastic.
We didn't hear it. Someone mentioned it. So, whatever. It's dark at Le Mans. I'm worried about whether or not. So it's not going to rain tonight, right? I don't think so.
It doesn't. The forecast is not for rain tonight at Le Mans. Yeah, you're right. It is. By the way, Axeman 3D. It is Naked Gun all over again.
Right?
Yeah. That was.
Could you hear? Seriously. Could you
Where
hear?
the rockets red. We couldn't hear. They could hear. We could not hear.
They really hear.
Yeah. They said that's not water pouring. That's definitely somebody peeing.
636 people just witnessed YouTube history.
YouTube history, ladies and gentlemen.
Did the view count go up?
Yes, it went up by 1.
Shame we're banned in Germany. That would have been really.
Oh yeah,
popular
because scat porn. Yeah, you're right. Actually, you're right. Scat porn and.
Oh my!
I'm not a big.
I couldn't.
By the way, we already admitted we love dick cheese, so.
We can only go.
You know, the other bathroom is locked too, so we're running out of bathrooms.
Hold on. Let's also share the stories of how Leo likes to lose the keys to the bathroom.
Yeah.
No, we didn't.
Okay, we're just kind of going through paperwork here.
All right, here we go. Here's a racing question that I like.
Finally.
What's a lap difference? Well, you can't really.
Well, go ahead.
All right, wait a minute. I'll ask this the way it was asked. How many seconds is there between a MotoGP bike and an Audi R8 e-tron? You can't do lap. You have to do what? 0 to 100.
No, but because they run 2 different Le Mans courses.
That's what I'm saying. You can't do a typical lap because Le Mans is not the same.
Trying to think, there must be a track where they run the same though.
No, they run bikes on this.
Yeah, but it's the Bugatti. Isn't it the Bugatti track?
Yes, they don't.
It's a different course.
They don't run this course. For
Oh,
bikes.
they don't.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That'd be interesting. That's a good.
I would
question.
imagine the MotoGP accelerates faster.
Yeah.
I would imagine that the car corners better. And I would imagine that top speed is going to be closer than we think.
I'll bet you the top speed on the bike is faster.
Quicker?
Yeah, I bet it depends. I mean, it does depend on the track. I mean, honestly, like if you guys, what
Look at they're saying Laguna Seca.
Laguna Seca, right? It would be the closest. Yeah,
Yeah,
we can sort of check that.
Okay, so
who's the?
Your assignment is to find an LMP. Is an ALMS
I'm on it.
P1 lap time.
What's up with the Delta ring?
We'll sort that out. Let me see.
I'm watching the.
And I don't mean to give assignments. I can't get this.
No,
you can give assignments.
I'm watching a lot of people doing pit stops right now. Green flag pit stops.
Delta's only put in 75 laps.
Yeah, Delta's only 75 laps.
Last lap was a 7.58, which meant maybe it's pitting or something.
Well, it's live timing is still saying it's running.
Yeah.
And they haven't shown it on speed's back, but they haven't shown it on speed in a while.
She's telling a story?
Yeah.
Great. I should probably check the Twitter feed right now. Yeah, I did.
Everyone's talking about the Delta now running 51st. Delta's moving up.
I think the argument for Delta is it needs to run. And if it can do representative lap times.
MotoGP bikes routinely
Top 200, right?
I think so, yeah, right?
Yeah, MotoGP go over 200, which is a whole nother phenomenon.
MotoGP's over
200 on a bike.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, where was it recently that they were, was it Valencia that they hit?
I think so.
They hit 214?
Oh,
Is it
really?
that high? No, it's not that high.
Good question. Why can't F1 cars run at Lasarth? I think they don't.
At Laguna Seca?
No, Lasarth. I don't think the safety barriers are. I don't know. I don't know why F1 cars can't run here.
Why F1 cars?
Yeah.
They blow up.
Well, they would have enough downforce and airflow for the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, do you think they could handle the course and not explode?
A lot of. I don't know.
By the way, Mugello, Pedrosa hit 216. Yeah, I know. That's incredible. And not this year, not the last few years ago.
Delta is out.
for some reason, Ben Bowlby, designer of Delta Wing, looks exactly like I would expect the designer of a Delta Wing to look like.
Wait a minute. Someone, are you listening? All right, good. At least Leo, the DJ Leo is listening.
Oh,
that was the
Good
tank
catch.
slapper from this morning.
and why is the Delta Wing out?
That's
It's
what
back in at this point.
it's in, but it's
That accident. They got very lucky with that accident.
I mean, that looks
Front-
like bend the frame.
Front and rear suspension are damaged. They can't repair them.
Can't.
Really?
Cannot.
They're out.
So he's just announced they're out.
Ah.
oh, it's out. Oh,
Heartbroken.
Delta Wing's out.
Well, drink to the Delta Wing. Spin.
Pour a little out
Pour
for
one-
Delta Wing.
That's,
I can't believe you just poured out.
You got to pour a little out for the Delta Wing.
How much did you pour out?
Just a little. Pour a little out.
Where?
All the commenters out there, please pour one out for the Delta Wing.
Just a little. Don't don't go crazy.
Oh man, Josh, that would have been genius. We should have had like a pre-written like obituary for the Delta Wing.
You mean a poor itch?
Porridge.
You know, speaking of racing and endurance, here we are trying to play Forza Motorsport. We brought duplicates of everything, redundant everything,
Yeah.
except pedals.
Sorry.
So we won't be playing until we receive a delivery of pedals via a certain young lady I've called.
No.
We'll go to my apartment and retrieve them.
I feel bad for the Delta Wing guys. I really do.
Thank you for offering to pay for a cab.
Motoyama was in the car when they had the contact with the Toyota.
Got it.
so the MotoGP record at ALMS is 120.7. And just looking at the best lap from the 2012
Yeah.
Monterey Grand Prix
108.
at ALMS is 115.5.
Yeah. Thank you.
There you go. And I think I was wrong. I said Valencia, right?
Yeah.
I meant
You didn't say what.
I did say Valencia. I meant Catalunya. Right? No. You weren't listening. Come on, Raph. You weren't listening.
Whoa. Out of the Dunlop curves, 2.5 Gs.
Wow.
Do you know, according to the ACO regulations, a braking event starts being defined at 2 Gs.
A braking what? I
They
didn't hear.
define a braking event. They define braking as something that happens once you're at 2 Gs.
Really?
Look at this.
That's when they start counting.
The Toyota is dead on the
pit lane?
pit lane exit.
Oh no.
So, well, I only see one guy running.
There were more behind him.
Here they
He's the
come.
slow one.
No, the TV crew is faster.
The TV crew is faster than the pit guys? Oh, Toyota.
Oh, nine.
One guy pushes, the other two direct.
You know.
Oh God, I want to see these guys like be up there. I want to see them going
Well,
for
let's see.
a podium.
How many laps down is Toyota right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
Is that Charles Morgan?
Way down, for sure.
Toyota's at.
Oh, wrong guy.
It is on.
Wow, Toyota's at.
20 laps down.
Oh yeah, they're 20 laps down. Wow. No, they're 20 laps down. That's.
Well, they've been pits for like days.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my
That
God
was
is
the
saying.
rebellion. That
Oh
was
my
the
God is
rebellion
saying that
gas
they get
car.
3.5 Gs in Porsche curves.
Believe that.
Oh my God.
Rebellion is 4th now.
Yeah, Rebellion's fourth.
That's interesting.
Yep. And wasn't there a Honda up there in 5th or 6th now?
Honda's at 6th now. And the second Audi Ultra is at 9th.
So the question becomes, does that change the intensity of this race, that it really is Audi by default?
Well, it is pretty much closer to your prediction of a sweep by Audi. I mean,
Oh God, I did.
but it's a sweep by attrition, which I would rather have not have seen. But we still have a long race yet.
Yeah, me too, and the race is not over, but honestly, if I did say that, I mean, you got to factor in experience around here matters.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Mr. Fro82 is asking why the GT3R hybrid from Porsche is not running. Well, it's not a GT class car. It's actually a GT3 spec class car. It's a GT3R, not a GT3 RSR. Yeah, it is a GT. It's a bit more. It's closer to a Cup car than it is an RSR. It could run in the experimental class, but of course the Delta Wing got that. But the technology is actually in the Audi.
Right.
Not the same flywheel. It's a smaller version of the flywheel.
Go ahead.
But the technology is in this race. So.
Yeah, GT cars cannot have hybrid technology yet.
Yeah. It would have to be the experimental class.
So it would have to be experimental. There's only one every
56.
year, box 56.
Yeah.
Next year, and I brought a picture of it, but I'm sorry, you guys got to go check it out. They've already announced the 2013 box 56 entry to Le Mans, and it is a hybrid.
Electric.
It is a hydrogen gas.
Electric.
Thank you. Here, okay, what am I going to say next? But yes, but actually the chassis, if you look at it, those two orange things on the side are the hydrogen tanks.
Like pontoons?
So it's running tanks of hydrogen. It's not.
It's running tanks of hydrogen that is
it's a
converting
fuel cell?
to electric fuel cell
What car is
power.
this?
Next year's box 56 entry.
Really?
Yeah, Google it up. There's
Oh,
a
that's
picture on
cool.
the internet.
It looks insane.
It's got a
You will
huge.
You will not be disappointed if you look it
The
up.
flywheel is part of the e-tron system. It's just a small version. Answering comments.
It's just a small version?
Yeah, the flywheel is actually smaller in the Audi.
Really?
Yeah, it's
Oh, that's
half
right.
the size.
They took more weight out of it.
Yeah. And it's actually not the Porsche flywheel, it's the Williams flywheel. Think about the progression of that flywheel system, right?
Yeah.
I'm just sorry.
Yeah. No, they're right. But Williams opted out the technology to Porsche. Porsche did the development.
Okay.
Audi took the Porsche development and took it to the next step. So.
It's a long cluster.
By the way, the green GT is a very cool looking car.
What's that?
Forgive my ignorance, but Nissan Delta Wing being box 56, it's Nissan, right? Green GT is, what do they make? Experimental, hydrogen powered.
Well, Delta Wing.
What's the precedent for that without a big name manufacturer in a series like Le Mans?
Well, Delta Wing also has. Delta Wing isn't strictly Nissan. It's Nissan for the engine. They kicked in a bunch, but Michelin also kicked in a lot.
Okay.
And Leo, there's somebody
Yeah, go
else.
ahead.
What's that?
No, go ahead.
But it's pretty much an independent project, right? It's not a Nissan factory project.
No, it is not.
So the green GT thing is sort of similar, but they haven't announced any high profile sponsors or anything yet. So somebody may. It might be you end up.
The Toyota Green GT.
Right, you might end up seeing like the PlayStation GT or something like that.
Fluffy Tasashi. Yes, we're going to do a review at the top of the hour of everything, recap everything that's going on. Josh, we'll do a start-stop.
Start-stop.
All right.
Yeah.
Coming up on the top of the hour in about 5-6 minutes. We're going to get ready. Let's cut to an interview.
I think that's a great idea.
In maybe Frank Keedy talking about something with the Delta Wing that
Let's
no
go
longer
Delta.
exists.
Let's
Okay.
go Delta.
In
Use them all up.
Yeah. Okay. So Frank Keedy, one of the drivers of the Delta Wing that no longer exists. Thanks for pouring one out, Mike Spinelli.
No problem.
Josh, let's roll up number 11, if we can, into the break. So we'll go to a short minute-and-a-half interview with Frank Keedy talking about why the Delta Wing is different, and from there we'll come back from the break with a recap of everything going on. Is that good with everyone?
Right.
Everyone good?
Yep.
Crowd's getting bigger here as we go into the night hours. Got fans on set.
You know what? Run 11 and 12 back to back.
Josh, can you run 11 and 12 back to back, if that's possible? Okay.
Pedal set. Christina's going to deliver us about pedal set.
Perfect. Great. And we're going to have... I will, most certainly. And I'll pay for a cab ride if she wants it. Okay, so we're going to have Forza up and running hopefully in the next hour once we get pedals sorted out.
Pedals?
Pedals, yes.
Got it.
I saw the concept as the IndyCar to begin with, and the first time I saw it, I'm like, what the heck is this? It looks like something that's landed from an alien planet. So I was interested to know how it worked. I knew it would work. The names behind it: Chip Ganassi, Ben Bowlby, Dan Gurney, Highcroft Racing with Duncan Dayton. Not Duncan at that point, but coming on, those guys being involved. You think, okay, these guys aren't behind something that's not going to work. They've done their homework. The question is then, how is it going to work? And more importantly for me was, how is it going to feel to drive? I was sure it would perform. Would I be able to access that performance? And that was the questions I had in my mind. But I was reading last night that I'm very into the history of the sport. Last time that they had an unclassified car here at Le Mans was 1963, and that was the BRM, the Rover BRM, the turbine car, and that was driven by Graham Hill, Richie Ginther. So to follow in the footsteps of them, they also put on a fantastic showing. They finished, if they had been classified, would have finished 8th overall and showed some great speed and great fuel economy. So this whole project, to be involved in it from the beginning, take a car from completely zero to race here in Le Mans, has been very good for me as a driver. I've developed a lot of cars, but never something like this as I say, from zero. So there's been so many positives to this program for me. It continued because I think we're only scratching the surface of the possibilities of this car and the performance of this car. I'd like to see a home for it in the rules somewhere where we can go and compete for wins, for podiums, to compete against other teams. That's what I would like to see. I think it's great to show off the technology, but I would love to see a home for it and be able to go and continue the Delta Wing story, because we're only writing the first chapter here, and it would be really sad if we couldn't continue it after this. But again, that's yet to be written. We'll see what happens after the weekend.
Coming up on hour 8 of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the 80th running. This is the 25 hours of the 24 Hours of Le Mans live stream-a-thon. I don't know, on Drive. We're on the front page of YouTube as well as youtube.com/drive. Here in the studios in New York, as well as we have some guys
at Le Mans.
At Le Mans at Le Sarthe Circuit. We'll be checking with them later today, or later this hour. Sorry, I'm already getting tired, 8 hours in.
Don't do that.
It is 5 p.m. and we're going to take a break again.
Right now?
Oh, intro. Okay. On the intro. I'll do it again.
So that was smooth.
I know.
Smooth.
He's holding.
Currently, about 700 people on board with us. 5,000 hours of content watched amongst 40,000 different people who have tuned into us today. It's been up and down all day. We're into the night at Le Sarthe, and it is only about 5 p.m. here in New York, and about 7 hours on over the track. Excellent. Nighttime running hours. Joined here in the Drive studio in New York is Mike Spinelli.
Howdy.
And hey,
who's been shepherding us through all the chat.
Yes, a lot of chatting.
And then Orlov, Sebastian Vettel's new friend.
Writes for jalopnik.com.
Yes, I do. Right for jalopnik.com, professional automotive journal.
Recently had his head shaved by a Ferrari mechanic.
Yeah, what was that all about, guys?
Mike convinced me to get my head shaved by some very wonderful Ferrari mechanics up in White Plains.
Yeah.
I think I still have the thing. In
Well,
the
what
back.
happened
we
was...
don't want to turn it into
Just,
dialogue.
it's really quick. All right, right. There's a new head shaver by a company owned by Conair called Babyliss that apparently the salon people use. And Ferrari...
Branded?
No, didn't brand it. They designed the engine.
Oh my God.
Yes, so Ferrari designed a high torque hair trimmer engine, and it was in this thing. And so we got a Ferrari mechanic to shave Ralph's hair.
So let me give you a recap of the race. Speaking of Ferrari, let me just bump and start with GT. And I'm going to go GT Pro because I'm pretty sure what we're going to still find is Ferrari chasing Corvette. Corvette is P1, a lap ahead of the AF Corsa Ferrari with Villander in the car right now, according to my timing and scoring. And they've been going back and forth battling, very, very close competition. The second place car, Corvette, is on the same lap with Villander. It was a lap behind. It unlapped itself from the P2 car, and they're going to go head to tail, and followed by the next Ferrari. Porsche picking up the back for the podium with a P4 position. They keep fighting their way back. A lot of Porsche people talked about how that car is not competitive with the restrictors and working on the aero, but they seem to be in the fight. But at front, if you've been following, you know. If you've not, let me bring you up to speed. Toyota's befallen bad luck. Involved in one crash that took one car out. Mechanical that brought the second car back to the garage and out of the fight for the front. And most recently, the car went dead stick at the end of pit lane and they had to pull it back to the garage. So the result is Audi, the team of experience, has the top three positions. 2 e-tron Quattros, their hybrids, running 1-2. A lap separating them, McNish second, chasing Fassler, and one of the diesel turbo V6s in P3, followed by Toyotas, but not the hybrid Toyota, the 2 Rebellion Toyotas. And they've been trading the spot with the HPD Honda P1 car. So the gas cars have taken advantage of the attrition of Toyota's hybrids and moved into a potential podium spot.
Well, that's something that we hadn't talked about in the beginning. Like, we were so caught up in talking about the hybrid situation that we didn't consider the...
So, Leo, do you know what benefits the gas-powered cars get compared to the hybrids?
Basically, there are 2 things. In terms of the air restrictors, they create some competitiveness, but primarily it's the availability of fuel and the fuel capacity that they can carry to allow them to maybe run longer on a fuel stint. So the gas cars carry 75 liters of fuel. The e-tron Quattro diesel only carries 58 liters of fuel. 60 liters of fuel for the ultra diesel, the non-hybrid, and the gas Toyota, when it runs, and it is still in the garage, 73 liters. So you may not be having the lap times that the e-tron Quattro and the Toyota hybrid were. They were, if I recall, maybe 5 to 10 seconds off that pace. Okay. But they have the ability to go more laps, and therefore, over the course of 24 hours, fewer pit stops and make up the time.
These guys are insane.
In what capacity?
Getting into these cars and going flat out down an empty road in the middle of a French forest.
I actually...
This is on board at Audi.tv. They're running the telemetry as well as onboard cameras for some of the Audi R18s. Oh my God.
You know, look, a lot of you guys have slammed me for thinking I think I'm a better driver than I used to be, but that's my disclaimer saying not the case. But here's the deal. You learn the track. So your memory knows where this course goes, and you anticipate that. And even when you're driving in full daylight, there's an element of it that it becomes intuitive in terms of when to turn and how to drive by that sense of feel. So the challenge of night racing obviously is exemplified by these pictures we're seeing and amplified by the fact that it really is only as good as the headlights and the reflective. And the big challenge here is, as we've already seen with the Toyota accident, you don't know what's up ahead in terms of traffic. And you don't know what's up ahead in terms of a slower moving car. So you only start to trust, as we saw in Nürburgring, that people start to respect the reality of the danger of night racing.
3.5 Gs in the Porsche curves.
If we haven't shown the clip,
whoa!
Alan McNish talks about the corners here at Le Mans as comparable to the corners at Indy. That he really feels this is one of the places where you are going at a high rate of speed, pulling a lot of Gs in some very, very, very fast corners.
The car's pitting now?
Yeah, he's in the pits. This is the number 1 e-tron in the pits, first position.
So we just saw his in-lap.
Yeah, that was his in-lap.
That's really when he's
cooling down the car.
No,
that's when he's really hammering it.
Whatever, I'll shut up.
Yeah, no, we go as hard as we can to get in.
That's it.
Matter of fact, the argument, and people like Vettel and Schumacher made a career out of it. The in-lap and the out-lap are the most critical laps to maintain your pace, to make time on the competition, and frankly, not to give up time. So that in-lap, you run as hard as you can, right up to the moment.
Yeah.
Question from the comments. Why don't diesel race cars also have to use urea injection as diesels in the U.S.? I'm going to take that one because, first of all, yeah, the race cars are exempt from the road car rules, first of all. Second of all, the only reason that we have to use these crazy urea injection things, and they don't in Europe, is because the American environmental laws stemmed, and all the legislation stemmed out of acid rain, which was nitrous, right? And smog, obviously, in California. So that's, it's just a different thing that America decided to regulate because that was our problem. Acid rain causing problems. In the UK, or in Europe and the UK and the rest of the world mostly, it's CO2s that they've been regulating. So that's why the disparity.
And to that point, it's not like these are dirty diesel race cars. They run scrubbers in their exhaust system as well.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Sorry. Replay.
That's all right. Easy there. No, they just showed the 1999 Weber. Was that Weber's?
That was Mark Webber's.
That was the other guy's flip in the CLK LM. CLK LM.
GTR. Oh yeah.
No, the LM was 98. The CLK GTR, help me out, guys. Obviously, CLK GTR was 97, and the LM was 98, I think.
Oh no, it's the CLR.
And then the CLR is 99. There you go. Thanks. There you go.
I think I use CLR in my sync.
CLR, yeah, that's.
By the way, JF, besides being in love with Audi, is in love with the light identifiers on the LED headlights that change color to identify which cars are coming in. What's going on?
No, don't keep going.
Before you get to that, I just wanted, the comment was what we were talking about, urea injection in diesels. Urea injection is just something, it's a chemical, it's sort of like synthetic pee that mixes with the exhaust and collects the nitrous oxide out of there by reacting with the, so that's why it collects the nitrous, and then they get rid of it. But it's pee, basically.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could pee into a.
I knew this.
They don't recommend it.
Yeah.
But I
Don't
wonder
pee
if
into
you
your
could
diesel
pee
engine
into
is
your
the moral of
diesel
the story.
urea reservoir, and it'll have the same effect. Someone's going to try that.
We asked Audi
Someone had the
once
right
that.
name. Peter Dumbrick was the other.
Dumbrick, right.
Thank you for that.
Good job.
I'm sorry, you were going to say?
I have nothing.
You sure?
I have nothing important to say.
Oh my God.
I'm just tired already. Cool.
Cool. Well said.
Well said.
The number 80 Flying Wizard is back in the garage for suspension troubles. Can't catch a break. Really feel bad for those guys. Jorg in the car. They opened up Sebring with getting hit before the green flag went out. And then Long Beach was rained out during qualifying, so they had to go by their Sebring results, a track that they could have won at. Just non-stop. And then Laguna Seca. Jorg had to be in the car.
Now, Lizard was on a roll. They've had a couple of tough years here. When did they won the championship, though, a couple of years ago.
Yeah. No, the Drivers' Championship 2 years ago, yeah.
Right.
Drivers' Championship.
Okay, here comes a challenge search for information.
Yep.
Panos, obviously American Le Mans. Panos involved with the Delta Wing. If memory serves me right, and help me out, there was a purple car that Panos was involved with that came to Le Mans that may not have been the first exotic piece of technology to race at Le Mans, thanks to Don Panos.
Right.
Help me out?
What are you talking about? The Panos with GTL M1s?
No, not exactly. A little more exotic tech than that.
Then they're front engine cars?
A lot more exotic tech than a front engine car.
No, because they ran prototypes.
I know, but that's not what those aren't the cars I'm talking about.
All right.
Chatters, help me out, and I'll give you the hint. It was purple. The car was purple.
They had a close.
And I'm
They
not.
had a close to one that had that weird purpley, shiny, change color paint like you got on weird Mustangs.
And why did it have that color?
I have no idea.
We should give an update on Toyota.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Was that the front engine prototype? The last front engine prototype car you're talking about, or is that their actual prototype car?
No, because he's talking about the closed roof
do the
one
check.
and not the open roof.
Oh, okay. All right.
Think advanced technology. Think a car that came to Le Mans from Don Panos.
What year? About
90s.
90s.
Is this a hybrid?
Yeah, I was just gonna
Is
say
this
it was
the
a.
98?
Go check. Go find it.
There you go.
Help us out. I think the Toyota update is pretty simple. It's still in the garage. JF.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so now
So do
one
you have
of these.
it? Can someone share the story?
All right, so here I am on the.
Wait a minute. By the way, you gotta
audio.
talk loud because.
All right. So delving into the great depth of automotive knowledge known as Wikipedia, we can see that Panos went to Zytec, who ran. They ran hybrid Toyota engines last year, or am I way?
No, Zybrid builds a hybrid.
Q9.
You're mixing Flybird with Zytec.
No.
Panos Q9.
Zytec is a British racing firm that won. They were in LMP2, were quite successful. They're still running around.
And they do engineering. They built a hybrid
Yes.
power train.
Mm-hmm.
Our commenters are smarter than we are.
And so
Don't let them know that. They'll be on camera. What?
Don Panos went to them and got a hybrid engine for his 98 car. The
Front engine Panos.
Yeah, the front engine Panos called it the Q9 for his Esperante GTR1.
Now, here's the part where I lost the plot. They came to Le Mans. I don't know whether they actually qualified. I think they got close, but had a problem in qualifying and did not race.
Yeah, I'll have to check.
Okay, but here's Don Panos bringing new technology to Le Mans one time and now doing it with Delta a second time. And you were saying something, our viewers are so much smarter than us? What?
Yeah, they all got the Panos Q9.
Quicker than us?
Yeah, much. That they immediately had it.
Thank you, viewers.
They had it. They had it within 10 seconds, and our delay is only 7 seconds. So that's pretty impressive.
Crowdsourcing information. That's
pretty impressive.
So from now on, I'm not going to turn to the couch. Screw you guys. I'm just going to turn to the camera.
Just so everyone knows, we're on about a 7 or 8 second delay on this feed. Just so everyone is aware. The number 4 has just left pit lane. The Ultra.
Number 4, Audi.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I got lost in what we're talking about, I think the Toyota is still in pit lane.
Yeah.
Although no one seems to know what is wrong with the Toyota.
Our pecking order for P1 at this point is the number 1 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro with the number 2, a mere 1 lap behind. In third place is the number 4 R18 Ultra with Jarvis behind the wheel, Audi Sport North America. Then fourth, the Lola Coupe Toyota, Rebellion Racing, 3 laps down. Not bad. Actually, that's quite good. They've been consistent. They haven't had any problems throughout the day. Let's see how the night treats them.
Yeah, they. I'm doing this from memory, but they've had good performances. That car is pretty much bulletproof. The new Lola has 4 wide tires all around it, which cleaned up the front end grip, made it a more balanced car. And that's the Toyota motor that's a derivative of the Formula Nippon V8. So there's a case where they've taken a Formula motor and put it into endurance racing. Kind of the way FIA wants the 2014 F1 motors to show up here as well. By the way, the 2014 rule confuses me on one thing. So I'm going to ignore the couch and ask the camera. The rules say that you can have now up to 2 hybrid systems in the new LMP car.
Really?
For 2014. And I know enough to say that F1 for 2014 was talking about KERS plus some other energy recapture system. So is that the conspiracy theory that says, no, Leo, the rules aren't really that open, they're just setting up for the F1?
Maybe.
Help me out. Am I getting half those facts in a direction, or is it really open and it's just that it could be inclusive of F1?
The number 74 Corvette is still leading in GT Pro, with the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari 458 Italia second, and the number 73 in third, with Garcia behind the wheel.
Now, what I'm wondering is, are the lap times going to start coming down as it gets cooler?
Cooler, yeah, I could see that.
And what was it, the Dunlop person that told me long ago that the magic of why that happens, besides the ambient for the engine, you can run softer compound tires when it's cooler because they don't burn up as much.
The Toyota is now, the Toyota Hybrid, the number 8 is now, well, 45th place.
Pretty soon, this is going to become a test session for them and not really all about results.
Leo, can I speak?
Oh, really? Am I that bad?
No. I just wanted to say that you asked a question about the 2014 rules, and I actually do have an answer for that.
Okay.
So the different hybrids, right? So we were talking about 500 kilojoules, right? That's the energy output allowed for each transfer of electric power in today's Le Mans. By 2014, they're going to open up the hybrid rule to include, you can go from 0 to 8 megajoules, right? So if you're right, but it will correspondingly reduce the amount of fuel you get per lap.
Okay.
So it's actually the fuel allocated per lap. So if you go for the full Monty, if you go for the 8 megajoules, right, then you'll get the least amount of fuel.
Right.
But hopefully, correspondingly, you can make that up in electrical juice and electrical power. If you go for, say, 2 megajoules, you'll get a little bit more fuel. You could balance it out a little bit more. So it rewards teams that go really hard and try to get the most out of their hybrid system.
So when they say 2 systems, do you think they mean front axle system, rear axle system, or 2 different types of technology? That's the part I don't know.
Okay.
But it's interesting. 8 megajoules?
Up to 8, yeah.
I mean, how is that not just an electric car?
Well, because still that won't get you around the full racetrack, though.
Oh.
You know what I mean? It's like it'll be where if they can go 6 seconds, and it's obviously it's not. I think it's not linear. It's maybe a geometric or something. I'm obviously not an engineer. You guys can probably answer this one if you are an engineer. But if you go with the 8 megajoules, if right now it's 500 kilojoules and you get 6 seconds at about 200 horsepower, you got to do the math. You figure that's 16 times that.
Wow.
So either you get 16. You get a correspondingly high number of seconds, or you get a correspondingly high horsepower, but no one's going to, you're not going to obviously run 2,000 horsepower. So let's say if you do stick with the 200 horsepower number, you'll get maybe a minute. Won't get you all the way around the track, but it'll be pretty significant.
Yeah.
I don't know. But the two hybrid situation is something to answer. Let me see. If
And
we
I'm
can find
curious,
that out.
do the viewers like the fact that it's going more of this type of alternative technology, or do we need our internal combustion motors to define racing for you?
Well, I, for one, am happy that we're going for more alternative fuels. I mean, someone's got to do it. I mean, if the idea is indeed that racing is about high technology and about pushing things to the forefront, it would be absurd for everyone to just be running. You might as well run NASCAR specs.
I would be curious if the new technology aspect of this gets Le Mans more press, more general market press.
Now, if Le Mans really tried and did something sort of like what they did in the Group C days when they mandated that there would be a lot of prototypes and they would be very high, they would be very much in the forefront of fuel efficiency, then Le Mans could really definitely get back to some of its past glory years of really pushing technology, really getting in newspaper headlines, and really leading the field.
Group C?
Well, Group C back in the day started out in I guess the early '80s. Whoever was organizing at the time decided to make a statement with Le Mans. What they would do is concentrate absolutely entirely on fuel efficiency and fuel economy. So they mandated very strictly as to how much fuel the teams could use, bumping teams up from I don't have numbers on me, but it was something like, I don't know, going up from 1.5 to 3 miles per gallon or something absurd like that. But it was a huge jump for the teams, and everyone had to work significantly harder to make cars comply. But a lot of manufacturers got in on it because they wanted to keep a good image, work on the technology, and you started getting fields that were just packed with prototype cars. Tons of people were watching, very successful, and even though it was totally dominated by Porsche, it was still thought of as one of the glory years of Le Mans, and that's definitely something that could come back. I mean, it's wonderful to see all the GT cars, but when Le Mans is really pushing things technically, and there are tons of prototypes out there doing really interesting things, then people watch.
Thank you.
And the commenters seem to agree with you.
Deep thoughts from Rafael Lola.
Deep thoughts.
For great history on all those Group C days, you can go on to, there are a bunch of great resources out there. Google it. Really great stuff. The cars look gorgeous. Sauber Mercedes, and Porsche 962s, and you should definitely check it out.
I didn't realize they were that driven by economy.
Well, that was the whole point of the just in the same way that Group B was about getting things closer to just in the same way they had Group B, which was like, let's just do whatever the hell we want, and we'll have open regulations so long as it's homologated. Group C was also very, I don't know who was in charge of it at the time, who was, I don't think Jean Todt wasn't running it back then, but whoever was in charge was very strong-willed, really got people behind it, and really kept things very single-track minded and very focused.
Michael, what are you looking at?
I am looking for some comments that we could talk about. Questions from the peanut gallery.
And the only comment I saw is, no, I'm not losing the tie.
No, not Leo.
I like that tie, actually. I think it's cool. I'd like to get my hands on that tie.
All right, what do we have here? I mean, generally, I think, the consensus, at least from these commenters right now, is that they want to see technology move forward. They're not done with...
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the Peugeot 905 Evo is definitely one of the best looking cars ever to race in the history of whoever commenter that was.
I remember that car. It actually was...
Actually, they didn't run the really the prettiest one, which was the one they were going to run the next year, the helicopter car, they called it. That car, if you can Google that, there are a few pictures of it in a museum. Awesome. Just awesome. Just a really cool car.
What
It looks
made
a
it-
lot like the Toyota they're running now.
What made it awesome? So describe it. If
It took things to sort of to the next level. It looks just sort of a smoother, curvier look than the Toyota TS030 they're running now. Very separate fenders. It was white with sort of neon green accents, sort of like the Braun GP car from a few years back. Never raced for reasons beyond my memory, but look it up. It's really cool. That and the Allard Group C prototype were just about the coolest Le Mans cars not to race in recent memory.
Allard came over to American Le Mans a couple of times and
Really?
did not do well. But it was in fact, as you said, one of those leading edge cars where they were channeling the air around the front tires and front wheels and flowing the air through the bodywork. So
Speaking of ALMS, that Q9 Panos car did run at the first ALMS race back in '98 at Road Atlanta, but did not qualify for Le Mans.
it did not. Is that?
It did not qualify. Yes, it did not make it. That rarely happens these days.
Oh, we got to refresh the Audi stream, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good call, S Ford 01. It's almost time. It's almost the bottom of the hour. Start figuring out do an update.
Works for me.
I don't know where JF went.
Do you have timing and scoring?
He did.
I do have timing and scoring up.
You want to take a shot at it?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. See, you know what? Let's take.
Do you need help on this, Mike?
Go ahead. Go. Why don't you do it then?
Okay, so I'm reading down for LMP1. We've got the e-tron Quattro up with 121 laps, followed by another e-tron Quattro and an Ultra 1 lap down, and then the two Lola Toyotas down 2 and 3 laps below them with an HBD Honda running at 114 laps. Down in LMP2, Morgan is out from first, but they're still on the lead lap. It's the Orica Nissan, which is leading, followed by the Morgan Judd a few minutes back, and then another Honda behind them. Going down to GTE Pro, it's still the Corvette up with the 458 on the same lap, followed by another Corvette and another Ferrari. And then in GTE AM, it is Corvette, Porsche, Ferrari, Ferrari, Corvette. And that's the results.
Did you cover P2?
P2, I actually don't know why. People were asking. I'm not entirely sure why Morgan is down. I don't know when that pass happened or why. But they have one fewer pit. They pit 9 times compared to the 10 of the Orica, of the number 48 Nissan, Orica Nissan. I don't know why they're down, but they are. Looks like things are going on with the dome. Mike?
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Do we know why commenters speak out? Why Morgan dropped down behind the?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay.
I
was
just
checking on Twitter a minute ago, but I didn't see anything. Yes, our live timing comes from live.lemans-tv.com for anyone curious. You can break it down. It gives the overall standings as well as broken down by class. So something is going on with the Dome car, it looks like.
And for Toyota fans, the Toyota is back on track finally.
All right.
But not to take the wind out of that sail, they are definitely running a test session now and running endurance testing.
They're that far down. That's how many laps down are they?
Give me a second. 23 laps down.
And that's enough to be a deal breaker?
I would argue against Audi. Yeah.
You don't think all 4 cars are not going to drop out? And I mean, do you think they could come up ahead of the Rebellion cars?
They were
or do you
turning.
think that's not on their priority list?
Well, there's still a lot of time left, and they're 2 separate teams. But Toyota was turning. What are we left with? The number 7 Toyota. So they qualified at a 3:25.4. The Rebellions were qualifying at a 3:29. So you have 4 seconds a lap.
And they have plenty of hours to keep that up.
But 23 laps.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I even need to do the math on that one. That feels like a challenge.
Yes. Well.
But I don't mean to sound defeatist. I mean, the car has shown it has the capability. This is their first battle of competition. They wanted to race at Spa, but had a testing crash, and that set them back as they brought this new car, this new chassis with actually this new aero package online. And for whatever reason, there was not an opportunity to race the technology at Spa. So far, the powertrain seems to have held up. And you can't fault Toyota technology for that crash. But 2 cars against 4 right there is a challenge too.
Oh my God, yeah, no. Well, you never know with Le Mans. I mean, cars, crazier things have happened than all 4 cars dropping out.
No question. They are in P. Are they really? Are they in? Can't be in 47th position. Yes, they are.
I had an off-topic question, but it's when do you feel the hydrogen infrastructure will come to the U.S.? I think that the problem right now with any kind of new technology that requires investment from the government is basically, right at this moment, you might as well forget it, because there's no possible way that with our political stagnation, kind of stalemate right now, anything is going to happen. So basically, the next 2 years are lost. But eventually, the only hope for a hydrogen infrastructure is if the companies start realizing that they'll make more money with the model we have now, is where you have to go and get gas someplace, right? And
talk to them.
I'm talking to, but anyway, that's the whole thing. So I'm not going to hold out hope for it anytime soon, but
I think we're a long way off.
The problem, the ultimate problem with hydrogen is that unless we have a very, very robust nuclear power plant system that can get the crack the water into hydrogen, or crack hydrogen and produce it.
You want to run cars on crack? What'd you say?
Crack. I'm smoking it. I could use it. No, but you know what I mean. It's like, I don't want to get in the weeds on this because this is such an outside topic that, there's so many things that have to happen before hydrogen can
Okay,
really
well, I'll
make
tell you a story. I live, or my hometown was...
Again, so what part of, I don't want to get in the weeds, are you...
Are you about to take us into the weeds?
All right, go ahead. I mean, you have 30 seconds. No, it's go ahead. It's interesting.
So I grew up outside of Sacramento, and between my hometown and Sacramento is the Fuel Cell Research Center, where all the major OEMs stick their stick all their hydrogen research. They've got a refueling station there. Toyota was there, Honda was there. That's where GM was there. That's where people put all of their, their prototypes that you hear of. Things are very quiet there. I think they're looking to rent out some of their space. Things are not doing very well. Interest has died way down ever since companies stopped being able to get fuel credits for making prototype hydrogen cars. And everyone just threw their money into electrics and batteries and hybrids, and no one cares, and it's a lot of window dressing, as far as I'm concerned.
You know what? I'm going to move on topic because I could just start on the window dressing thing. I don't know what you meant. Let's go through some of the comments. I saw one that I just lost, but we'll explain. Someone asked, what are those square open holes on the top of the fenders? So, of all the P cars. Well, that is another rule.
That's regulated, right?
It's another regulated rule to create a air venting system to help the cars not flip over. The idea is that even though they had the louvers in it, two things were happening. One, it was still trapping air in the wheel well, which creates lift. Number two, when the tire were wearing away and the stuff was coming off the tire, it was breaking the louvers and putting more garbage on the track. So for good, bad, or indifferent, and there's been criticism about the open holes and the fins, both were designed to control air to prevent the cars from flipping. Now everyone's going to pile on and say, hey, it didn't do such a good job on the Toyota. And that is pretty alarming that the car went out. But that's what those holes are for. Now the tire companies, when a car comes in for a pit stop, they take a tire temperature with a probe. And even sometimes while on the car, because the Michelin tires in particular have been multi-stinting their tires, not changing every pit stop. So they have to reach in the wheel well to put the tire probe. But now with the big open holes, you can just get that tire temperature much, much easier. That wasn't the intention. That was the default benefit.
Now, are there changes to in 2014?
Don't know. There are going to be new aero rules, and there's going to be new dimensions for the entire car. But whether the open holes in the fenders stay or not, it'll be interesting, and we don't know. However, what is interesting to look at is how each of the cars has designed that hole. Some have literally just took the Sawzall and cut a square.
Right.
Audi, for example, figured out that if you chamfer or lower the front of the hole and put aerodynamic fences, you can control the air over the hole. You can control the air coming out of the hole to help the aerodynamics. And if you look at the back of the R18, the back of the hole is higher than the fender itself. So they've created an air scoop to stop the venting air from spilling over the top of the car, but now going in back to the fender and venting out the bottom, and maybe mixing with the air on the bottom of the diffuser to create a different wake at the back of the car. All from having to cut a square hole on the top of a fender.
Wow, you see? Speaking of where are the other two, JF is back.
Someone else asked about how Forza is going. I think it's going okay, except Alex Roy is on Siesta.
We're waiting for the pedal delivery.
I had a little bit of an issue.
You had an issue? What happened?
Well, I had to walk 2 blocks to use a restroom.
They're all locked?
Every door, every bathroom in this
is now locked.
The handicap is locked?
Handicap is locked too.
Just go to the fire escape like I did.
Fire escape.
Wait, you want to see what's outside this shelf in the window?
Did somebody?
We have lost the keys to every restroom in this
on
building.
the next floor.
So
that's right. I forgot.
I went down to 11. I went down to
I forgot
every
to
floor.
tell you, the women's bathroom has been open since we moved in here.
The women's bathroom's never locked. So
There you go.
Yeah, I used the women's bathroom.
I walked to the Holiday Inn on 38th Street,
What?
39th Street.
Are you
I'm
serious?
kidding you not, yeah.
You walked to the Holiday Inn? I use the.
Jeff is dumb.
Whatever.
Wow.
I got lunch out of it.
And yes, everyone's commenting how the holes on the Toyota did not work. I think it was a big event.
Well, that's the thing is, you go too far off axis in a crash like that with that much speed, and there is absolutely no way to reduce lift enough not to have the car flip, and that's what they've seen. That's why this is such one of those problems that gets these kind of symbolic answers, like the holes in the fenders. And I mean, the engineers think they'll work, but there's no way to really test them, because every time you do a test on the computer, say, you can't ever replicate that perfectly in an actual crash situation.
The drivers in IndyCar, he even made the comment that, you pay respect to incidents like Dan Weldon, and you make changes to make things as safe as it can be. But
Yeah.
you're never going to make racing completely safe.
I'm sorry, but let's elevate this conversational topic to a higher level of intellectualism. And
Or you need a
Woken up
microphone.
Alex
You need a
Roy, the
microphone,
conversation is now going to get
He
interesting.
does not need a microphone.
Let me help you out here. Okay?
Please,
This
thank
is what's
you.
called the Heisenberg principle. Okay.
Well,
Go
you
ahead.
got to get on camera. All right.
And you need a microphone. What do you... Heisenberg? What do you mean from Breaking Bad?
By the way, I'm
Okay.
glad you're.
The Heisenberg principle says that you can never know that the act of testing something changes. You just don't know till you try.
That was it?
Yeah.
That's it?
Furthermore,
You came in here like Heisenberg himself.
Furthermore, the United States learned this. This is not a political conversation, but systems theory, which was my minor in college, okay, because I could read and use math. Here, let me sit there.
Maths.
No one believes you.
Are you going to sit up there? Wait, all right.
Come on over.
All right, sit there. Yeah.
That
But you
jacket
need a
is like,
microphone.
that jacket is so despicable me.
Systems theory
Please.
suggests that
This
if
is
you
your world. This is your domain.
create a model of anything, it's only as accurate as data put into it, and that the absence of data is as problematic as the inclusion of incorrect data, and that the proportion of incorrect answers will rise exponentially.
Are we talking about aerodynamics or the Wall Street? Or Wall Street?
Everything. Everything. And in fact, the Rand Corporation, and this is not in any way political, this is a fact, you know, that the Vietnam War policy was dictated by the creation of a mathematical model which suggested that X number of bombs would result in X number of casualties and victory was guaranteed. And there's examples of failures of imagination repeatedly coming down to the usage only of this type of thinking.
So
the evolution of a car, which may not be the fastest, like Audi over many years, okay, which might be 1% slower than Peugeot, you know, but whose design is more reliable, if it's only 1%, counts for a lot. And this is why supercars always break down.
Well, and I was going to go the supercar route and ask this. If you look at these hybrid cars, there's a ton of electronics, technology, computerization to make them run. So would active aerodynamics, like the Pagani system, like those type of things, help this aerodynamic problem that's been created that's not clearly being solved by cutting holes in fenders and mounting stationary fins? Should we go that route?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Would you like to see it?
Incremental changes over time, done in small quantities, generally prove to be more reliable.
Then big leaps forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it'd be a different story if you were doing a lemons race. Then enormous leaps are often a good idea.
This is very good. I do have a question from the comments, though. So, posing this to Leo, and since Alex is here too, Alex is here, you might as well do it. He can chime in also. Do you think LMP1 entries should be limited to 2 per team for fair competition, rather than this sort of Audi flooding the zone with cars situation?
I can't understand a word you're saying.
He's wondering if they should limit the number of entries.
No. I said it
for
perfectly
LMP1.
fine. Don't listen to him. He
What
can't
is
understand.
what is the velocity of it?
The reason I didn't understand the question is because one of the comments is, Alex, I was one of the technicians on your M5 at Santa Monica BMW. Which is a bizarre comment, but go on.
But go on. No, but you heard, no. Should teams be limited to 2 cars per team in LMP1 rather than like the Audi flooding the zone thing?
Yeah, they should be limited to 2. Of course they should.
Why?
It's just not fair. Because actually, if Audi had half a brain, they wouldn't bring 2 of 2 different designs, a legacy and a new. They'd bring 4. They bring the last 3 years and a new one. Because you just don't know. You just don't know.
Well, remember the old days? Ford and Ferrari, even Porsche, they would flood the fields with a huge number of cars.
Definitely.
1967, they had 4 Mark IVs and another 6 Mark IIs or something like that.
It was insane. It was like a dozen Ford cars were up in that race.
But F1,
and like 3/4 of them dropped out. We'll also mention.
well, and that then you're just playing the numbers. But to F1's credit, 2 cars that make a team, that's parity. There you go. I guess it sounds fair.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, technically, there's.
That was the worst answer ever.
Technically, there's competition. I'll put this to Leo. Technically, there's competition in the team between the teams, between the car teams. So it's like, it's sort of not supposed to be like it's all a monolithic Audi team. It's supposed to be the Ultra guys and the e-tron guys, and they're kind of competing against each other. But ultimately, it looks like it's just Audi flooding the zone.
Well, this is the first time that they've brought 4 cars.
Yeah.
And you could argue that it was more about making sure that they had technology that would get them to the end. If you're going to roll all your dice with e-tron, then we don't know whether that's going to work. But they knew that the Ultra, the diesel, had proved itself. At the end of the day, I don't know. Do you limit strength? If a company has the capacity to do that, should they be restricted or not? I mean, the part of racing that's profoundly true. If you've got the money to spend on racing, you'll find a way. And you can say each team is limited to 2, but if Audi has a bigger budget than another 2-car team, I could almost predict that the 2 cars of Audi are going to go a hell of a lot faster than the other 2 cars, because they'll find more ways to spend money and make those cars quicker and more durable.
Right. And then again, when you have a manufacturer willing to support a series to that degree, how do you tell them no?
Well, and no offense to Patrick Long and all the comments from ALMS applauding Viper there, but part of the game of racing is to have manufacturers get involved.
Right.
So you're not going to tell anyone that they should go home. You're going to say, we're happy you're here. We welcome the challenge.
Right.
Then you'll MF them as you get beat, but that's behind in the paddock.
If I may just answer some of the comments about why I don't have pedals, and we're not playing Forza yet, because the pedal set I brought is broken, and even though I often buy 2 of everything in the military, wait, let's raise level of discourse here. In 1979, when a Carter ordered the Delta Force on its first mission to rescue the hostage from Iran.
President Carter, you mean?
Whatever.
Okay.
John Carter.
Just
John Carter suggested
sand in the rotors.
He said the military learned that 3 is 2, 2 is 1, 1 is none. Always bring extra. So I brought 2 Xboxes, 2 steering wheels, 2 copies of Forza 4, 2 of everything except the pedals.
But someone's getting the pedals.
I sent a certain young lady.
Oh, really? And?
Who shall remain nameless, so the others will think that I called and couldn't reach them.
Oh my God! I don't want to know.
To retrieve the pedals from my house, and they should be here momentarily. Josh, did you send the address to her?
So wait a minute. So somebody actually is delivering the pedals?
Yes.
And it's a female person.
And we've still got time.
So you have a female person delivering
racing pedals. Yes, I'm 40 years old.
If you want to,
and a woman is going to my apartment to get pedals to bring them back here.
You are
success.
You are certainly
in
in another
success.
level.
I win. So we'll be playing momentarily, and then we can see how cowardice is defined.
Oh, you and your cowardice in racing. So, by the way, there was another broken English here of this suck, I want to see racing. Let me explain once again what we're doing here. We do not have the rights, nor could we afford the rights to broadcast the race. It's all over the internet, it's on TV, in wherever you're watching from. What we're doing here is amplifying that experience by sharing with you additional information, the opportunity to chat with us, ask questions, we ask questions of you, bring you interviews from the track that are not on the broadcast, and have videos that have been produced from Le Mans by Drive and partners of Drive that are not on the broadcast. So it's like the broadcast plus more. And I'm going to do the masturbating joke. You know, there are things you do alone, and there are things you don't do alone. And watching races is one of those things you don't do alone, so we're here.
Yeah.
Did I say masturbating?
You did, but
okay, damn.
No, but this is like on the DVD. There's the extra stuff. This is the extra stuff. This is like the stuff on the DVD you watch only after you're stoned.
So you're like a big Easter egg.
Yeah, we're like a big
Wait,
East.
so
We're like
stoned, masturbating.
Well,
That's
I mean,
what we're
you
all
can't-
about.
By the way, brought to you by Cadillac.
JF is not
JF is freaking out behind me.
Hey, this is a
By
classy
the way,
race.
this is what Jim calls a phantasmagorical party.
I was with GM.
7 guys.
They know me.
All right. 7 straight guys talking.
Hey, I got an idea for a show.
Yeah, 7 straight guys. Top Gear's got 3.
Seven straight guys talking for 25 hours.
Thank you for explaining that. I'm still unsubscribed. Okay, I get it. I understand. No, I made that up.
Oh boy.
Someone's going to
Alex Roy looks like he's going to pass out. Funny you should mention it because I've been napping for
By the way, it's summer. How are you wearing a Patagonia puffy jacket?
It's not even cold in here. Because, first of all, this is my girth concealing jacket.
I mean, it's not working.
No, but you know what? I see what you're doing.
jokes.
No, this is the girth paradox. It's the more girth you put on, the less girthy you look.
Correct.
You look like the Michelin Man who's a LeBron James fan, if you know what I mean.
Oh, wait, was that racist automotive humor?
I don't think racist. I don't think racist.
It's okay.
It was diversity.
You can't offend me. I'm black.
So can you give us a fake history of Patagonia puffy jackets?
Wait a second. There's a comment here. Alex too much of a douche to just settle with getting good with what he's got. If you're referring to the prior comments of why don't I use a control pad to play Forza, well, that's funny because cars have been constructed and sold for over 100 years. And the number of cars sold with a pad and not a wheel, I mean anything besides a wheel that was successful was 1, 2.
The Tiller from Henry Ford.
Right, and Saab made a prototype car with a joystick, and other than that, everything has a steering wheel. So,
But you have a pedal problem.
yeah. So I don't understand your comment.
By the way, I just want you to know to remind you that you started this discussion by saying you wanted to lift the level of discourse.
Yes.
And we went from there to masturbation to.
Thank you.
But that wasn't me.
Where-
Let's move on.
To racism, by the
Well,
way.
at
That's,
the very least, maybe we'll take a.
I didn't go
take a quick
racism.
break.
no, I understand.
Wait, we have a comment.
Are we coming up on the hour?
We have a comment here from Octo Driver 89, who said, "Alex's horizontal stripes don't cover girth. You should have had a jack with vertical stripes." That comes back to the accident between the Toyota and the Delta.
How so? And then
The
we're gonna go.
Delta
And
is
then
a
we're gonna go to break.
Low black horizontal block.
I see.
Okay.
Okay.
If it was vertically black and white stripes, or yellow and white,
They would have seen it.
yes.
And on that thought, you're going to see a break because we're going to go to break right about now, and then come back with a recap. I think we're going to show some type of, hopefully one of our videos, or are we just going to do our promo piece?
Interview.
Interview.
A little bit around the world, and it's not like Ben, my teammate. He's French, and he gets a lot more like local TV audience. And Marcel is a Swiss hero now for being the first Swiss driver to win at Le Mans. I'm more a bit international guy because I grew up in Belgium. I'm German, but my father was Peruvian, so and Germans have Formula One, so it's. They're a bit spoiled in racing, so I'm not getting so much coverage. Completely new. There's almost no carryover parts from the R18. The R18 e-tron we have this year is a brand new car, but of course we carry over the knowledge and we have a lot of data, and for us drivers we carry over the confidence we built up with the previous R18, which was a really good car, and we improved it to have an even better car. And the principle and the plan is to not have a massive change, because we were going in a really good direction with the R18, and we kept improving on that. So for us in the driving style, there's not a big difference. There is some difference with the hybrid, you know, because we recuperate and we boost. So these two things have some influence on the braking. strategy and on the acceleration strategy. So tires will feel different on the front because we boost on the front tires, and braking will be stronger through the recuperation. But this is all factors we are still learning about. They're very small, but we're learning about, and yeah, but driving is very, very similar. You know, we're constantly playing with the limit of the car, and this is something you feel in your body, in your hands, in your butt, you know, like what kind of feedback it gives you back. And last year mentally was more demanding, because when the rain came, it was really tricky to keep the car on the track. We decided to stay out. I had medium tires on, and I had poor visibility. I couldn't really judge the track. I couldn't see if it was wet or not. So, you know, it's really difficult to keep a sports car like that in slippery conditions on the road, because we have very little drag, and the car still weighs around 900 kilos. So it's they're really just not ideal in those conditions. There's not a lot of mechanical grip. So it was very tough to keep the car on the track, and especially in that hour was almost getting a headache. But finally I managed to get it through. Ran out of the car, get a massage, eat, try to sleep. If I was lucky, I could close my eyes for half an hour, and then you have to wake up, you know, take a shower to wake yourself up a little bit, sometimes not even time, and did the whole race like that. And I was really in a different world, you know. When I crossed the checkered flag, I didn't really realize the race was over. I was so into that thing, and I thought, let's get ready for the next stint. It was not too difficult for me to keep the car within its pace. It was more a worrying factor that the tire would explode or something bad might happen. So, you know, I was trusting the team. They had the full overview on how long I would have to stay out, and I'm sure they will never take any unnecessary risk for me to stay out and just see what happens. They knew exactly, okay, we can go until that point, and that's it. And from what I could see is that they have quite a good hybrid system as well, and they have an impressive acceleration. On the other hand, they can boost from 0 kilometers per hour because they're boosting only on the rear wheels. The rules say that they can do it from early on, because if we would do it from early on, we would have a massive traction advantage, because it would be almost like a permanent quattro drive. So they limit us for 120, that we can boost from 120. In this, you can see that they gain a little bit at the bottom. We have a better car balance, we're better in the corners, and then in terms of straight line speeds, if you look at the data, they're a little bit faster, but we are much better in the corners. So this is always a compromise. I think they probably learned a lot driving with their car here, and for sure will improve for the race weekend. But we also drove the first time with our car, a new car here, and we're improving as well. It was, first of all, was a surprise at the beginning, because you come to a lap car, the first expectation you have is that he's going to let you by. You get close and he's starting to slow you down and braking, especially to slow you down for the other car to catch up. And then you think, wow, this is not fair, but you have to keep calm and keep the car on the track. And in that situation, it's not like a usual sprint race where it's about one driver against the other. There's no personal feel there, because it's Audi against Peugeot, and the only target that I had, it didn't matter if it was a lap car or not, that was to get by the car as fast as possible, and I had to stay calm and don't take it personal, and so it was just like another race car on track. It was not a direct battle, and for sure it was unnecessary to take those risks with the lapped car, but that was the game at the moment, and I quickly understood understood that, and I had to make the most out of it. And not get upset or it's just waste of energy if you have your thoughts of this is unfair or scream at the radio. I didn't say anything. I was just focusing on using any opportunity to get back. If you see a car ahead and you won't make it to overtake him until the corner, you lift off earlier, and as soon as you lift the power, you start to recuperate, and the longer you recuperate, the more you can boost, unless you reach your limit of energy from the rules, like just 500 kilojoules. But mostly we try to play with the traffic, and also if you lift earlier, you will consume less fuel, so there's no point going flat out to the corner, so it's better to lift earlier, take the momentum, and then pass them on the straight. And so all these things you try to optimize each time you see a car in front of you to lift off earlier, and try to time it well that you don't lose time and don't waste useless.
Currently, about 700 people on board with us. 5,000 hours of content watched amongst 40,000 different people who have tuned into us today. It's been up and down all day. We're into the night at Les Sarthe, and it is only about 5 p.m. here in New York, and about 7 hours on over the track. Excellent. Nighttime running hours. Joined here in the Drive Studio in New York is Mike Spinelli.
Howdy.
And hey.
Who's been shepherding us through all the chat.
Yes, a lot of chatting.
And then Orlov, Sebastian Vettel's new friend.
Writes for jalopnik.com.
Yes, I do. Write for jalopnik.com, professional automotive journal.
Recently had his head shaved by a Ferrari mechanic.
Yeah, what was that all about, guys?
Mike convinced me to get my head shaved by some very wonderful Ferrari mechanics up in White Plains.
Yeah.
I think I still have the thing.
Well, what happened was...
We don't want to turn it into
dialogue. It's really quick. All right. There's a new head shaver by a company owned by Conair called Babyliss that apparently the salon people use. And Ferrari...
Branded?
No, didn't brand it. They designed the engine.
Oh, my God.
Yes, so Ferrari designed a high-torque hair trimmer engine, and it was in this thing. And so we got a Ferrari mechanic to shave Raf's hair.
So let me give you a recap of the race. Speaking of Ferrari, let me just bump and start with GT. And I'm going to go GT Pro because I'm pretty sure what we're going to still find is Ferrari chasing Corvette. Corvette is P1, a lap ahead of the AF Corsa Ferrari with Villander in the car right now, according to my timing and scoring. And they've been going back and forth battling, very, very close competition. The second place car, Corvette, is on the same lap with Villander. It was a lap behind. It unlapped itself from the P2 car, and they're going to go head to tail, and followed by the next Ferrari. Porsche picking up the back for the podium with a P4 position. They keep fighting their way back. A lot of Porsche people talked about how that car is not competitive with the restrictors and working on the aero, but they seem to be in the fight. But at front, if you've been following, you know. If you've not, let me bring you up to speed. Toyota's befallen bad luck. Involved in one crash that took one car out. Mechanical that brought the second car back to the garage and out of the fight for the front. And most recently, the car went dead stick at the end of pit lane and they had to pull it back to the garage. So the result is Audi, the team of experience, has the top 3 positions. 2 e-tron Quattros, their hybrids, running 1-2. A lap separating them, McNish second, chasing Fassler, and one of the diesel turbo V6s in P3, followed by Toyotas. but not the hybrid Toyota, the two Rebellion Toyotas. And they've been trading the spot with the HPD Honda P1 car. So the gas cars have taken advantage of the attrition of Toyota's hybrids and moved into a potential podium spot.
Well, that's something that we hadn't talked about in the beginning. Like, we were so caught up in talking about the hybrid situation that we didn't consider the.
So Leo, do you know what benefits the gas-powered cars get compared to the hybrids?
Basically, there are two things. In terms of the air restrictors, they create some competitiveness, but primarily it's the availability of fuel and the fuel capacity that they can carry to allow them to maybe run longer on a fuel stint. So the gas cars carry 75 liters of fuel. The e-tron Quattro diesel only carries 58 liters of fuel. 60 liters of fuel for the ultra diesel, the non-hybrid, and the gas Toyota, when it runs, and it is still in the garage, 73 liters. So you may not be having the lap times that the e-tron Quattro and the Toyota hybrid were. They were, if I recall, maybe 5 to 10 seconds off that pace.
Okay.
But they have the ability to go more laps, and therefore, over the course of 24 hours, fewer pit stops and make up the time.
These guys are insane.
In what capacity?
Getting into these cars and going flat out down an empty road in the middle of a French forest.
I actually...
This is on board at Audi.tv. They're running the telemetry as well as onboard cameras for some of the Audi R18s. Oh my God.
You know, look, a lot of you guys have slammed me for thinking I think I'm a better driver than I used to be, but that's my disclaimer saying not the case. But here's the deal. You learn the track. So your memory knows where this course goes, and you anticipate that. And even when you're driving in full daylight, there's an element of it that it becomes intuitive in terms of when to turn and how to drive by that sense of feel. So the challenge of night racing obviously is exemplified by these pictures we're seeing and amplified by the fact that it really is only as good as the headlights and the reflective. And the big challenge here is, as we've already seen with the Toyota accident, you don't know what's up ahead in terms of traffic. And you don't know what's up ahead in terms of a slower moving car. So you only start to trust, as we saw in Nürburgring, that people start to respect the reality of the danger of night racing.
3.5 Gs in the Porsche curves.
If we haven't shown the clip,
whoa!
Alan McNish talks about the corners here at Le Mans as comparable to the corners at Indy. That he really feels this is one of the places where you are going at a high rate of speed, pulling a lot of Gs in some very, very, very fast corners.
Are the cars pitting now?
Yeah, he's in the pits. This is the number 1 e-tron in the pits, first position.
So we just saw his in-lap.
Yeah, that was his in-lap.
That's really when he's
cooling down the car.
No,
that's when he's really hammering it.
Whatever, I'll shut up.
Yeah, no, we go as hard as we can to get in.
That's a
matter of fact, the argument, and people like Vettel and Schumacher made a career out of it. The in-lap and the out-lap are the most critical laps to maintain your pace, to make time on the competition, and frankly not to give up time. So that in-lap, you run as hard as you can, right up to the moment.
Yeah.
Question from the comments. Why don't diesel race cars also have to use urea injection as diesels in the U.S.? I'm going to take that one because, first of all, yeah, the race cars are exempt from the road car rules, first of all. Second of all, the only reason that we have to use these crazy urea injection things, and they don't in Europe, is because the American environmental laws stemmed, and all the legislation stemmed out of acid rain, which was nitrous, right? And smog, obviously, in California. So that's, it's just a different thing that America decided to regulate because that was our problem. Acid rain causing problems. In the UK, or in Europe and the UK and the rest of the world mostly, it's CO2s that they've been regulating. So that's why the disparity.
And to that point, it's not like these are dirty diesel race cars. They run scrubbers in their exhaust system as well.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. Replay.
That's all right. Easy there. No, they just showed the 1999 Weber. Was that Weber's?
That was Mark Webber's.
That was the other guy's flip in the CLK LM. CLK LM.
GTR.
Mercedes.
Oh, yeah.
No, the LM was 98. The CLK GTR, help me out, guys. Obviously, CLK GTR was
99?
97, and the LM was 98, I think.
Oh no, it's the
And
CLR.
then the CLR is 99. There you go. Thanks.
There you go.
I think we got
I use CLR in my sync.
CLR, yeah, that's.
By the way, JF, besides being in love with Audi, is in love with the light identifiers on the LED headlights that change color to identify which cars are coming in. What's going on?
No, don't keep going.
Before you get to that, I just wanted, the comment was what we were talking about, urea injection in diesels. Urea injection is just something, it's a chemical, it's sort of like synthetic pee that mixes with the exhaust and collects the nitrous oxide out of there by reacting with the, so that's why it collects the nitrous, and then they get rid of it. But it's pee, basically.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could pee into a.
I knew this.
I'm just saying. Like, they don't recommend it.
Yeah.
But I
Don't
wonder
pee
if
into
you
your
could
diesel
pee
engine
into
is
your
the moral of
diesel
the story.
urea reservoir, and it'll have the same effect. Someone's going to try that.
We asked
See,
Audi
someone had the
once
right
that.
name. Peter Dumbrick was the other.
Dumbrick, right.
Thank you for that.
Good job.
I'm sorry, you were going to say?
I have nothing.
You sure?
I have nothing important to say.
Oh my God.
I'm just tired already. Cool.
Cool. Well said.
Well said.
The number 80 Flying Wizard is back in the garage for suspension troubles. Can't catch a break. Really feel bad for those guys. Jorg in the car. They opened up Sebring with getting hit before the green flag went out. And then Long Beach was rained out during qualifying, so they had to go by their Sebring results, a track that they could have won at. Just non-stop. And then Laguna Seca. Jorg had to be in the car.
Now, Lizard was on a roll. They've had a couple of tough years here. When did they won the championship, though, a couple of years ago.
Yeah. No, the Drivers' Championship 2 years ago, yeah.
Right.
Drivers' Championship.
Okay, here comes a challenge search for information.
Yep.
Pano's, obviously, American Le Mans. Pano's involved with the Delta Wing. If memory serves me right, and help me out, there was a purple car that Pano's was involved with that came to Le Mans that may not have been the first exotic piece of technology to race at Le Mans, thanks to Don Panos.
Right.
Help me out?
What are you talking about? The Panos GTL M1s?
No, not exactly. A little more exotic tech than that.
Then they're front engine cars?
A lot more exotic tech than a front engine car.
No, because they ran prototypes.
I know, but that's not what those aren't the cars I'm talking about.
All right.
Chatters, help me out, and I'll give you the hint. It was purple. The car was purple.
They had a close.
And I'm
They
not.
had a close wheel one that had that weird purpley, shiny, change color paint like you got on weird Mustangs.
And why did it have that color?
I have no idea.
We should give an update on Toyota.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Was that the front engine prototype? The last front engine prototype car you're talking about, or is that their actual prototype car?
No, because he's talking about the closed roof
do the
one
check.
and not the open roof.
Oh, okay. All right.
Think advanced technology. Think a car that came to Le Mans from Don Panos.
What year? About
90s.
90s.
Was this a hybrid?
Yeah, I was just gonna
Is
say
this
it was
the
a.
98?
Go check. Go find it.
There you go.
Help us out. I think the Toyota update is pretty simple. It's still in the garage. JF.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so now
So do
one
you have
of these.
it? Can someone share the story?
All right, so here I am on the.
Wait a minute. By the way, you
audio.
gotta talk loud because.
All right. So delving into the great depth of automotive knowledge known as Wikipedia. we can see that Panos went to Zytek, who ran. They ran hybrid Toyota engines last year, or am I way?
No, Zybrid builds a hybrid.
Q9.
You're mixing Flybird with Zytek.
No.
Panos Q9.
Zytek is a British racing firm that won. They were in LMP2, were quite successful. They're still running around.
And they do engineering. They built a hybrid power train.
Our commenters are smarter than we are.
And so
don't let them know that. They'll be on camera. What?
Don Panos went to them and got a hybrid engine for his 98 car. The
front engine Panos.
Yeah, the front engine Panos called it the Q9 for his Esperante GTR1.
Now here's the part where I lost the plot. They came to Le Mans. I don't know whether they actually qualified. I think they got close but had a problem in qualifying and did not race.
Yeah, I'll have to check.
Okay, but here's Don Panos bringing new technology to Le Mans one time and now doing it with Delta a second time. And you were saying something, our viewers are so much smarter than us? What?
Yeah, they all got the Panos Q9.
Quicker than us?
Yeah, much. They immediately had it.
Thank you, viewers.
They had it. They had it within 10 seconds, and our delay is only 7 seconds. So that's pretty impressive.
Crowdsourcing information in a second. That's
pretty impressive.
So from now on, I'm not going to turn to the couch. Screw you guys. I'm just going to turn to the camera.
Just so everyone knows, we're on about a 7 or 8 second delay on this feed. Just so everyone is aware. The number 4 has just left pit lane. The Ultra.
Number 4, Audi.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I got lost in what we're talking about, I think the Toyota is still in pit lane.
Yeah.
Although no one seems to know what is wrong with the Toyota.
Our pecking order for P1 at this point is the number 1 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro with the number 2, a mere 1 lap behind. In third place is the number 4 R18 Ultra with Jarvis behind the wheel, Audi Sport North America. Then fourth, the Lola Coupe Toyota, Rebellion Racing, 3 laps down. Not bad. Actually, that's quite good. They've been consistent. They haven't had any problems throughout the day. Let's see how the night treats them.
Yeah, I'm doing this from memory, but they've had good performances. That car is pretty much bulletproof. The new Lola has 4 wide tires all around it, which cleaned up the front end grip, made it a more balanced car. And that's the Toyota motor that's a derivative of the Formula Nippon V8. So there's a case where they've taken a Formula motor and put it into endurance racing. Kind of the way FIA wants the 2014 F1 motors to show up here as well. By the way, the 2014 rule confuses me on one thing. So I'm going to ignore the couch and ask the camera. The rules say that you can have now up to 2 hybrid systems in the new LMP car.
Really?
For 2014. And I know enough to say that F1 for 2014 was talking about KERS plus some other energy recapture system. So is that the conspiracy theory that says, no, Leo, the rules aren't really that open, they're just setting up for the F1?
Maybe.
Help me out. Am I getting half those facts in a direction, or is it really open and it's just that it could be inclusive of F1?
The number 74 Corvette is still leading in GT Pro with the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari 458 Italia second, and the number 73 in third, with Garcia behind the wheel.
Now, what I'm wondering is, are the lap times going to start coming down as it gets cooler?
Cooler, yeah, I could see that.
And what was it, the Dunlop person that told me long ago that the magic of why that happens, besides the ambient for the engine, you can run softer compound tires when it's cooler because they don't burn up as much.
The Toyota is now, the Toyota Hybrid, the number 8 is now, well, 45th place.
Pretty soon, this is going to become a test session for them and not really all about results.
Leo, can I speak?
Oh, really? Am I that bad?
No. I just wanted to say that you asked a question about the 2014 rules, and I actually do have an answer
Yay.
for that.
Okay.
So the different hybrids, right? So we were talking about 500 kilojoules, right? That's the energy output allowed for each transfer of electric power in today's Le Mans. By 2014, they're going to open up the hybrid rule to include, you can go from 0 to 8 megajoules, right? So if you're right, but it will correspondingly reduce the amount of fuel you get per lap.
Okay.
So is it? Yeah, it's actually the fuel allocated per lap. So if you go for the full Monty, if you go for the 8 megajoules, right, then you'll get the least amount of fuel.
Right.
But hopefully, correspondingly, you can make that up in electrical juice and electrical power. If you go for, say, 2 megajoules, you'll get a little bit more fuel. You could balance it out a little bit more. So it rewards teams that go really hard and try to get the most out of their hybrid system.
So when they say 2 systems, do you think they mean front axle system, rear axle system, or 2 different types of technology? That's the part I don't know.
Okay.
But it's interesting. 8 megajoules?
Up to 8, yeah.
I mean, how is that not just an electric car?
Well, because still that won't get you around the full racetrack, though.
Oh.
You know what I mean? It's like it'll be where if they can go 6 seconds, and it's obviously it's not. I think it's not linear. It's maybe a geometric or something. I'm obviously not an engineer. You guys can probably answer this one if you are an engineer. But if you go with the 8 megajoules, if right now it's 500 kilojoules and you get 6 seconds at about 200 horsepower, you got to do the math. You figure that's 16 times that.
Wow.
So either you get 16, you get a correspondingly high number of seconds, or you get a correspondingly high horsepower, but no one's going to, you're not going to obviously run 2,000 horsepower. So let's say if you do stick with the 200 horsepower number, you'll get maybe a minute. Won't get you all the way around the track, but it'll be pretty significant.
Yeah.
I don't know, but the two hybrid situation is something to answer. Let me see.
And I'm curious, do the viewers like the fact that it's going more of this type of alternative technology, or do we need our internal combustion motors to define racing for you?
Well, I, for one, am happy that we're going for more alternative fuels. I mean, someone's got to do it. I mean, if the idea is indeed that racing is about high technology and about pushing things to the forefront, it would be absurd for everyone to just be running. You might as well run NASCAR specs.
I would be curious if the new technology aspect of this gets Le Mans more press, more general market press.
Now, if Le Mans really tried and did something sort of like what they did in the Group C days when they mandated that there would be a lot of prototypes and they would be very high. They would be very much in the forefront of fuel efficiency. Then Le Mans could really definitely get back to some of its past glory years of really pushing technology, really getting in newspaper headlines, and really leading the field.
Group C.
Well, Group C back in the day started out in I guess the early '80s. Whoever was organizing at the time decided to make a statement with Le Mans. What they would do is concentrate absolutely entirely on fuel efficiency and fuel economy. So they mandated very strictly as to how much fuel the teams could use, bumping teams up from I don't have numbers on me, but it was something like going up from 1.5 to 3 miles per gallon or something absurd like that. But it was a huge jump for the teams, and everyone had to work significantly harder to make cars comply. But a lot of manufacturers got in on it because they wanted to keep a good image, work on the technology, and you started getting fields that were just packed with prototype cars. Tons of people were watching, very successful, and even though it was totally dominated by Porsche, it was still thought of as one of the glory years of Le Mans, and that's definitely something that could come back. I mean, it's wonderful to see all the GT cars, but when Le Mans is really pushing things technically, and there are tons of prototypes out there doing really interesting things, then people watch.
Thank you.
And the commenters seem to agree with you.
Deep thoughts from Rafael Loyola.
Deep thoughts.
For great history on all those Group C days, you can go on to, there are a bunch of great resources out there. Google it. Really great stuff. The cars look gorgeous. Sauber McLaren, Sauber Mercedes, and Porsche 962s, and you should definitely check it out.
I didn't realize they were that driven by economy.
Well, that was the whole point of the. That was the whole point of the. You know, just in the same way that Group B was about getting things closer to. You know, just in the same way they had Group B, which was like, you know, let's just do whatever the hell we want, and we'll have, we'll have open regulations so long as it's homologated. Group C was also very. I don't know who was in charge of it at the time. Who was, I don't think Jean Todt wasn't running it back then, but whoever was in charge was very strong-willed, really got people behind it, and really kept things very single-track minded and very focused.
Michael, what are you looking at?
I am looking for some comments that we could talk about. Questions from the peanut gallery.
And the only comment I saw is, no, I'm not losing the tie.
No, not Leo.
I like that tie, actually. I think it's cool. I'd like to get my hands on that tie.
All right, what do we have here? I mean, generally, I think, the consensus, at least from these commenters right now, is that they want to see technology move forward. They're not done with...
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the Peugeot 905 Evo is definitely one of the best looking cars ever to race in the history of whoever commenter that was.
I remember that car. It actually was...
Actually, they didn't run the really the prettiest one, which was the one they were going to run the next year, the helicopter car, they called it. That car, if you can Google that, there are a few pictures of it in a museum. Awesome. Just awesome. Just a really cool car. It looks a lot like the Toyota they're running now.
What made it awesome? So describe it.
It took things to the next level. It looks just sort of a smoother, curvier look than the Toyota TS030 they're running now. Very separate fenders. It was white with sort of neon green accents, sort of like the Braun GP car from a few years back. Never raced for reasons beyond my memory, but look it up. It's really cool. That and the Allard Group C prototype were just about the coolest Le Mans cars not to race in recent memory.
Allard came over to American Le Mans a couple of times and
really
did not do well. But it was in fact, as you said, one of those leading edge cars where they were channeling the air around the front tires and front wheels and flowing the air through the bodywork. So
speaking of ALMS, that Q9 Panos car did run at the first ALMS race back in '98 at Road Atlanta, but did not qualify for Le Mans.
It did not. Is that?
It did not qualify. Yes, it did not make it. That rarely happens these days.
Oh, we got to refresh the Audi stream, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good call, S Ford 01. It's almost time. It's almost the bottom of the hour. Start figuring out do an update.
Works for me.
I don't know where JF went.
Do you have timing and scoring?
He did.
I do have timing and scoring up.
You want to take a shot at it?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. See, you know what? Let's take.
Do you need help on this, Mike?
Go ahead. Go. Why don't you do it then?
Okay, so I'm reading down for LMP1. We've got the e-tron Quattro up with 121 laps, followed by another e-tron Quattro and an Ultra 1 lap down, and then the two Lola Toyotas down 2 and 3 laps below them with an HBD Honda running at 114 laps. Down in LMP2, Morgan is out from out from first, but they're still on the lead lap. It's the Orica Nissan, which is leading, followed by the Morgan Judd a few minutes back, and then another Honda behind them. Going down to GTE Pro, it's still the Corvette up with the 458 on the same lap, followed by another Corvette and another Ferrari. And then in GTE AM, it is Corvette, Porsche, Ferrari, Ferrari, Corvette. And that's the results.
Did you cover P2?
P2, I actually don't know why. People were asking. I'm not entirely sure why Morgan is down. I don't know when that pass happened or why. But they have one fewer pit. They pit 9 times compared to the 10 of the Orica, of the number 48 Nissan, Orica Nissan. I don't know why they're down, but they are. Looks like things are going on with the dome. Mike?
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Do we know why commenters speak out? Why Morgan dropped down behind the?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay.
I
was checking on Twitter a minute ago, but I didn't see anything. Yes, our live timing comes from live.lemans-tv.com for anyone curious. You can break it down. It gives the overall standings as well as broken down by class. So something is going on with the dome car, it looks like.
And for Toyota fans, the Toyota is back on track finally.
All right.
But not to take the wind out of that sail, they are definitely running a test session now and running endurance testing.
They're that far down that's how many laps down are they?
Give me a second. 23 laps down.
And that's enough to be a deal breaker?
I would argue against Audi. Yeah.
You don't think all 4 cars are not going to drop out? And I mean, do you think they could come up ahead of the Rebellion cars?
They were
or do you think that's not on their priority list?
Well, there's still a lot of time left, and they're 2 separate teams. But Toyota was turning. What are we left with? The number 7 Toyota. So they qualified at a 3:25.4. The Rebellions were qualifying at a 3:29. So you have 4 seconds a lap.
And they have plenty of hours to keep that up.
But 23 laps.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I even need to do the math on that one. That feels like a challenge.
Yes. Well.
But I don't mean to sound defeatist. I mean, the car has shown it has the capability. This is their first battle of competition. They wanted to race at Spa, but had a testing crash, and that set them back as they brought this new car, this new chassis with actually this new aero package online. And for whatever reason, there was not an opportunity to race the technology at Spa. So far, the powertrain seems to have held up. And you can't fault Toyota technology for that crash. But 2 cars against 4 right there is a challenge too.
Oh my God, yeah, no. Well, you never know with Le Mans. I mean, cars, crazier things have happened than all 4 cars dropping out.
No question. They are in P. Are they really? Are they in? Can't be in 47th position. Yes, they are.
I had an off-topic question, but it's when do you feel the hydrogen infrastructure will come to the U.S.? I think that the problem right now with any kind of new technology that requires investment from the government is basically, right at this moment, you might as well forget it, because there's no possible way that with our political stagnation, kind of stalemate right now, anything is going to happen. So basically, the next 2 years are lost. But eventually, the only hope for a hydrogen infrastructure is if the companies start realizing that they'll make more money with the model we have now, is where you have to go and get gas someplace, right? And
talk to them.
I'm talking to, but anyway, that's the whole thing. So I'm not going to hold out hope for it anytime soon, but
I think we're a long way off.
The problem, the ultimate problem with hydrogen is that unless we have a very, very robust nuclear power plant system that can get the crack the water into hydrogen, or crack hydrogen and produce it.
You want to run cars on crack? What'd you say?
Crack. I'm smoking it. I could use it. No, but you know what I mean. It's like, I don't want to get in the weeds on this because this is such an outside topic that, there's so many things that have to happen before hydrogen can
Okay,
really
well, I'll
make
tell you a story. I live, or my hometown was...
Again, so what part of, I don't want to get in the weeds, are you...
Are you about to take us into the weeds?
All right, go ahead.
I mean,
you have
what,
30
you wanna-
seconds. No, it's go ahead. It's
All right,
interesting.
So I grew up outside of Sacramento, and between my hometown and Sacramento is the fuel cell research center, where all the major OEMs stick their stick all their hydrogen research. They've got a refueling station there. Toyota was there, Honda was there. That's where GM was there. That's where people put all of their, their prototypes that you hear of. Things are very quiet there. I think they're looking to rent out some of their space. Things are not doing very well. Interest has died way down ever since companies stopped being able to get fuel credits for making prototype hydrogen cars. And everyone just threw their money into electrics and batteries and hybrids, and no one cares, and it's a lot of window dressing, as far as I'm concerned.
You know what? I'm going to move on topic because I could just start on the window dressing thing. I don't know what you meant. Let's go through some of the comments. I saw one that I just lost, but we'll explain. Someone asked, what are those square open holes on the top of the fenders? So, of all the P cars. Well, that is another rule.
That's regulated, right?
It's another regulated rule to create a air venting system to help the cars not flip over. The idea is that even though they had the louvers in it, two things were happening. One, it was still trapping air in the wheel well, which creates lift. Number two, when the tire were wearing away and the stuff was coming off the tire, it was breaking the louvers and putting more garbage on the track. So for good, bad, or indifferent, and there's been criticism about the open holes and the fins, both were designed to control air to prevent the cars from flipping. Now everyone's going to pile on and say, hey, it didn't do such a good job on the Toyota. And that is pretty alarming that the car went out. But that's what those holes are for. Now the tire companies, when a car comes in for a pit stop, they take a tire temperature with a probe. And even sometimes while on the car, because the Michelin tires in particular have been multi-stinting their tires, not changing every pit stop. So they have to reach in the wheel well to put the tire probe. But now with the big open holes, you can just get that tire temperature much, much easier. That wasn't the intention. That was the default benefit.
Now, are there changes to in 2014?
Don't know. There are going to be new aero rules, and there's going to be new dimensions for the entire car. But whether the open holes in the fenders stay or not, it'll be interesting, and we don't know. However, what is interesting to look at is how each of the cars has designed that hole. Some have literally just took the Sawzall and cut a square.
Right.
Audi, for example, figured out that if you chamfer or lower the front of the hole and put aerodynamic fences, you can control the air over the hole. You can control the air coming out of the hole to help the aerodynamics. And if you look at the back of the R18, the back of the hole is higher than the fender itself. So they've created an air scoop to stop the venting air from spilling over the top of the car, but now going in back to the fender and venting out the bottom, and maybe mixing with the air on the bottom of the diffuser to create a different wake at the back of the car. All from having to cut a square hole in the top of a fender.
Wow, you see? Speaking of where are the other two, JF is back.
Someone else asked about how Forza is going. I think it's going okay, except Alex Roy is on Siesta.
We're waiting for the pedal delivery.
I had a little bit of an issue.
You had an issue? What happened?
Well, I had to walk 2 blocks to use a restroom.
They're all locked?
Every door, every bathroom in this
is now locked.
The handicap is locked?
Handicap is locked too.
Just go to the fire escape like I did.
Fire escape.
Wait, you want to see what's outside this shelf in the window?
Did somebody?
We have lost the keys to every restroom in this
on
building.
the next floor.
So
that's right. I forgot.
I went down to 11. I went down to
I forgot
every
to
floor.
tell you, the women's bathroom has been open since we moved in here.
The women's bathroom's never locked. So
There you go.
Yeah, I used the women's bathroom.
I walked to the Holiday Inn on 38th Street,
What?
39th Street. I'm kidding you not, yeah.
You walked to the Holiday Inn? I use the.
Jeff is dumb.
Whatever.
Wow.
I got lunch out of it.
And yes, everyone's commenting how the holes on the Toyota did not work. I think it was a big event.
Well, that's the thing is, you go too far off axis in a crash like that with that much speed, and there is absolutely no way to reduce lift enough not to have the car flip, and that's what they've seen. That's why this is such one of those problems that gets these kind of symbolic answers, like the holes in the fenders. And I mean, the engineers think they'll work, but there's no way to really test them, because every time you do a test on the computer, say, you can't ever replicate that perfectly in an actual crash situation.
The drivers in IndyCar, he even made the comment that, you pay respect to incidents like Dan Weldon, and you make changes to make things as safe as it can be. But
Yeah.
you're never going to make racing completely safe.
I'm sorry, but let's elevate this conversational topic to a higher level of intellectualism. And
You need
We have
a
woken up
microphone.
Alex
You need
Roy.
a
The
microphone,
conversation is now going to get
He does
interesting.
not need a microphone.
Let me help you out here. Okay?
Please,
This
thank
is what's
you.
called a Heisenberg principle. Okay?
Well,
Go ahead.
You got to get on camera. All right.
And you need a microphone. What do you... Heisenberg? What do you mean, from Breaking Bad?
By the way, I'm
Okay.
glad you're.
The Heisenberg principle says that you can never know that the act of testing something changes. You just don't know till you try.
That was it?
Yeah.
That's it?
Furthermore,
You came in here like Heisenberg himself.
Furthermore, the United States learned this. This is not a political conversation, but systems theory, which was my minor in college. Okay, because I can read and use math. Here, let me sit there.
Maths.
No one believes you.
Are you going to sit up there? Wait, all right.
Come on over.
All right, sit there. Yeah.
That
But you
jacket
need a
is like,
microphone.
that jacket is so despicable me.
Systems theory
Please.
suggests that
This
if
is
you
your world. This is your domain.
create a model of anything, it's only as accurate as data put into it, and that the absence of data is as problematic as the inclusion of incorrect data, and that the proportion of incorrect answers will rise exponentially.
Are we talking about aerodynamics or the Wall Street? Or Wall Street?
Everything. Everything. And in fact, the Rand Corporation, and this is not in any way political, this is a fact, that Vietnam War policy was dictated by the creation of a mathematical model which suggested that X number of bombs would result in X number of casualties and victory was guaranteed. And there's examples of failures of imagination repeatedly coming down to the usage only of this type of thinking.
So
the evolution of a car, which may not be the fastest, like Audi over many years, okay, which might be 1% slower than Peugeot, but whose design is more reliable, if it's only 1%, counts for a lot. And this is why supercars always break down.
Well, and I was going to go the supercar route and ask this. If you look at these hybrid cars, there's a ton of electronics, technology, computerization in to make them run. So would active aerodynamics, like the Pagani system, like those type of things, help this aerodynamic problem that's been created that's not clearly being solved by cutting holes in fenders and mounting stationary fins. Shall we go that route?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Would you like to see it?
Incremental changes over time, done in small quantities, generally prove to be more reliable.
Then big leaps forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it'd be a different story if you were doing a lemons race. Then enormous leaps are often a good idea.
This is very good. I do have a question from the comments, though. So, posing this to Leo, and since Alex is here too, Alex is here, you might as well do it. He can chime in also. Do you think LMP1 entries should be limited to 2 per team for fair competition, rather than this sort of Audi flooding the zone with cars situation?
I can't understand a word you're saying.
He's wondering if they should limit the number of entries.
No. I said it
for
perfectly
LMP1.
fine. Don't listen to him. He
What
can't
is
understand.
what is the velocity of it?
The reason I didn't understand the question is because one of the comments is, Alex, I was one of the technicians on your M5 in Santa Monica BMW. Which is a bizarre comment, but go on.
But go on. No, but you heard, no. Should teams be limited to 2 cars per team in LMP1 rather than like the Audi flooding the zone thing?
Yeah, they should be limited to 2. Of course they should.
Why?
It's just not fair. Because actually, if Audi had half a brain, they wouldn't bring 2 of 2 different designs, a legacy and a new. They'd bring 4. They bring the last 3 years and a new one. Because you just don't know. You just don't know.
Well, remember the old days? Ford and Ferrari, even Porsche, they would flood the fields with a huge number of cars.
Definitely.
1967, they had 4 Mark IVs and another 6 Mark IIs or something like that.
It was insane. It was like a dozen Ford cars were up in that race.
But F1,
and like 3/4 of them dropped out. We'll also mention.
Well, and that then you're just playing the numbers. But to F1's credit, 2 cars that make a team, that's parity. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it sounds fair.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, technically, there's.
That was the worst answer ever.
Technically, there's competition. I'll put this to Leo. Technically, there's competition in the team between the teams, between the car teams. So it's like, it's sort of not supposed to be like it's all a monolithic Audi team. It's supposed to be the Ultra guys and the e-tron guys, and they're kind of competing against each other. But ultimately, it looks like it's just Audi flooding the zone.
Well, this is the first time that they've brought 4 cars.
Yeah.
And you could argue that it was more about making sure that they had technology that would get them to the end. If you're going to roll all your dice with e-tron, then we don't know whether that's going to work. But they knew that the Ultra, the diesel, had proved itself. At the end of the day, I don't know. Do you limit strength? If a company has the capacity to do that, should they be restricted or not? I mean, the part of racing that's profoundly true. If you've got the money to spend on racing, you'll find a way. And you can say each team is limited to 2, but if Audi has a bigger budget than another 2-car team, I could almost predict that the 2 cars of Audi are going to go a hell of a lot faster than the other 2 cars, because they'll find more ways to spend money and make those cars quicker and more durable.
Right. And then again, when you have a manufacturer willing to support a series to that degree, how do you tell them no?
Well, and no offense to Patrick Long and all the comments from ALMS applauding Viper there, but part of the game of racing is to have manufacturers get involved.
Right.
So you're not going to tell anyone that they should go home. You're going to say, we're happy you're here. We welcome the challenge.
Right.
Then you'll MF them as you get beat, but that's behind in the paddock.
If I may just answer some of the comments about why I don't have pedals, and we're not playing Forza yet, because the pedal set I brought is broken, and even though I often buy 2 of everything in military, wait, let's raise level of discourse here. In 1979, when a Carter ordered the Delta Force on its first mission to rescue the hostage from Iran.
President Carter, you mean?
Whatever.
Okay.
John Carter.
Just
John Carter suggested
Sand in the rotors.
He said the military learned that 3 is 2, 2 is 1, 1 is none. Always bring extra. So I brought 2 Xboxes, 2 steering wheels, 2 copies of Forza 4, 2 of everything except the pedals.
But someone's getting the pedals.
I sent a certain young lady.
Oh, really? And?
Who shall remain nameless, so the others will think that I called and couldn't reach them.
Oh my God! I don't want to know.
Retrieve the pedals from my house, and they should be here momentarily. Josh, did you send the address to her?
So wait a minute. So somebody actually is delivering the pedals,
Yes.
and
So-
it's a female person.
And we've still got
So you
time.
have a female person delivering
Racing pedals. Yes, I'm 40 years old.
If you want to-
and a woman is going to my apartment to get pedals to bring them back here.
You are
Success.
You are certainly
I think
in
great
another
success.
level.
I win. So we'll be playing momentarily, and then we can see how cowardice is defined.
Oh, you and your cowardice in racing. So, by the way, there was another broken English here of this suck, I want to see racing. Let me explain once again what we're doing here. We do not have the rights, nor could we afford the rights to broadcast the race. It's all over the internet, it's on TV, and wherever you're watching from. What we're doing here is amplifying that experience by sharing with you additional information, the opportunity to chat with us, ask questions, we ask questions of you, bring you interviews from the track that are not on the broadcast, and have videos that have been produced from Le Mans by Drive and partners of Drive that are not on the broadcast. So it's like the broadcast plus more. And I'm going to do the masturbating joke. You know, there are things you do alone, and there are things you don't do alone. And watching races is one of those things you don't do alone, so we're here.
Yeah.
Did I say masturbating?
You did, but
Okay, damn.
no. But this is like on the DVD. There's the extra stuff. This is the extra stuff. This is like the stuff on the DVD you watch only after you're stoned.
So you're like a big Easter egg.
Yeah, we're like a big
Wait,
East.
so
We're like
stoned, masturbating.
Well, I
that's
mean,
what
we
we're all
can't-
about.
By the way, brought to you by Cadillac.
JF is not
JF is freaking out behind me.
Hey, this is a
By
classy
the way,
race.
this is what Jim calls a phantasmagorical party.
I was with GM.
7 guys.
They know me.
All right. 7 straight guys talking.
Hey, I got an idea for a show.
Yeah, 7 straight guys. Top year's got 3.
Seven straight guys talking for 25 hours.
Thank you for explaining that. I'm still unsubscribed. Okay, I get it. I understand. No, I made that up. I made that up.
Oh boy.
Someone's going to
Alex
the window,
looks
by
like he's gonna pass out. Funny you should mention it because I've been napping for.
By the way, it's summer. How are you wearing a Patagonia puffy jacket?
not even cold in here.
Because first of all, this is my girth concealing jacket.
I mean, it's not working.
No, but you know what? I see what you're doing.
make those jokes.
No, this is the girth paradox. It's the more girth you put on, the less girthy you look.
Correct.
You look like the Michelin Man who's a LeBron James fan, if you know what I mean.
Oh, wait, was that a racist automotive humor?
I don't think racist. I don't think racist.
It's okay.
It was diversity.
You can't
humor.
offend me. I'm black.
So can you give us a fake history of Patagonia puffy jackets?
Wait a second. There's a comment here. Alex too much of a douche to just settle with getting good with what he's got. If you're referring to the prior comments of why don't I use a control pad to play Forza, well, that's funny because cars have been constructed and sold for over 100 years. And the number of cars sold with a pad and not a wheel, I mean anything besides a wheel that were successful was 1, 2.
The tiller from Henry Ford.
Right, and Saab made a prototype car with a joystick, and other than that, everything has a steering wheel. So,
But you have a pedal problem.
yeah. So I don't understand your comment.
By the way, I just want you to know to remind you that you started this discussion by saying you wanted to lift the level of discourse.
Yes.
Because And we went from there to masturbation to
Thank you.
But that wasn't me.
Where-
Let's move on.
to racism. By the
Well,
way,
at
that's
the very least, maybe we'll take a.
I didn't go
take a quick
racism.
break.
no. I understand.
Wait, we have a comment.
Are we coming up on the hour?
We have a comment here from Octo Driver 89, who said, "Alex's horizontal stripes don't cover girth. You should have had a jack with vertical stripes." That comes back to the accident between the Toyota and the Delta.
How so? And then
The
we're gonna
Delta
go. And
is
then we're
a
gonna go to break.
Low black horizontal block.
I see.
Okay.
Okay.
If it was vertically black and white stripes, or yellow and white,
They would have seen it.
yes.
And on that thought, you're going to see a break because we're going to go to break right about now, and then come back with a recap. I think we're going to show some type of, hopefully one of our videos, or are we just going to do our promo piece?
Interview.
Interview.
A little bit around the world, and it's not like Ben, my teammate. He's French, and he gets a lot more like local TV audience. And Marcel is a Swiss hero now for being the first Swiss driver to win at Le Mans. I'm more a bit international guy because I grew up in Belgium. I'm German, but my father was Peruvian, so and Germans have Formula One, so it's. They're a bit spoiled in racing, so I'm not getting so much coverage. Completely new. There's almost no carryover parts from the R18. The R18 e-tron we have this year is a brand new car, but of course we carry over the knowledge and we have a lot of data, and for us drivers we carry over the confidence we built up with the previous R18, which was a really good car, and we improved it to have an even better car. And the principle and the plan is to not have a massive change, because we were going in a really good direction with the R18, and we kept improving on that. So for us in the driving style, there's not a big difference. There is some difference with the hybrid, you know, because we recuperate and we boost. So these two things have some influence on the braking strategy and on the acceleration strategy. So tires will feel different on the front because we boost on the front tires, and braking will be stronger through the recuperation. But this is all factors we are still learning about. They're very small, but we're learning about, and yeah, but driving is very, very similar. You know, we're constantly playing with the limit of the car, and this is something you feel in your body, in your hands, in your butt, you know, like what kind of feedback it gives you back. And last year mentally was more demanding, because when the rain came, it was really tricky to keep the car on the track. We decided to stay out. I had medium tires on, and I had poor visibility. I couldn't really judge the track. I couldn't see if it was wet or not. So, you know, it's really difficult to keep a sports car like that in slippery conditions on the road, because we have very little drag, and the car still weighs around 900 kilos. So it's they're really just not ideal in those conditions. There's not a lot of mechanical grip. So it was very tough to keep the car on the track, and especially in that hour was almost getting a headache. But finally I managed to get it through. Run out of the car, get a massage, eat, try to sleep. If I was lucky, I could close my eyes for half an hour, and then it was have to wake up, you know, take a shower to wake yourself up a little bit. Sometimes not even time, and did the whole race like that. And I was really in a different world, you know. When I crossed the checkered flag, I didn't really realize the race was over. I was so into that thing, and I thought, okay, let's get ready for the next stint. It was not too difficult for me to keep the car within its pace. It was more a worrying factor that the tire would explode or something bad might happen. So, you know, I was trusting the team. They had the full overview on how long I would have to stay out, and I'm sure they will never take any unnecessary risk for me to stay out and just see what happens. They knew exactly, okay, we can go until that point, and that's it. And from what I could see is that they have quite a good hybrid system as well, and they have an impressive acceleration. They, on the other hand, they can boost from 0 kilometers per hour because they're boosting only on the rear wheels. And, the rules say that they can do it from early on, because if we would do it from early on, we would have a massive traction advantage, because it would be almost like a permanent quattro drive. So they limit us for 120, that we can boost from 120. In this, you can see that they gain a little bit at the bottom. We have a better car balance, we're better in the corners. And then in terms of straight line speeds, if you look at the data, they're a little bit faster, but we are much better in the corners. So this is always a compromise. I think they probably learned a lot driving with a car here, and for sure will improve for the race weekend. But we also drove the first time with our car, a new car here, and we're improving as well. It was, first of all, was a surprise at the beginning, because if you come to a lap car, the first expectation you have is that he's going to let you by. You get close and he's starting to slow you down and braking, especially to slow you down for the other car to catch up. And then you think, wow, this is not fair, but you have to keep calm and keep the car on the track. And in that situation, it's not like a usual sprint race where it's about one driver against the other. There's no personal feel there, because it's Audi against Peugeot, and the only target that I had, it didn't matter if it was a lap car or not, that was to get by the car as fast as possible, and I had to stay calm and don't take it personal, and so it was just like another race car on track. It was not a direct battle, and for sure it was unnecessary to take those risks with the lapped car, but that was the game at the moment, and I quickly understood that, and I had to make the most out of it and not get upset, or it's just waste of energy if you have your thoughts of this is unfair or scream at the radio. I didn't say anything. I was just focusing on using any opportunity to get by. If you see a car ahead and you won't make it to overtake him until the corner, you lift off earlier, and as soon as you lift the power, you start to recuperate, and the longer you recuperate, the more you can boost, unless you reach your limit of energy from the rules, like just 500 kilograms. But mostly we try to play with the traffic, and also if you lift earlier, you will consume less fuel, so there's no point going flat out to the corner, so it's better to lift earlier, take the momentum, and then pass them on the straight. And so all these things you try to optimize each time you see a car in front of you to lift off earlier, and try to time it well, that you don't lose time and don't waste useless energy.
are now at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. I guess it's about 1 a.m. at Le Mans. And this is the 25 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans here on Drive, front page of YouTube, as well as youtube.com/drive. It's okay. Twitter.com/drive. I just had a mental issue right there. Anyway, so if you want to know what this is Audi.tv. This is the live feed from inside Mike Rockenfeller's car. Rocky, who had a horrific accident about this time last year, caused a 2-hour safety car period where he took out a quarter mile of Armco.
And 14 hours of praying. Thank God he survived.
Yeah, that was a rough one to get through. I was there. Right now we're going to head to a Delta Wing video. We're trying to use these up mostly because, well, they're out of the race, and we are sorry about that. We've got a lot of good things to say about Delta. I thought, initially when we first saw this car at Sebring, we were. I just want to.
Go ahead.
I had high
Just
hopes.
say it.
No. We just didn't think it was actually going to be possible, and they came a long way.
I wasn't one of those people that didn't think it would turn.
Yeah.
However, the whole buzz around it was just kind of getting me more than what it really was, and I think it was helped a ton by having Nissan step up and give it a little bit of endorsement.
Well, we've got Frank Keaty, one of the drivers, actually talking about the objectives of the Delta Wing. Josh, 12, please.
Yeah, I would like to see it continue because I think we're only scratching the surface of the possibilities of this car and the performance of this car. I'd like to see a home for it in the rules somewhere where we can go and compete for wins, for podiums, to compete against other teams. That's what I would like to see. I think it's great to show off the technology, but I would love to see a home for it and be able to go and continue the Delta Wing story because we're only writing the first chapter here, and it would be really sad if we couldn't continue it after this. But again, that's yet to be written. We'll see what happens after the weekend.
If I recall, what Marino basically said was, besides checking proof of concept, the next objective is to find a place to actually race.
Yeah.
I mean, they were here in Box 56 doing their demo run.
And they're not going to be back next year, right?
And right now, they're not going to be back next year because the Box 56 opportunity is given to new entities. There's been rumors of them trying to find a place in the American Le Mans, Petit Le Mans, before the end.
Oh, that's actually, I find that they did that with the GT3R hybrid 2 years ago in 2010, which is awesome.
And if they do that, I wouldn't want to do it as this special entry, uncategorized entry.
Yep.
They're proving this thing is competitive with a P2 car. Race it in P2. Just let it go. And if it wins that class, so be it.
Do you want to talk about tires a little bit? Because people are asking about tires all the time.
Sure.
Which makes perfect sense. And to just to segue from the Delta Wing, the interesting thing about creating a new thing out of whole cloth and getting the engineers involved is that you get the tire engineers involved too. And Michelin actually created bespoke tires for those unique front situations that you have. So you do have, anytime engineers start thinking about anything, I think it's a really good idea to incentivize that. But so moving from Delta Wing tires to the actual Le Mans tires.
We haven't really spoken about the tire technology in these cars.
I expected tire stinting to be a big issue competing with Toyota.
Yeah.
And when that game went away, it kind of fell off any need for Audi to really manage the tires. Tire management last year was a big deal in how they kept competitive with the Peugeots, and at the end of the race, how they kept ahead. Forget the puncture. It mattered that he drove through it. But they did one stop without changing tires, and that got them out in the lead and kept the lead. And everyone was talking about how tire stinting was going to make a difference. Was the e-tron Quattro going to give them an advantage to add another stint to it, or was it going to be a problem? Was this new hybrid tire that Michelin developed for intermediate weather going to come into play? Well, we haven't had the weather to find out about that. I don't know whether I'm answering your question.
No, it's, I mean, maybe you want to talk about, in more practical terms, the tires actually being used.
Not sure what you mean.
No, the tires out there now, in the various compounds in the tires that are actually being used right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not
to be honest, in Le Mans, that's not my...
All I know is that Michelin works with each team to develop a tire and different compounds. And they give the teams options of construction and compound to figure out which one is prime for any situation. And there'll be different compounds that a team can pick from for ambient, for temperature, track conditions, wet, dry, and all those type of things. And it really becomes a science of matching the right compound to the right situation. And you're balancing speed, durability.
So what about Dunlop and Pirelli? I mean, have you been following the Dunlop? Because there is a car. One of the cars is running Pirellis, and I have to. Maybe this is.
Go ahead.
This is a Googling opportunity, but we've,
I'm
I
listening.
don't. No, I'm asking because I don't know, and I'll have to.
So first of all, I'm checking. I don't think Pirelli is at Le Mans.
One commenter mentioned Pirelli, but
I'm still looking,
not
and
positive.
then we'll drop this in a second. I think we're down to Michelin
and Dunlop.
and I take that back. There is Pirelli, was Pirelli on the number 55 Pro car, Porsche.
Oh, okay.
By the way, we just one of the Corvettes was smoking past the Dunlop curves, trying to figure out what it was.
You've got a comment here that says the 70 Larbra Corvette had spun at Arnage. I don't know whether that had anything to do with it.
I don't know.
So the Dunlop experience is an interesting one because Michelin has been the predominant road racing tire. They seem to have figured it out, give everyone a fast and durable tire, and if you wanted to win, you had to run Michelin. Dunlop wanted to get in the game, and Dunlop and BMW did a deal, and all the development was dedicated to that car, and Dunlop, unlike Michelin, as I understand it, was willing to do tire modifications, try new compounds and upgrades through the season, where Michelin likes to do all the testing, lock it in for the year, and pretty much stay the course with that one compound. Well, now Dunlop has won a couple of championships with BMW. They've proved that they've got a fast tire. They proved they've got a durable tire, and you actually see advantages kind of develop from the standpoint of how a Dunlop tire can work through a stint and be a more consistent tire through that, pushing Michelin to be competitive not just in the numbers but actually coming up with a good racing tire. Falcon tire is the next one, in American Le Mans at least, that's doing that same type of work. They've won races.
It's one of the best wet tires out there.
Right.
Most certainly, yeah.
And now they're showing comparable speed as a dry tire, but they haven't figured out the durability part. Pirelli is the game in F1, so it's hard to figure out how to gauge them versus competition. Here, they're not really a road racing company. They haven't dedicated themselves to it. And on one car, it's hard to say whether they've really got a good program or not.
Now, Dunlop is I'll have to check this too, but Dunlop, to my knowledge, is in all of LMP2, right? Is that do they own LMP2 Dunlop, or are they Michelin's?
I'm not sure about that.
Let me figure that out.
I think it's the number 73 Corvette has lost a wheel.
Uh-oh.
Wow. I'm actually...
Well, it's two Corvettes, because 74 had a tire puncture.
Really?
So both of them?
It's both of them within 2 laps of each other.
Well, we're talking about tires?
Wow.
How about that?
Sorry.
The Corvette team looks a little distraught. They're trying to figure out what the hell is going on with one of their cars. Trying to figure out if the 73 or the 74.
Wheel came off a Corvette, and it looks like you're right.
Number 74.
I found the press release from Le Mans that Dunlop does all of LMP2.
So Dunlop
Really?
is the spec tire for P2.
For all of the 20 LMP2 cars.
And P2 is a cost-capped class, so I guess that's why they went spec tire.
There you go.
Got it. Didn't know. You know what? I didn't pay attention to that.
No, that just sort of one of those details that snuck in.
Let's go back to Corvette because this is.
Yeah, we don't have
this
much
is a game
news.
changer.
74, that's not going to tell us anything. 74, I think he's on the Mulsanne Straight.
And the 74 was the
lifting
lead.
his way back.
The 74 was the lead car. Did it lose a wheel?
Yes.
Did it lose a wheel or did the tire deflate?
Wheel. It was a rim.
The wheel came off?
Yes.
Oh my God.
But it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Trying to get information for you guys.
Wheels coming off are not a good thing. And that was the P1 car. So
73 puncture, 74 lost wheel.
wow. And I can tell you that for all of the ALMS competition, winning Le Mans is a big deal for Corvette racing. This is the eggs in the basket.
Yeah, they got it last year. Let's hope they can get it this year. Good to see an American team up there. Where's Ford?
You asked that before. I think.
I think they
look,
they got to get away from this rallycross BS, and that's all I'm gonna say. 50 years is coming up. 50 years since they won.
You know what? I'm going to
Overall.
respect the confidentiality, and I can tell you they don't care.
Oh, whatever. No.
I can tell you they don't care because, as I said earlier, been there, done that. That's good enough.
Hey guys, somebody said the 74 Corvette, the feed is off on the Corvette side. I wonder if that's an indication of done.
Oh.
That's some marketer.
Well, you know what though? If the Le Mans feed is working, and it is, they just pull down all of both of the other cars' feeds. Neither of the other two are working, but usually they're all up when they've got the Le Mans feed. So yeah, technical difficulty is listed on both of them.
George is telling me that the 74 is pulling up right now. Wheel looks like it's on the car.
Here it is.
74 is in the pits.
They lost the tire or they lost the wheel?
No wheel. Yep, there's no wheel in that
Front or
car.
rear?
Rear left.
No wheel.
Wow.
How does that happen?
I don't know, because here we go. Here we go.
George just saw him drive past, going into the garage. Corvette number 74 into the garage.
Here, JF.
Yep.
You can check that out.
I've got that right here.
Okay.
Yep.
Just helping you.
Everyone except
Thank
me
you,
has
buddy.
it, but thank you. Oh, God. You juvenile guys.
Wish the
Wait
camera
till you
caught
see
that.
me do jellyfish later. Watch this.
What high school are you guys from?
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Man boobs in the chimp.
Man boobs in the chimp. Man boobs. That was JF's tagline on KOCK Radio.
Oh.
Man boobs.
Who knows what the hell is happening right now?
Okay, guys,
Where's 73? Wait.
What would make this unboring for
Is this
you?
73 going in the pits as well? Nope, sorry, that was 7. I'm just seeing.
Still
replays.
74, repeating?
Yep. We can see a camera looking into the pits, but don't know what exactly is going on.
All right, Audi just left the pits, 3 car.
As George has brought up, this happened once to Deendale with Audi in 2007.
The
Lost
wheel?
wheel, spun off into Indianapolis. Okay.
So Ferrari is leading the GT class now, right?
I think at this point, yeah. I think Ferrari will be up front. Timing scoring has yet to update. Thank you,
Really?
ACO.
Actually, mine just updated.
Okay, yep, okay. We have the number 51 Ferrari 458 Italia of AF Corsa in the lead now in GT Pro with the Ferrari 458 Italia from Luxury Racing, the number 59 in second, with the number 74 now in third place. That's how tight GT was. He's already lost 2 positions.
Yeah.
So it happened in the Dunlop curves, it looks like. So he had to make his way all the way
around.
back on the Mulsanne.
So the 2 Corvettes
the
are
tire.
at least 1 lap down. And the lead Ferrari, how about these names? Fisichella?
So it looks like it was a wheel nut failure as they had just come in from the pits. Yeah.
Did they just complete a pit stop?
I think so.
Ah.
Yeah. Interesting to see that the Corvette feeds are off the website.
It was a crew mistake.
Yeah, it was a crew mistake.
Oh, were you just saying that? Sorry, I had my headphones on.
The wheel nut, they didn't put the wheel nut on.
They forgot
Well,
to.
somebody was joking and said the guy lost his nuts. I thought they meant he pussied out, but they meant he really lost his nuts on the car. Where's my rip?
Here's a good question.
I'm listening.
2 cars that have limped back through the Mulsanne Straight after accidents. Romain Dumas and the Corvette.
Okay.
Which one was more impressive?
Dumas.
Okay.
No, he had half the steering.
Because Dumas kicked the car and chose to leave his seatbelts off
Yeah.
for the rest of the ride home.
Yeah, don't tell anyone that part. I'm not sure that should have been a penalty.
That should have been a penalty.
He karate kicked the car to pieces to free it up,
They
and then
got-
he drove with half the steering.
With those seatbelts.
Yeah, and then they changed the bottles.
Yeah. All right, and we are still watching the number 74 Corvette in the garage getting worked on. Replays on the world feed. If you want to watch along, go to live.lemans-tv.com to see the world feed and timing, live timing. If you choose to watch NASCAR, Speed's got it for you right now.
Bottom line, the most ridiculous statement you can make is this race is far from over.
Oh, absolutely. Rockefeller is
We
in.
only have, 12 hours to go? It is far from over.
Yeah.
I told you it was a ridiculous
No,
statement.
we just passed the halfway
No, we're 13 hours left.
I thought we have until 9.
Yeah.
Race
Started at 9?
Race started at 9.
Right, so...
It's only 7.
Oh.
Look at this math contest breakout.
No,
14. That's 13 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, we got some time. Our math is already slipping.
Yeah.
So I think we should actually, and George is now feeding me such great lines. The Karate Kid, Romain Dumas, Frenchman.
Right.
There's got to be
Sweep-
there's an internet meme coming around. Romain Dumas karate kicks.
Sweep the fender.
R18.
Sweep the fender.
Sweep the fender.
Wasn't that from Karate Kid? Sweep the legs? Thank you.
All right,
Thank you,
good.
someone out there who is a, what was his name?
Oh,
Scott
Romain
Baio
Dumas.
fan.
George.
Was it Scott
George
Baio?
George should be hosting this.
Ralph
George,
Macchio.
Romain
Italian.
Dumas action figure. Karate with the. All right.
Yeah, great.
Did he actually use his leg?
Yeah, he was kicking the
He
car
was kicking the fenders off the car.
in the middle of the chicane.
I know, you guys think that's cool.
Why would that not be cool?
I would use my helmet. I would use my head.
Actually, you've got the crash helmet. Why don't you just
Right.
make?
Well,
You could be.
the paint job's
It
$1,000.
would make
right?
Le Mans so much more popular if you
Plus
just.
on the
Boom.
device, can't hurt your neck, can't hurt your head.
Yeah,
Could have just rammed it.
yeah, with your head.
Well, wasn't it James Hunt, now that we're talking about this, wasn't it James Hunt that got out of a car and the marshal tried to pull him to the side of the road?
And he pushed the marshal.
Pushed. He took a swing and knocked him out.
Really?
Knocked him out.
What's the penalty for something like that?
There is no penalty because it was James Hunt. Catching him to give him a penalty is just going to be another slugfest. Yeah. Mr. Hunt. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I had my earbuds in.
Mike looks like the
Oh, I'm
loser.
sorry, I'm watching the race. Oh,
You know what?
excuse me.
Mike looks like the losing bachelor on the
I know.
dating game.
Wah, wah. Wait, put me back up. Wah, wah. Wah, wah.
How's the senior prom going, Mike? Not
Man,
too good.
No, I'm not this fat. I really am not. It's that stupid
Yeah,
camera.
the couch adds the 30
couch
pounds.
adds 30 pounds.
Why don't you use some girth protection?
I need some girth protection.
Speaking of girth protection, where's Alex?
He went back to his house to make some more excuses about why he's not playing Forza
Or on camera?
and doesn't want to be on camera despite a multitude of girth blockage.
Does
All right,
the
I got it.
does
We're
the
done.
Forza thing
Got
work
it.
or not?
So yeah, so how you guys?
Okay,
yeah,
we
this
need-
race, man. It's
we
really
need more
good.
topic. We got to talk. I don't want to bore these people. What do we got?
Question: where's Martin Brundle? How is he?
How's that? Better?
You made a fort.
Yo, check out my fort.
check out my paddock area.
Oh, spin.
Alright. I hope you guys are enjoying this as we are.
I don't know what the Martin Brundle issue is. I'd have to Google it.
Okay, let's figure out what car is he in again. An LMP2,
Who,
right?
Martin Brundle?
Yeah.
I don't. Is he racing?
Not Martin Brundle. It's the kid.
No, Martin Brundle's racing.
Martin Brundle's racing?
Yeah.
No, he's not. He's.
And how come
Oh
we,
no, I'm
What
sorry.
car is he-
How come
no.
we only have one spotter's guide
Oh wait, I got one right here. It's
on
it's
your Kindle?
Jeremy Brundle.
on your noodle? What do they call the other one?
Martin Brundle is in the
Jeremy
number
Brundle.
42 LMP. Zytec Nissan.
Yeah, father and son. Thank you very much, Daniel Kirkett.
Oh, sorry.
Whoa, whoa!
Hey,
it's not
hey,
Jeremy. I
hey.
know it's not, but
What,
it's
what
it's
happened? What happened?
another
What just
one.
happened?
Hey, no, I'm just laughing. That's Spinelli in it. That's our radio.
Oh, that's
guy.
your radio
Fort-
act.
Wait a minute, Fort Man Boobs. Well, I'm gonna put this up. Fort
All
Man
right.
Boob.
Martin Brundle
Man
is
boobs in a box.
Fort Man Boobs.
1, 2, 3,
We
4,
attack
5,
'em,
6,
Fort
7,
Man Boobs.
9, 10, 11, 12, 12th. Martin Brundle is running 12th. 14 laps
Wow.
behind P1. Well, his team, number 42.
Castle man move.
Well,
So why are we talking about tire compounds when all we got to do is do the man boob jokes?
I am King Manzir from Manboob
Someone
Castle.
said 24 hours of Minecraft. Mike Spinelli.
Well, I'm not on camera. You
Go
gotta
put him
me
on
back.
camera, let him do his mime thing.
Well, wait. Oh, 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 oh.
Oh, God. It's not even.
I will defend Manboob Castle to the death.
It's not even after midnight.
It's not even dark yet. We will fight on. Rob Roy.
You can make fun of our girth.
Gentlemen to bed. Gentlemen to bed. For tomorrow.
So we've got
We leave at 9:30 on the dot. On the dot.
Are you doing Monty Python?
No. That was
What's his name?
that was Steve Coogan
Yeah, there you go.
in the trip. All right.
Okay,
we may
radio-
actually have someone from Martin Brundle's team calling in.
How'd you do that?
George, of course.
Good job.
Yeah, that'd be great.
You can handle that because I have no idea what to say to them.
No, you're gonna sit in the seat.
No.
Nope. Okay.
Want to?
No.
All right.
Why?
No.
Okay. Fine. How you doing, man boobs?
I have no idea what to say. What should we?
Apparently I'm
hey,
blowing out speakers
Chat
left and
viewers, what should we say? What should we ask Martin Brundle and his son Mike?
Well, it's no, the PR guy for the team. That's
Oh.
what I was saying.
No.
He's watching right now. You're not very nice.
Yes, I am.
Someone's trying to Skype.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
That's Musto.
Musto wants to Skype, but.
Oh, Musto, we'll get back to you. I'm sorry.
Musto should just call us.
Gentlemen to bed.
Number 74 is back in action, out on track. John Brooks, okay.
Who's John Brooks? I used to race against John Brooks.
Really?
There was a guy named John Brooks in
yeah.
Atlantic. John Brooks is the PR guy for Brundle and Mike. That sounds like a radio show.
Can I answer the phone? How dare you approach Kingdom Man Boobs without being announced? Wait, I gotta read what's my
I
line?
have no idea.
How dare you approach Man Boob Castle unannounced?
We have not even gotten to the halfway mark, and we're doing man boob. I love it.
I need more stuff for my fort. What else can I have? Maybe the nook can be it could be like a deck.
I would hate to think how you're going to create a moat.
Don't tempt me, Leo.
All right, so the timing of scoring here is horrible. How did you know it's 41
Alex
cars?
Brundle. Thank you very much. It's Alex Brundle.
Not Mike Brundle?
Mike Brundle. I think Mike Brundle was the was the guy that used to deliver these. I don't know. I got nothing. Sorry. I've been in Castle Man Boobs too long. I need some fresh air.
How's that nook, by the way?
Oh, it's good. I wanted to hack it and make it an Android tablet, but I don't want to break it. No, I like it. Otherwise, I really do like it. It's the 8 meg one. They had them on sale recently, and they were
8 megs.
Yeah,
You
what?
need a-
What?
by the way,
Excuse me. Whoa,
They're telling us we need a moat, but I think by the spilled beer, I think
moat
you've
of-
already got one.
No, I cleaned that.
How many gigajoules does it have?
Yeah, okay, Dick. I mean, how dare you approach Man Boob's Castle unannounced?
Who might that be?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, is this
Yes,
John Brooks?
This is John Brooks calling here from Le Mans.
How are you, John? How is everything?
It's good. It's good. I'm the press officer for Greaves Motorsport. We have 2 cars in the race, and we're hanging on in there at the moment.
Yeah. So,
anything you'd like to ask?
yeah, I'm actually curious. So, how is both your cars are in LMP2, correct?
That's correct.
And it's Dunlop spec tire across the entire class?
It is indeed. It's part of the cost control program that the ACO and the FIA have kind of introduced to make it affordable, if such a thing can happen for motorsport.
Yeah. Curious enough, you've got both the Martin Brundle and his son are in this one of your cars, number 42. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
So
Martin, who's was the 1988 World Endurance Driver Champion, and he won the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1990, and in fact the Daytona 24 Hours as well that year. He's there racing with his son, and as he says, it's a kind of dream come true.
now let me ask you, when you compare Le Mans, and I know you're a veteran of Le Mans, when you compare Le Mans versus all the different races in the world, how would you define Le Mans as being something special?
Well, all of the 24-hour races, and you can probably include Sebring as well, they all have different qualities, different aspects. Sebring, as I said, is a very special place. The Rolex, well, some people are not so keen on the Grand Am formula.
Yeah.
Me included.
Yeah, and I think actually all of us in the studio have seen Grand Am kind of deteriorate after.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that it's, the racing and the technology is mired somewhere, I don't know, circa 86, which is a bit unfair. I mean, having said that, though, you come here and you've got the Audis and you've got the Toyotas at the sharp end of the grid. New regulations were announced on a press conference 2 days ago, and what basically endurance racing, of which Le Mans is the pinnacle, is being used now as a sort of test bed for developing the new technologies that we're all going to need. I mean, whether one supports green agendas, there's no doubt that we need to be more efficient. Efficiency is good, and I think if we sold it that way, if you paid the amount of money we do in the UK for your petrol, you'd all be getting very efficient. I mean, we're paying something like $11 a gallon or something.
Yeah, and of course. Well, now, out of curiosity, John, you look at the things that are happening right now in LMP1 with Toyota joining and Audi with the new e-tron Quattro. How has the public been receptive over there towards those technologies, especially trickling down from like the GT3R hybrid, the Curtis system now in the Audi, and eventually having those diesel hybrids maybe hit the streets?
I think they are very responsive because, I mean, even today, Mazda announced a new program for LMP2, which will be a turbo diesel. And it's an American-led initiative. I think Patrick Dempsey is involved. Getting back to the technology side, I think the public, certainly high tech has always appealed to the kind of car guys. I mean, aside from just raw speed, etc. We look at I don't understand the technology necessarily, but I do see the necessity for it. And there's no finer place to prove this technology and create a public awareness than coming to a place like Le Mans. 10 years ago, the idea that the diesel would win Le Mans would have been laughed at.
Yeah.
And then Audi proved it could be done. Hybrids, people would have ignored all that stuff. I mean, Don Paynos brought a battery-powered car, Sparky, here in 1998. Didn't qualify, but a few months later it ran at Road Atlanta and finished the race and got a podium in its class. And we've moved the technology on again since then. I mean, this is not the manufacturers necessarily leading this. Back in July last year, the interested parties in the motor industry and the automotive industry signed an agreement with Obama, your president, and the transport authorities over there. I'm sorry, I can't remember the names. And basically, we're going to have cars with an average fleet mileage in 2025 of 58 miles to the gallon.
Yeah, it's part of the CAFE standards.
It is indeed, yes. And everybody's signed up to that. And the only way to get to that figure from where we are now is some sort of investment program. And one of the ways of fast-tracking that is actually to do it through competition.
Now, out of curiosity, John, why do you think that competition, that level of commitment, has not been embraced by the American audience as much as, say, NASCAR? What's your take as a European?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, NASCAR does an incredible job, and, you know, in Europe we tend to ignore it at our peril because it has huge numbers, etc. But that's a kind of, it's a form of racing that's more concerned with the entertainment of the public, either watching on television or turning up in person. And the aim of that is to create a platform where people can provide either market products through sponsorship or brand placement or product placement, or just simply, you know, we like Dale Earnhardt Sr. or Dale Earnhardt Jr., so we'll buy a T-shirt and a hat.
Yeah.
And the kind of industry has grown from that. And it's very powerful, but even they are going to have to sort of realize now they're looking at fuel injection.
Finally we have McLaren involved to actually make things right from a NASCAR.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
We finally have McLaren involved to get things right over at NASCAR.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's a very good crossover. I mean, people within the racing industry have a huge respect for NASCAR because in terms of the guys who are out there racing, because to get the cars as the rules mandate to perform as they do is quite an engineering feat. What I would argue as an endurance fan, if you like, is that perhaps that's a bit of a blind alley.
Now, John, I want to finish up with a final question for you. You're a photographer, correct?
Sorry, I lost you there.
You're a photographer, correct?
Well, that's where I've been that for about 30 years, but this year I've been trying my hand at something slightly different. As I said, acting as a press officer, I'm also writing now.
Well,
you
as a photographer have made your rounds around Le Mans. Can you tell me what it's like to go around the track? What is it like as a photographer at Le Sarthe?
As a photographer?
At Le Mans.
Exhausting. I mean, here I am talking to you and it's 20 to 2 in the morning. Normally I'm safely tucked up in bed. I'm probably going to do another hour now. Because I've got some guys helping me out, they're going to do dawn, which will be in about 4 hours time. And I may come in a bit later. There's been a lot of big changes since I've been here first working, which was 1984. This year in particular, we've had a lot of new regulations regarding safety, both for the those working trackside and also those working in the pits. And it's the way the world is, you know, there's a lot of lawyers out there looking to help people sue. We need also, frankly, to, you know, the culture of health and safety is not necessarily a bad thing. We need to be conscious to make our working environments as risk-free as possible within the confines of what we do. But I still love it. You know, there's nothing quite like getting out there and seeing the sun go down, the sun rise, and you get the sense of a good shot, and all your aches and pains just go away, and you get the adrenaline going. I mean, you know, we're not drivers by any means, but we still get a thrill out of, you know, taking a good picture and, you know, planning something.
Yeah.
You know, and it still gives me a buzz.
Well, and you also are putting yourself in harm's way. John, I just want to thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Go back out there, but be safe, all right?
Yeah, okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye. That's John Brooks, a photographer at Le Mans, now PR agent, who's been working the circuit for almost 27, 28 years. It's pretty cool. Cool story, though.
Very much.
Cool story, bro.
And now we're going to check in with the castle on the couch.
From Castle Man Boobs, who goes there?
Good thing that joke is not getting old.
It's no joke at this point, Liam. Actually, I'm
defending my turf.
I feel much safer down here.
Hey, there you go.
The number Toyota number 7 may be having some issues at this point.
Boob hinge.
What are you following right now?
I'm just getting some
from our viewers.
Back in the pit garage. The Toyota hybrid number 7 back in the pit garage. That was a good interview with John Brooks. It's good to speak to a photographer and actually get with especially a guy that's seen the evolution, seen the change over so many years, walking the circuit.
Yeah.
You know, I did something really stupid last year and tried to attempt to walk around the track.
I thought you made it all the way.
Yeah, well, it was hell on earth. Oh no, it looks like Toyota's about to retire. Everyone's hugging each other.
Does Anthony Davidson have a broken back? We need to.
Back? I did not hear that.
A commenter just wrote it. Let's check.
Let's find out before we go farther.
Find out before we go.
Looks like Toyota's sad news with Toyota, but they're smiling. Waiting to hear official word from the ACO as to whether or not the number 7 Toyota hybrid is done.
I can't see the picture, and I have two feelings. One, I think Toyota proved a number of things by the way they competed here. But
I give them a lot of credit. Good job.
And I guess it's natural to have that type of good job emotion.
Yeah.
And not that we need to kick the toolbox, but I don't know. We're here to win. So I can feel satisfied in what we did.
Yeah.
But glad handing big hugs because we're out before the halfway mark.
Hey.
I'm not so sure.
We don't know what they had to go through to be here.
Well, I don't know at that level. Has anyone found any information on David?
No. I'll stay on this story.
He's tweeting that he broke his back.
Oh.
That's a strange way to tell the world.
Tweeted about his own broken back.
I'm checking it out right now.
I'm skeptical.
As in serendipitous?
Serendipitous.
Quoting Anthony Davidson's tweet. Well, that was a big one. Lying in a French hospital with a broken back wasn't what I had in mind at this stage in the race. 5 minutes ago.
2 minutes ago, Eurosport Yahoo says unhurt after huge crash. So let's find out.
I will never use Twitter as a source for information. So
Twitter it's his own tweet.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Although he was hacked.
No. But maybe he took it out of context.
His next tweet was, well, all right, it's possible that he doesn't have a technical broken back. I hear you.
That's what I'm saying.
He hurt his back badly, but he did tweet.
But we know that's actually Anthony Davidson.
Yes, because his next tweet was gutted for the Toyota hybrid team who did an amazing job all week. Thank God I can follow the race on Twitter, though, he says. I mean, it's either him or it's somebody tweeting for him, and that would be a fairly personal thing to tweet if he's not involved.
But that would be the great way to cover the lie if you're going to do it.
Well,
Sit him on a phone.
Well, I mean, I don't,
Yeah, really.
I don't know what impetus Ant Davidson would have for tweeting something wrong about his own condition. I mean, I think he's reassuring his fans that he's okay, basically, but he is injured, you know.
Jeff, can you tune this? These two together?
Yep.
Mike Spinelli reporting from Fort Manbu.
Dude, you brought it on yourself. You're going to be called man for years.
I know I am. It's fine. I don't
We're
care.
going to see people out at car shows and they'll be like, oh my God, it's man boobs.
You know what? Any publicity is good publicity.
Really?
Yeah, I don't care.
I beg to differ.
Well, you know what?
You don't have to be man boob. I do. I've embraced it.
Wait,
I've
what's
embraced
yours,
my man
monkey?
boob.
What is it?
Chimp.
Chimp.
You're the chimp.
I can't believe I actually worked in St. Louis. That's the worst part of this. No offense to Christian.
St. Louis is a beautiful town.
Christian, I love St. Louis.
Wait, where did you get chimp from?
It popped in my head. I just looked over and I saw Jay.
Oh, it's the chimp.
It's the chimp.
Okay,
That's his nickname.
Audi 1, 2, and 3 right now. The two e-trons 1 and 2 with the Audi Sport America number 4 Ultra running in third. Just an update. How's the chat going, guys?
Well, people are talking about their experience with their bad back, and that official LMS official Lamar is saying that he is complaining of pain. He being Anthony Davison.
This feed is from Audi.tv. Audi.tv, you can watch telemetry in-car footage from the Audi team. How's everyone doing?
I'm fine.
Good? All right. Alex is setting up Forza. Alex Roy is back.
Could someone get me a flag for Fort Manbu?
Not helping you that,
Stop
man.
saying it because people won't think you bring it up.
No, I need
Sound, please.
Sound on what?
I don't know. One of the commenters. I don't know what.
I don't know what people are asking.
Okay, are we getting weird audio issues? We've gotten a couple of comments that we are.
Oh, yeah.
Microphone interference.
Jeff,
I need to sound this fool.
Sorry, guys.
It says OCT 49.
Jeff really likes using knobs.
I muted it.
What happened?
Sorry about that, guys. Guys.
How was it interfering? What were you doing?
Fixed.
Wow, I just saw you pointing at the TV monitor. Is the feed that slow now?
Oh, is there a delay considerable?
Yeah, it looks like something.
Do you want to restart it?
Not yet. At the top of the hour.
Yeah, we're close. Mikey, what are you checking over there from a racing side?
I'm trying to. I'm actually back at the GT fight. So Ferrari. Well, you know, Aston's 2 laps down from Corvette, from the first from the Taylor Corvette.
Okay.
Wait a minute here.
They're different packs. We need different ranges.
Where's one of those? These are the ones that he brought back.
So this one.
Oh, here.
Yeah. Well,
What the hell?
I just changed the frequency on this. I'll do it.
I turned them off on.
Sorry.
So if you're Audi, is there any question that you want an e-tron Quattro to win this race, as one of the commenters asked?
There's no doubt that you want that to, you want the proof of the technology to come through. By the way, just want to mention that the Corvette that was out just turned a 3-minute 57-second lap, and that's about 4 seconds, well, almost 4 seconds quicker than Fisichella in the leading GT Ferrari. So they're aiming to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know how that'll be. Quite a few laps before they make
Yeah,
it back.
146 to the leader at 150 laps, based on my refresh here.
Yep, he's 4 laps. So 100 laps from now, barring, well, actually, all right, so but Fisichella hasn't pitted. Fisichella's 1 pit down. He's only at 9, so.
Which could put, it's hard to tell with the gap, could put Luxury Racing and Corvette back on the lead lap.
Yes. Yes, and then that'll be a fight.
Here we go again, right?
Yeah. Then we're back in business. Oh, thanks. Is that JF's martini hat? That's my flag?
Yes, it is.
Thanks. Oh, sweet.
Huh?
You just noticed this flag?
Yeah, no, I didn't realize, I didn't see the feed was up. All right, cool.
Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. Josh, check your phone. Musta's trying to chime in. I don't know.
Are we ready to
Give him the phone number, JF. Just give him the phone.
Okay. Jack Humphrey confirms that Davidson has broke his back. BBC
I
presented.
think Davidson confirmed that he broke his back
All right.
half an hour ago, right?
All right.
I was doubting Twitter. You can blame me.
Oh.
Wait, so Leo, were you asking before, maybe I misread your question, were you asking whether if it came down to holding back the e-trons to let the ultras go through?
No, hey, so you're racing now? Good. No, holding back the ultras to let the e-tron win.
Oh, I got you. The opposite. Okay, just making sure that
They're in the lead.
Yeah.
And, they made a big deal about when the Ultra won Spa. Well, I guess that means the first e-tron win would come at Le Mans.
Right.
And what a grander stage.
That's
So,
true. Yeah,
now,
no,
You've got 3 cars running 1, 2, 3. If you can manage the race, you can manage the race.
Yeah. But they're not gonna try it for a tie. See how that worked for Ford.
Yeah.
Well, it worked fine for Ford. It didn't work so much. Oh no! No! Fort Manboob has suffered
Magnussen
a terrible
is gonna
blow.
Confirm the Corvette. Which one is Jan in? 74?
3.
73. With Taylor is running 3rd.
Yes.
Fisichella, former Formula 1 driver, and the AF Corsa number 51 Ferrari 45 Italian is in P1 for the GT class, Pro GT class. This is Michael Mosto.
Hey, what's up, man?
That is so much better to communicate with you.
Yeah, about 1,000 times. I totally agree, dude.
All right, good. So just stay on the line and chime in whenever you would like.
All right, that sounds easy enough.
So for all of you that do not know, Mike Musto of Big Muscle on Drive has joined us.
Big Muscle!
Spinelli's having me rolling this whole time.
I think he's having everyone rolling at this time.
I think I'm about to start rolling. I'm about to start rolling up in here.
Mike, how's the race from your end? You been watching?
Yeah, I've been watching on and off all day. I mean, it's great. I mean, I feel so bad for the, for the Nissan car. It's just unbelievable. I mean, the thing is, it's so cool to look at, and it was so great to see. And the problems are just kind of heartbreaking with that thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
The Delta Wing you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
The Delta Wing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, if you have trouble hearing us, just let us know.
Yeah, I have trouble hearing you.
Okay, well, just tune into the feed and then chime in whenever you want. It's on a little bit of a delay.
You got it.
That accident with the Toyota was horrible. That was
How fast do you think he hit the tire wall?
I think the Ferrari hit at much higher speed because when the Toyota lifted, it reduced its speed a lot because the Ferrari had no.
Try to hit faster.
The Toyota was.
Try to hit faster. It still was passing the Ferrari.
Yeah, it still hit before that.
Buck and a half?
I don't think it was that much. You think it was? You think? I think 100, but maybe not 150.
Are they always doing 200 down there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Easy buck and a half.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
you're right. Maybe
totally.
we didn't shed 100 miles an hour.
Up, and they're recapping the Delta Wing.
We're watching the ESPN right now. Speed, I'm sorry. Sorry, Speed.
Josh, you
When
okay?
the Ferrari hit, jumped 7 feet in the air, and then landed on its roof.
Yeah.
You all right? What happened?
Mike, do you like the look of the Toyota?
Musto, how do you like the look of the Toyota?
I love it. I actually really love it, dude.
Yeah. They're doing a speed recap of all the flaws that have happened with this race, including the Corvette. Now, you're a big muscle guy, hence your show name. What do you think of the Corvette racing team and the progress they've made, winning Le Mans last year and potentially on their way for a podium this year? Mike?
Yeah, I got you. Hang on.
What do you say?
Actually, the Corvette team, honestly, is my favorite team to watch. One, just because, as an American, just watching it is fantastic for me. And two, I get a real sense of pride in that. I get a real sense of pride watching the vets go out and kick the shit out of everybody.
Careful.
It's really, it's great to see. It really is.
Careful with your language, Mike. That's now a 10-second delay before he hears that. It's okay.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. Josh, Mike is currently raising his flag up in fame.
Well,
You can put me in the dungeon of casual man boobs.
Yep, I'm cool with that.
You'll be relegated to the dungeon, Mr. Musto.
We're coming to the top of the hour,
Relegated, I
Josh.
say.
All right, guys, in about 30 seconds, we're going to be taking a 60-second break to stop. We do have, how are the Morgans on? We'll check back with the Morgans at the top of the hour, as well as go through all the classifications, all the different classes.
This is one of them in the garage right here.
One of the Morgans having some suspension work done to it. Either way. Okay, we're with Man Boobs and the Radio Show. I don't even know anymore. Coming up on 2 a.m. at Le Mans. Let's take a break.